when we're alright. That's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Who you are. Who you are. Who you are. Tomorrow when we're alright. That's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Who you are. Who you are. That's when we forget just who we are.
Lee Shumin does end up going down though to Fixer. An aggressive push and a punish onto Vestola's mech, but where is the collapse? Still though, A just ticking in the backline with that SMG, takes down Gala, and more time they can burn off the bank, the better for AG.
Yeah, Aid has just become the ace. You got, of course, the flank specialist of Sunjun on his best hero. Milgaru's forcing cooldowns. VP don't have any answer to this dive, and Aid is making sure that VP cannot group up.
Get this man out of there. It's so frustrating, and look at the ult charge from Aid already. Only just used EMP, back up to 50%. Milgaru takes the bot from the mid.
Trying to group up for this rally. VP get it back to the neutral point, but Milgaru, all these fires gross.
A little stun there, mine still get deployed. Rally though from Fixer. This is, well, we're just gonna leave you alone here. A nice little anti-nade connects with Gala and the Brigitte. Milgaru does manage to get out, sliver of health remains, but no kills, and they force this rally.
VP need back-to-back fights, but they're facing a Kitsune rush, and Gala doesn't have his yet.
Bomb available from Vertus Pro. Oh, that post bomb! Okay, Vestola, he gets back into mech this time, but for how long can he actually survive? Milgaru trying to take down Shockwave, but they're protecting the President with their lives. Marker, Nano deployed, and a small stagger on the Ana now. This is exactly what VP need.
Great Matrix from Vestola to save Shockwave when everyone was collapsing on him, and VP won that fight with Nano and Kitsune Rush invested. AG are now on the hazard. VP are right around the corner.
EMP though 3% away for Aid. Golden line of victory being approached as well. They don't know where this Sombra is either.
Trying to split each other up. This EMP after Shockwave dodges the virus.
Perfect. Aid still got the EMP though. They're closing on in. This might be a perfect one as well. Does hit the Kiriko, dodges the virus, but Shockwave to the rescue. Rolls out the window, flashbang, hits Aid, a stick from Jaewoo as well. Marker down. A golden line of victory looking easy now for Vertus Pro. They're going to take that lead. One player to deal with. Milgaru goes down, and it's all falling apart for AG now.
They had no business winning this. They had no answer to the dive until Jaewoo came alive. Vestola stabilized, protected Shockwave, and VP are heading to the end.
Pulse Bomb is the only thing they've got left as well. Maybe a manual hack onto Vestola, but Sonjun needs to come up with the biggest pulse bomb of his career right now to keep themselves alive in the groups. A nice anti-nade onto Fixer, but he can't quite get him. Sonjun sent to the skies, forced to recall, and Aid has already gone down. What was that pulse bomb, Sonjun? Over the top, kills the rally, but overtime is ticking down. They got a touch. They eventually get OT though.
And AG don't have supports. There's no one there to touch. It's over. VP! They sweep AG!
A 3-0 from VP. A team come in and everybody's like, hey, AG, they're taking maps off of Crazy Raccoon. Some of these top teams, their dreams, their key is now crushed at the hands of Vertus Pro. A 3-0 affair as well. A dominant showing. They can get a good fight, a good clean one. If they take Castle early, there's success written in their future.
Now if Bellisario wants to be aggressive, Lengths on the Lucio will help him. One of Lengths' best heroes as the Kiri is banned. This is going to be their best option. Now trying to generate that window as fast as possible. The Top Dragon gets marked here by Lengths. Wants to get into the back, but Dia, first blood!
Good kill on Zanico. Not invested too much though, not even over pushing. Smart play from Barrel, just quick reset.
Barrel are still trying to work the map options of setting up Top Dragon on the right, pull attention towards perspective left here. Barrel still trying to avoid all that poke. They get close to the point. Top Dragon has made the space, got the attention of Rock.
Just a menace, yeah. Dia's having to look two different ways right now. Takes a little bit of damage there from KSG. Of course, those punches are penetrating through Bellisario. Lamp already used this. Oh, Taejong caught out. KSG just finishes him with a left click as Top Dragon is just turning the ire of Rock Esports right now. Who've given up control of the point. That's one tick, guaranteed a second as Rock try and force their way in.
Now wait for the final tip, but Bellisario just gets handed.
Yeah, GLHF, no chance here on this first point. Chamomile forced to go for a delayed reset. And Lemon, this is it. They need to push Castle now. They get positioning with this comp. It's going to be a nightmare for Rock to take over.
It's all about that momentum, and because of that late recontest from Rock, same thing that Varel did, you're going to have this early castle position. Rock's going to try and fight through it. They'll have window. Bellisario is at the tip of the spear. He has to go up against KSG, who's close to annihilation.
Oh, that's a very, very passive lamp there by Chamomile. Window very aggressive, however. Annihilation, Window, they're just going to run through them. Dia, wrong place, wrong time. Varel keeping the payload going.
You just can't stop Varel, and they won that off of just the annihilation and better positioning. Rock just could not poke them down with the amp. Lengths has to save them with the sound barrier. You're not even stacking 3 on cars. The final fight for Varel to pull off the upset.
Yeah, Nico's got this high noon. I mean, this is a disgusting amount of ults right now. Oh, and now you have to deal with this window too. Oh, Bellisario just walks through it with that Nemesis form, but Nico is pretty damn low. Sound barrier hits 3 from Lengsa. Annihilation on the point. A fully charged Deadeye, and Bellisario is low. Oh, Dia! He hits 2 with the high noon. Has to deal with Slay on the sidelines, but he's good for 2 at least.
Clutch annihilation from Bellisario to save him during the high noon. The immortality from Chamomile to assist his tank, and Dia takes over to get the kills to stabilize Rock. Now it's time to fight for the bridge. This is what's going to overlook the payload, and Varel are out of ults.
Tough spot for them to be in now, retaking the castle. Oh, Cloud. Yep, get into cover. They're taking a little bit of damage though as KSG appears out of nowhere there, going up the stairs. Open to trying to trade position as Cloud jumps up, hits the regenerative burst onto KSG. Dia, wrong place. Uh-oh. Dia, a mistake. Drops down to low, thinking maybe he can kill Cloud, and the final push is coming. let this rear down. The weight of Japanese Overwatch on Varel's shoulders, and they've done it! A map 5 versus Rock, and they take the victory.
I mean, you had Leave ends up using a pulse bomb there, connects with nothing. Shy is not able to make it through the choke. It's going to be the beat here, dropped by Mew.
They're trying to overwhelm Vistola. They're trying to get in his face, but there's an air matrix right up behind him, and Vistola will be healthy. Flux interrupted. Fantastic terror surge from Gushue. Vistola now out at sea, listless, without any friends, and the immortality field comes in too late. What a play from Gushue. What a moment for a champion of the game to keep his team in the running on Midtown.
I mean, not only the breakup of the Flux, but then also the turn and spear to interrupt the accretion. Is that keeps Waybo in the game, in the tournament. VP will make some changes on defense, so this is where they move away from that Bat Awari.
They didn't feel particularly favored on the Orisa mirror earlier in this series. That's the switch for Vistola. Feels like he's just a little too exploitable on that less mobile Sigma pick. Now, of course, with defensive cooldowns that make it harder for him to be shifted, he can more aggressively stake his claim to the space that Shockwave needs to dish big damage from the high ground.
Yeah, I like that idea from Waybo. They're actually trying to deny some of the high ground. Shy getting very low. It's going to be an overclock.
Okay, looks like Shockwave ate a javelin, though, was forced back, but Shy was far too low. And Monk couldn't get him up to fighting form in time. Now he can start to play the choke, make this more punishing. The disruptor shot starts to become more than just a mild nuisance. So there's Gala popping off quietly. Leave has been trying to, accost that Baptiste on multiple occasions, but you've got to get up in the morning if you've got to get past a Spaniard like that.
I mean, look, Leaves had a pretty quiet map, all things considering, with how good he was on the Venture in the previous one.
Yeah, I mean, hate to be the guy that points it out, Matt, but you're right.
I mean, I was the one that pointed it out, but yes, I am right.
It's like you'd hate to be the guy. You probably wouldn't, in fact. Okay, Mortality Field, long range, one Gala, self-amp matrix, drops low, though, and can't benefit from the amp for a time, but he's looking to go full aggressive here. Both teams have lost their Mortality Field, but Vistola eventually has to crumble. He is sectioned off by Gushue and brought down, and Waybo are holding on to a big bag of ultimates, and they can start to ration them out over the rest of this part of the map. This is far from done.
But I kind of like this for VP. Like, you take that bite early, you trade Amp Matrix for beat on the other side, you come back with your own sound barrier. If you can, like, push through the Amp Matrix with 42 seconds, I mean, you are in a great spot on D.
Stolers need to try and find a way back out onto this platform, but it's not a simple matter.
Yeah, they want to try and get this high ground back. It's going to be tough.
Gushue, though, can be pulled down by the Terror Surge if he doesn't have a Fortify active. But Monk is absolutely making the most of finally getting access to this high ground. Jaywo's got a pulse, someone is looking to maybe tease some of these cooldowns out of the Baptiste here.
Yeah, they use that Amp Matrix up on the high ground, but they don't actually move the payload at all. It'll be a double Terror Surge here, sound barrier advantage for VP.
Okay, well, neither Orisa really takes a big hit off the back of that. Fortifies pop for both, and now Gushue drops to the low ground. We're headed into overtime, folks. Gala traded, but Gushue is down. The front line are missing here for Waybo Gaming, and we're Shy out of the picture. It all seems too much to manage. Vistola with a Fortify, forcing Monk away from the fight. Your STC overtime is going to be short-lived, folks. And once more, the Polar Bears find an oasis amongst the desert sands, advancing into our quarterfinals. Barrel not able to find much success with that composition at all. A cheeky second flashpoint lapped up.
Infected had his hands off the keyboard. He was walking sideways there for a second. I thought we were going to get another pause.
Team Liquid here, riding high, feeling confident. Let's listen in and see what's happening in the comms.
So when they walk. No, not it. All right, I'm playing with only one in here, bro. Let's win. What? Okay, that you can. All right. Only DPS. Hover Van, I'm walking. Curie left. Look Curie, look Curie. Walking main.
Walk me off.
Pushing main, pushing main. Live. Live, fight try. Oh, good one. Winnable. All right, just chill. Curie low.
Trey low, pro.
Trey died.
They're so one.
We're even. Yeah, I'm walking point. I can't touch. Okay. I'm first close. Q1, bottom. Pushing. Curie no CT. Curie point. Kill Curie. Ulting Curie. Curie no TP1. First one.
Oh, no. What is this? Other spear I can do.
Alright. Ven in. 3, no spear.
I can see you. Walk. Push right. Ben. How you going to?
Cover Ven.
Ben one.
Living point. Look, carry. No TP. Carry. I'm one. Alright, just show.
Some conversation about how many in-ears are optimal to use.
It sounds like somebody's auditing, just like...
The effective was like, we can pause the game, right?
Yeah, that's what I was saying before we threw the list in. I was like, it looked like he was going to call for one. He had his hands off the keyboard moving sideways, but, decided to keep it going. We're actually able to find out why with that listen and somebody's in-ear is falling out.
Yep. Apparently not an issue. Sounds like RuPaul's feeling a bit under the weather, but it hasn't affected his play thus far. He's looking sharp. Soon to rush here over to the point for Liquid as Valve have already gotten themselves to 99% here, and Cloud falls on the wrong side of Knife's drill. It ends up being a trade, though. Venture picked off by Venture. A flip of Team Liquid here, and looks like they bought themselves some space for now.
Yeah, these players kind of lingering around for Varel. I mean, they're going to have to come up with something, or else you're just going to keep staggering, giving things over to Team Liquid. Sound barrier from Vega, and the Terror Surge comes on through, and guess what? It does not work out hanging around there for Varel. That's just, Varel's having a good time. There's no reason.
He was simply planting roots, Matt.
There's no reason. Tree's just trying to get the crowd hyped up for the booze. He can't wait.
Notice he's got the double flashbang perk there to make it even easier to catch on to someone like Top Dragon or Juki. Both of them really don't want to deal with that hindrance debuff. And Moira can't fade away, for example. Kiri can't swift step. Basically, everyone really cauterized, I think, by that ability.
Tree is able to kill a flanker, it feels like, every single fight before the fight even really kicks off. I mean, this time it's Top Dragon, other fights is Kyuki, so...
There it is, Matt.
They might not even be able to get this touch.
The final moments here for Varel, trying to keep their head above the surging tides, but Liquid have engulfed them. And that's that, folks. Team Liquid will advance to our playoffs here in the OWCS Midseason Championship. They bring on the booze. They bring on all comers. And now they've gotten themselves into our final phase of play.
Okay, so Lep will get there. You have Lep and Lucamino. They will get there to get a touch.
TP, though, gets them there. Overtime has begun. Twisted Minds set themselves, digging their heels, ready to take what was theirs. Lucamino run over. Siren Esports falter, and the sacred timeline is maintained. Twisted Minds have got to be feeling good about that. All they're going to do is a little bit of hop, skip, and jump through the map. Yeah, they'll be through to our playoffs.
They do not have to get far at all here to be able to send themselves to the playoffs. Like above 3 minutes to do it as well would be a legendary hold if you were able to do this for Sign. I mean, the booze would probably hit another level if Sign Esports is able to come up with a hold here.
The card is such that you could play on the corner. I don't know if the Widow is something you can afford to go for. Chronic, though, seems to think otherwise. Let's talk about it. On attack, it's one thing, right? They had the surprise factor. You had good long sidelines. Can Chronic realistically set up on defense and be untouchable?
So, no. And I also think with where the cart is, right? Like, you could TP, force them off of this position and create so much space, and there's not really that many great Widow angles, like, as you kind of move down the street, right? So, if you get like a TP across, force them down from high ground, I think it could put the Widow in a really odd spot.
3 minutes and 30 to play. And all Twisted Minds need to do is get halfway through this first phase of Shambali Monastery. Chronic will have the surprise factor to start with. That likely will be scouted out, and he'll be under constant threat of the Diva. Quartz is on the Widow as well. He's opted into the mirror. For now.
It's a little bit of a change, so goes to the Sojourn, so a little bit more burst potential, right? Because right now, if you're Twisted Minds, like, all right, we get one pick. We are in a good spot. The bad part for them is the pick happens on the other side.
Chronic playing a pretty tight angle here, just below that high ground position. Quartz is switching over to the Cassidy. It looks like Twisted Minds want to play the death ball and sort of beckon Sign to overcommit to an engagement with them.
You're farming ult here for Simple, right? You see how much damage KSA is taking, and you're just letting Simple just farm up all this healing.
It's really
trying to turn into a rush.
I like this little flank around the right side, though. Sai might not be ready for it. Quantic goes low, and eventually he's going to be brought down. That's the winner out of the mix. Painkiller here with a flashbang. He's done. Quartz happy to take some attention now, because a 3-for-1 exchange is exactly what Twisted Minds are looking for. Cyan will now be desperately scrabbling to try and get in position. Lep knows he might be called on to contest for a short window, but he has to stick this landing perfectly, Matt.
Yeah, gotta be so careful. Like, gonna get like booped from the side. It'll be Painkiller one who gets on.
Lep's gonna wrap around the backside here. The cart's getting awful close, and Painkiller's under extreme pressure. He couldn't get away. No chance to escape. Here comes the Suzu. Kitsune Rush committed, and Twisted Minds are on the precipice of advancing. Nothing but net here for Cyan. They cannot get a touch. And Twisted Minds flip the script on their nemesis in the biggest way possible. A stunning victory here in straight maps, not only knocking Cyan out of the Midseason Championship, securing their berth in playoffs.
Safe to say the pick and the winner of these games today is going to be a little bit harder than guessing a hero, but there's only one way to find out, so stick around.
Can this hero spawn a tree?
No. Is this hero really frustrating to play against?
Yes.
What is not frustrating to play against? What question?
Do we celebrate failed ultimates with this hero?
Not really. If you saw someone in OWCS play this hero, would it be like mad respect or kind of boring?
Kind of boring. Does this hero fly?
Yes. When you see someone pick this hero, do you expect them to carry the game?
No. I'm going to guess Diva.
Oh, I'm so good. What did you have?
Lucio. I mean, that's just an insane guess.
No! I would have had you, bro.
I had 3. Will the top teams look as good as I did against Mitch in this game today? Let's find out.
Sun's out, guns out, baby. Welcome to the Overwatch Midseason Championship at the Esports World Cup 2025. It's 117 degrees out there. That's 45 for you Celsius folks. And things are just starting to heat up here in the STC Arena. We're down to our top 8 teams. As we've sent half the competition packing, I'm your host, Chris Puckett, a.k.a. Mr. EWC, a.k.a. Discount Matt Damon. I am joined by the big brains of Overwatch. We've got Avril alongside Jake and Johnny, a.k.a. the Reinforcement Larson. How are you, Johnny?
I'm doing great. First of all, it's Snowden now. Update Puckett.
Thank you.
It's Snowden.
Snowden, he got married since I saw him last. Congratulations on that. Jake, you've been growing up as well, but can we talk about the teams that were heating up yesterday? Who caught your eye?
You know, I think Vertus Pro, we got to give them a ton of credit for really reaching this stage of the competition. I think a lot of people looked at Group A, myself included, and thought, okay, VP, they're a long shot, right? This is an extraordinarily tough group to draw, and yet these guys came out swinging. They found their footing. They eliminated Waybo Gaming from the competition, a team that some people thought maybe could be going very deep here in the tournament.
Avril, as we take a look at some of the Kadia top plays, we saw the VP members. Who else shined on day 2?
Got to talk about Twisted Minds as well. They ended up getting the revenge match victory against Signed, and that's what you expected. This is the Twisted Minds that came into this tournament as, I wouldn't say super favorite, but definitely one of the contenders that are strongly favored in terms of the meta itself. They really didn't play well up against Signed in their initial match, but they came in 3-0, looked really good.
Langsa on the support in the kill feed over and over again. Will Ilari be a mainstay in our competition today?
I gotta say, Puckett, it's been a very versatile tournament. We've seen so many heroes being played, double flex support lineups. Quartz is still popping heads here on the Cassidy, of course. But a bit of an introduction of Symmetra, of course, one of the primary meta heroes. But Venture is a possible counter. This is a really open tournament, Puckett. And I gotta say, it's been one of the most enjoyable tournaments to date.
The Venture has been fun to watch. The Fray has been fun to watch. But I gotta say, that Cassidy from Quartz was the highlight of my day number 2. We have a whole lot more highlights coming our ways. And before we get into the games, we've got to check in to see who has keys remaining in the competition.
What's up, everybody? Danny Lim here. It's time for quarterfinals. Let's go! We started with 16 teams, and now we only have 8. We have Crazy Raccoons, the defending champions, are still alive, and also last year's club champions as well, Team Falcons, are still alive. We have 8 teams, like I said. After today, though, we're moving down to 4 teams. Who are the 4 teams? We'll just have to wait and find out.
All of our teams are guaranteed $35,000, but more importantly, their keys are intact, meaning they continue to score in our club championship and they continue to rake up the prize money as they go deeper in the event. As we take a look at some of the top key crushes from the day, so many dreams were crushed on day 2. 4 more are going to happen tonight, Avril.
The big ones are the Chinese teams because we eliminated all 3 of our Chinese representatives. VP in particular beat Waybo. I consider it to be a bit of an upset, but VP looking so strong right now. No more Chinese teams, Puckett. Does make me sad.
Here are Bravia top reactions from day 2. You see Funny Astro and the Twisted Minds crew celebrating in front of a jam-packed arena. That was probably the most hype the arena got last night.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you saw the emotion from players like Yubi, for example, celebrating in front of the fans, but also some of the emotions from the losses, of course. Lengsa after their loss, just devastation. This is a part of the tournament, Puckett, where emotions ramp up. This is what the players dream of achieving. Tree is dabbing, trying to keep things light, trying to stay focused. But this is where things really heat up, Puckett. I can't wait to see some of the reactions today.
What did these teams win by getting to this place in the bracket? Well, they get to play against one of our top 4 competitors, the guys that paved their way on day number 1. Shout out to the rope-throwing Spider-Man. We got to take a look at this bracket, though, Jake, because at the very top, Crazy Raccoon is going to have their hands full because the locals think Twisted Mind can get it done tonight.
Look, as good as Crazy Raccoon is, and I think they've got to be considered the favorite because, I mean, come on, these teams have won so many international championships at this point. However, this is the perfect storm for Twisted Minds. It's a great meta for the team. They're on home crowd soil. I feel like if there was ever a moment for Twisted Minds to make the upset, today's the day.
Mr. Snowden, looking at this screen, we've got a lot of great first-round matchups, but who has the toughest quarterfinal fight tonight?
Who has the toughest quarterfinal fight? I think it has to be GK. They've been struggling so far in their group, and now they go up against the Falcons team in our last quarterfinal of the day. And that is a Falcons team that is arguably the favorite of the tournament so far. They came in through the last chance qualifier, but so far it seems like things have really clicked between Proper and Merit. So GK, the #1 seed from North America, they have a really tough challenge on their hands today.
Who has a better chance, Team Liquid or GK, to represent North America in our Final Four?
Team Liquid have been looking so good, but they're up against T1, Puckett. That's a pretty scary match as well. T1 haven't been truly tested yet, so they may end up falling if they're not up to scratch. Team Liquid have been on absolute amazing form. They went to 5 maps with Crazy Raccoon. They 3-0'd yesterday as well. I think Team Liquid look good right now.
The best part of EWC is they put the spotlight on the biggest players, and one of the stars from 2024 goes by the name of Jafonso. He has his own award, and here to tell you about it is one of our favorites.
What do Jafonso and Team Falcons have in common? They both played here on the LCQ stage to qualify for the main event on their respective game. And last year, Jafonso went on to win the whole thing here at AFC, putting his name in the 2024 totem. Falcons have also qualified to the Overwatch 2 main event through the LCQ. And if they're able to keep things going, they could potentially win the title here, putting their name on the 2025 totem. Additionally, getting this win qualifies them for an extra $50,000 prize pool. But the question remains, is Falcons going to be able to get their first win title here at EWC for 2025?
Thank you, Janiro. Jafonso's such an awesome dude. I love that he has his own award, going from the LCQ all the way to raising the trophy as one of the best football players in esports. 50 grand, though, if the Falcons are able to make the run. That'd be a nice little addition to their prize pool, Avril.
Yeah, I mean, and Falcons, I think they have the real shot. Like Johnny said, Falcons are currently on a real trajectory to go to the grand finals, maybe win the entire thing. Many teams have said this is potentially the strongest looking team at this tournament. Crazy Raccoon look like they might be slipping a little bit. So that fated Crazy Raccoon versus Falcons final, we could get there, but this time Falcons might be the favorite instead of Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, I gotta say, like the versatility we're seeing from this team, being able to play the Symmetra at the level they are at, but proper, been outstanding on the Tracers so far as well. So this is a team that is really clicking. They are reigning world final champions from last year in 2024, and they look to found their stride coming in from the last chance qualifier.
Proper's averaging like 2.5 kills per pulse bomb, but someone has the fans going nuts here in the stadium. I asked you, Jake, where do you put the Falcons in our Aramco power rankings? You put them near the top.
Look, I mean, when it comes to the Aramco power rankings, we've got to have Falcons in that top echelon. I have alongside them, I think T1, although they haven't been truly tested, as you said, Avril, I think that's fair to say, but I think honestly, everything we've seen out of them has been monstrous, and they could be a team that could be mold breaking right now. I mean, I was talking about this a little bit with Puckett before the show, and I know it's completely insane to say, but I gotta say, Doomfist has looked kind of all right. It's come out in some weird scenarios where teams maybe aren't necessarily putting their strongest foot forward. Maybe they're taking a big gamble when they're down bad or just styling on a weaker opponent. But for some reason, every time the hero comes out, it's doing well. And I think there's maybe some window for an interesting look from Donghack.
Chipsa and I are smiling ear to ear throughout this competition as Doomfist has made his return, a surprise return. But Team Liquid is one of the big topics on the day. I don't think they're running Doomfist because they're looking to run deep in this tournament. So far, they got a heavy advantage from their friend Magnus Carlsen, who took home chess last night. Let's take a look at everything that went down in the arena as Magnus locked in his trophy on the big stage. Magnus for Team Liquid. Raising the trophy means that Liquid is now eligible to take the title in our club championship. It's a $27 million tournament with $7 million going to first place. And you gotta think their Overwatch team could continue to rack up points for this Team Liquid lineup today, Johnny.
Yeah, I gotta say, there are so many teams in the running here, of course, and it was a close race. You know, when we started week 4 here, you know, that was Team Vitality at the top. We're looking at Falcons tied for 3rd, for example, still missing that win, that crucial win you need to be able to become a club championship winner, of course. But now Liquid, they win theirs with Magnus Carlsen, and they're in a prime position to end Esports World Cup strong.
Yeah, if you're looking at that leaderboard, it was kind of Team Liquid at the top, Falcons who got 2nd place in chess right behind them. But a little bit further down, there's an orange team that has a lot of people excited here in Riyadh. They go by the name of Vertus Pro, and we are joined by Nikita to talk about his squad live. Nikita, what is your role for VP right now?
Yeah, I work as a head of esports development. Basically, what I do is I try to identify the teams that will do good in their respective competitions. So yeah, this year we have a bunch of teams competing at EWC. I believe right now we got 17 teams already qualified. Yeah, we still got a few more rosters battling for their spots at the event. But yeah, so honestly, we are sitting at the 6th place right now. That's much better than last year, and we still have a month to go. So
let's take a look at some of your competitors that are left in the tournament. We have so many squads represented, and you mentioned 2 more LCQs still going on. You guys could qualify for Crossfire, maybe EA, the football club a little bit later in the tournament. But your Vertus Pro Overwatch team is doing pretty well. They went to the top 8 last year. They're back this year. I wanted to ask you, though, from VP, I thought you guys were all in 2024. You brought 8 rosters. You mentioned up to 19 rosters in 2025. How did you guys grow this fast?
yeah, so as one of the founding partners of EWC, we knew that this event would be there for many, many years to come. And we always wanted to be one of the biggest clubs, one of the most successful clubs in esports. Obviously, Overwatch was always there for us to see, to learn from it. And in 2024, that was one of the first titles that we entered. It was, I'd rather say it's a success for us. So yeah, this year we are at least copying the success from last year. But yeah, this time we got many more teams, and we hope to see many more title contenders to arrive to Riyadh and see what they're capable of.
Absolutely.
I wanted to ask you, of course, about the fact that you have to win one of these esports to be able to become a club championship winner. The fact you're taking part in so many esports, how difficult is it really to win one of the esports? Incredibly difficult, right?
Yeah, especially with so many upsets happening at EWC. Well, we see that coming from many other clubs that are trying to win the trophy, right? For example, Team Falcons, they're doing so well in club championship, but they have not yet won a single tournament. For us, let's say the Warzone team that's coming here next week, I see them as like one of the most promising teams in the discipline, especially since they won the qualifiers to World Series last week. So yeah, we'll see.
I'll be hosting that show, and there has been a ton of hype in our Discord about your team. They're going up against Falcons, though, the reigning champs. That is the team to beat. Avril, what do you got?
Yeah, I want to talk about your Overwatch team. Obviously, incredible game last night. 5 map bang. I'm sure you watched. I'm sure your heart must have been racing as well. But it's your second year in Overwatch. You guys did really well last year. What attracted you to this team? And what's your favorite thing about this Overwatch team?
I think that my personal favorite trait of the team is that everyone on the roster is really passionate about the game, but at the same time they are very serious. For example, Smash was kind of complaining to me yesterday that when he tries to be funny around them or like jokingly bully one of the players, they just don't respond that well as he expected. So yeah, they're really
playful.
Yeah. He's trying to do his thing, and as we see, they're doing pretty well so far. I hope that today's match will be as enjoyable for all the viewers as yesterday. But yeah, they're really great guys. They already showed everyone, especially during stage 1, what they're capable of. So yeah, let's see.
Last year, you guys finished just outside of the money, despite having 8 teams in the competition. This year, you're already in 6th place. What is the goal for Vertus Pro?
Our goal is really high. We are really ambitious. I wouldn't specify what place we aim for, but it's definitely higher than that we currently are. But yeah, the second half of EWC is still ahead of us. We got a bunch of really great teams, really great players coming to Riyadh. So yeah, let's see.
Well, best of luck. I know your team is waiting for you. You guys will be taking the stage in a little bit. For now, though, let's check in with our casters to see what they think could be the match going to a Game 5.
Jack, I spent like 2 hours in makeup and we got no camera time.
I don't think it matters. I'm going to be honest with you. Look, we just got to rest our voices, make sure we're prepped and ready for today. Like, we got the SMB match of the day, T1 and Team Liquid.
That's going to be really good. I'm a huge fan of Infected. Top tank in North America. No, and not near airport. Has to be near the finals, right?
No. Listen, Dong Hack is king. Guy's going to roll over them, bro. Don't you worry.
You might be right, but you guys will have to check it out.
16 teams arrived in Riyadh to chase glory, but rising above them all stands a team that strikes fear into the hearts of their rivals. A team forged in fire and hardened by heartbreak. This is Crazy Raccoon. After a breakout in 2024, Crazy Raccoon cemented themselves among the world's elite. But in the World Finals, they ran into a familiar wall, Team Falcons. A 1-4 loss that left a bitter taste.
지난 그랜드 파이널에서는 제가 새로 나온 준호 영웅에 대해서 약간 숙련도가 조금 없었고 이제 팀 전체적으로 이제 이기는 플랜이 조금 잘못됐던 것 같아요. 이제 다른 팀들이 좀 더 맞았던 것 같고 저희 팀이 틀렸던 것 같습니다. 그래서 조금 안 좋은 결과가 일어났던 것 같습니다.
But a new year brought new resolve. In Korea Stage 1, Crazy Raccoon fired back, taking down Zeta Division 4-2 and sending a message to the world. The Raccoons were not done. Yet just weeks later, history repeated itself. Another showdown with Falcons, another defeat, another lesson.
챔피언십 항저우에서 경기를 했을 때는 일단 저는 거의 한 100% 결승전에서 팔콘이랑 라쿤이 만날 줄을 알고 있긴 했고 이제 막상 만나니까 좀 이제 만나기 전에 좀 긴장도 되기도 하고 혼자 스스로 좀 마음가짐을 되짚었던 것 같아요. 이길 수 있다. 네, 그런 마음가짐을.
At Champions Clash, Crazy Raccoon were knocked down early.
What did I just witness? Crazy Raccoon knocked down to the lower bracket.
But they didn't fold. They battled through the lower bracket with grit and precision, setting the standard for resilience and redemption.
일단 클래시 우승했을 때 일단 뭐 전할 메시지라고 하면 딱히 이제 저희는 아직 건재하다. 이제 저희가 그 전에 앞전 경기가 아시아 결승전이었는데 한국에서 열리는 그걸 팔콘한테 져가지고 이제 사람들이 이제 좀 라쿤 좀 못한다라는 그런 좀 여론이 좀 있었는데 저희가 챔피언스를 이기고 나서 조금 우린 아직이다 아직 더 좀 헝그리하다 약간 그런 느낌이었던 것 같습니다.
Champions Clash conquered. The international doubters silenced. Ticket to Riyadh secured. And now, it's time to do it all over again.
We still hungry.
These ain't no normal trash pandas. Crazy Raccoon, our EWC returning champions, made a statement throughout group play. They rarely dropped a game up until that qualifier matchup where they were taken all the way to a Game 5. If they want to keep up with their winning ways, Mr. Snowden, how do they get it done?
Well, I think they gotta trust in their damage players. I mean, they're such game changers, and this is the one team that I think we have a little bit of a disagreement here on the panel. Of course, in our Aramco Power Rankings, you saw their contenders for now, but you take a look at their recent results. First in Korea Stage 2 and Stage 1, of course, they won the Champions Clash. This has been the most successful team since dating back to 18 months, pretty much. They've been so dominant, and I really do feel like they have that championship gene. So, entering the single elimination playoffs here, I think they can just turn it on. I think they are that good, and I'm not counting them out at all. This is a team that is able to adapt on the fly. So yes, they were a bit shaky map 5 to Liquid. I don't think they showed their true form against this team in Barrel right here. I think they honestly kind of just coasted a little bit. So I'm not counting out Crazy Raccoon. I still think they're one of the favorites to win the entire tournament, but it is to be said, they have to come out showing their best game here in the quarterfinals.
Johnny says they are more than a contender, but Avril, you've been riding the hate train with some of the community members. Why don't you think they belong in the top echelon of teams?
I'll say this much. I will still always predict Crazy Raccoon if I can, but right now in terms of the actual power rankings, this isn't the favored meta for Crazy Raccoon. They went to 5 maps against Team Liquid as well. Versus Varel, we can say maybe they were testing some stuff out, may have been hiding strats. Versus Liquid, they were truly pushed. That went to the limit. Liquid genuinely could have won that game as well. Crazy Raccoon, they are not the type of team that we're playing too much Brawl, too much of the Symmetra. They're going to try and counter that. They're going to try and play a lot of the ball. Maybe some fire. We saw some fire clips from Heesung there as well. So they need to be the team now, especially versus a team like Twisted Minds. They have to be on point to counter the Symmetra. I'm interested to see if they can find that correct counter and make their way to the finals. I'm never going to count them out, but in terms of power rankings, Falcons, another team that always go to finals, look a lot better.
I see Lip, he's saying Junbit and Max on tank have taken terms, and then we have Chorong and Shu. Who do you think is going to play for MVP in this matchup if Crazy Raccoons will win, Jake?
You know, really, I think the one who's got to step up the biggest or has the most pressure on their shoulders is Heesung. I think, you know, the flex DPS role, if you're a team that wants to play for this counter sim style, you want to try and punish the Symmetra, maybe like dive and kill off backliners, stay away from her. honestly, it's a lot of pressure on the flex DPS, whether they bring in the Venture or Heesang is expert on the Pharah. These are two very comfortable picks for Heesang, but they're not necessarily easy to play, especially against players as good as somebody like Quartz on the Cassidy, right? He could just have your number, and so Heesang is going to have to navigate some very difficult tests to make those flex DPS sing.
On top of that as well, I think Jimbin's another really interesting character we have to focus on alongside Max. You have two tanks on this Crazy Raccoon roster. They do swap in and out. We saw that in the Liquid game. Max did come in for, I believe, 3 maps, 2 of which that he did lose. Jimbin then subbed in for the final map. He won that one. But why we talk about Jimbin is he's the ball player. Still the best Wrecking Ball player in the world, in my opinion. Wrecking Ball is a potential sim counter. He's really going to be a linchpin for the team. But if they sub him out, this team with Crazy Raccoon hasn't looked that comfortable with Max in the tournament so far. That could be a concern.
This roster is stocked full of champions, so many talented players, and we caught up with one of them. Here's Lip.
Hey everybody, I'm joined by Lip from Crazy Raccoon. Lip, it's time. Quarterfinals. You guys are going up against Twisted Mind. I don't know if you saw the match yesterday, but they looked pretty good. So are you worried at all facing off against Twisted Mind? 자, 이제 8강전이 시작이 됩니다. 트마, 어제 경기력으로 봤을 때는 좀 굉장히 좀 무서운 실력을 보여줬던 것 같은데 어떻게 립 선수가 보셨을 때는 이번 경기 좀 어떻게 될 것 같으신가요?
일단 플레이오프에 모두 온 팀이니까 한 팀 한 팀 전부 다 약팀이라 생각하지 않고 좀 강팀이라 생각하면서 경기에 임할 것 같습니다.
Definitely they are a strong team because all the teams that are in the quarterfinals, you know, we got the top 8, so they have to be one of the stronger teams as well. We're going to give it all against Twisted Mind. I mean, you guys are about to jump into the game. Lip, how are you feeling? How is the game feeling right now? 자, 이제 곧 있으면 경기가 시작이 될 텐데 립 선수 지금 립 선수 컨디션과 또 지금 크레이지 라쿤 팀원들 다 전체적으로 분위기가 좀 괜찮나요?
일단 당연히 저희는 상대가 저희보다 잘하는 일이 없다라고 생각을 하고 저희만 원래대로 하던 대로 잘하면 모든 팀을 다 이길 수 있다는 생각이기 때문에 저희는 딱히 큰 걱정은 안 하고 있습니다.
I don't really worry too much because every time us Crazy Raccoons go into the match, we have this mindset that we are better. You know, we only have to focus on what we have prepared our performances, and that is how we are going to jump in the game. All right, last but not least, Lip. Anything you want to say before you head into the match? 자, 경기 시작하기 전에 마지막으로 한 말씀 부탁드릴게요.
당연히 큰 국제 무대인 만큼 우승하고 싶으니까 좀 빨리빨리 이겨서 결승전에 먼저 가도록 하겠습니다.
Definitely a big international stage, so we gotta give it our all. We're gonna try our best, show everything that we have, and move on as fast as possible in order to reach the finals and win that as well. All right, Lip, thank you so much. Best of luck to you in the match. Fighting!
Fighting! Very kind of the Korean basketball team to lend their center to Crazy Raccoon, but their opponent today is on the other side of the stage with a whole bunch of fans backing them. They go by the name of Twisted Minds, led by a star, Lucio, and Funny Astro. But the real stars here in Riyadh are the 3 Saudis on the squad. Talk to me about what you witnessed from Twisted Minds last night.
Well, it was a real wake-up call taking that first loss to Sign Esports, but they really stepped it up and they look much better. Of course, taking a look at the results, it's been a very competitive region, taking 4th in Stage 1 and 2nd in Stage 2, but this is a team that keeps improving. I love the pace they were playing with last night, and I think that was the big difference maker we saw from Twisted Minds. At first, they were very static. You know, they sat back. They tried to peel all of this damage from the Venture and the Freya. But yesterday, Quartz on the Sojourn, taking these wide angles and trying to get some of this poke damage in. Sign Esports, they didn't stand a chance. And honestly, after the first map, it just looked like it was going to be a 3-0. Twisted Minds were so dominant, like they figured it out. So in today's matchup, I want to see Twisted Minds continue playing with that pace.
Jake, I don't feel like Quartz missed any bullets last night. Is auto ammo out here?
Absolutely not. This guy just gets it done every time. I mean, one of the best in the world. Some might say the best in the world when it comes to that core hit scan in the backline. I think Yubi is going to be another crucial factor in this game.
Huge
I don't think
IGL.
Yubi has really experienced this level of test. The Crazy Raccoon is probably going to be the toughest team in the world in terms of a team that wants to play and hard counter that Sim. However, I think Sim's the meta. I think Sim is going to end up winning this tournament in the end, and I think there's not many teams like Twisted Minds who are as experienced, as comfortable on this style. So Quartz and Yubi, the combination, the Cassidy, the Sim, maybe the Sojourn here and there, it's just got to be perfectly played to deal with the Crazy Raccoon.
I will say, looking at this roster, what I love about them, unlike Vertus Pro, who doesn't like to joke around, these guys are constantly giggling. It's all smiles when they take the stage, Avril.
You gotta have a good time. You gotta build that confidence, especially when you're about to go up against the defending champion of Hangzhou, Champions Clash. I mean, like Jake said, Crazy Raccoon is gonna be the toughest challenge so far. We saw a slip up early on with this team against Sign. I'm glad they brought that one back because they need a strong 3-0. They need a strong looking Twisted Minds with the reputation they came in challenge the tournament with to be able to take down a team like Crazy Raccoon. They need to really be careful about some of these bans coming on through because UB's going to get targeted, Sim is going to get banned, Bunny Asher is going to get targeted, Lucio is going to get banned. How Twisted Minds navigate through those types of bans when Crazy Raccoon deploy them is going to be how Twisted Minds can find the victory.
Great call.
And one thing we haven't discussed, Pocket, the fans in the arena, of course, they've been turning up big time for Twisted Minds. And when you find yourself in that arena, it's pretty close. The fans are pretty close to the players. It's definitely going to be a factor for Crazy Raccoon. How do you deal with all those loud Twisted Minds fans? I think someone like Yubi is going to feed off that energy we saw in the cameras yesterday. And so I think Twisted Minds, on this stage, they do have an advantage over Crazy Raccoon in their fan base turning up.
Jake, I wanted to ask you in particular about KSA. I feel like we're talking UV, we're talking courts nonstop, but the tanks have such an impact in the current games now that it's just 5-on-5.
KSA is a rock-solid player, and that's exactly what they need today. I think something like the Diva might need to come out in dealing with some of these wild counter comps, some things that Crazy Raccoon loves to play, such as Shoes, Ana, Hiseng on the far. The Diva could be an asset there, but KSA has that incredible flexibility. I expect to see probably, for the most part, Ramatra here playing that stable frontliner, but he's been the one to weather the storm through many trials and tribulations with this squad, right? He's under tremendous pressure, I think, in a tank role with players like Yubi and Quartz who, demand a ton of resources, are trying to lead the team. And for KSA, you have to kind of keep all of that somehow together into one cohesive unit. And that's a massive challenge, but it's one that I think KSA could rise to.
One of the best parts of Overwatch is we have incredible coaching staff. Twisted Mind says they don't need a coach. They have UV, but the coach on the other side is going to be making some important decisions. Let's take a look at our maps and modes that are available here. Remember, this is a 1st to 3 all the way up to our grand final. Avril, what do you expect to see in this series?
Obviously, we're going to start with Lijiang Tao. I think if you're Twisted Minds, you want to be able to stick to as many brawl-type maps as possible. Circuit Royale, Shambali Monastery, these are going to be really highlights for Twisted. For Crazy Raccoon, they might bring through something like a Gibraltar, put the uncomfortable position onto Twisted Minds. Remember, Crazy Raccoon are going to be the counter team today. They're not going to be the team playing Sim. They're going to play the fire. They're going to play the ball. It's really going to be up to Twisted Mind to see how much they can rely on the meta, because I agree with Jake, they are playing the current meta. But Crazy Raccoon, they might be the best anti-meta team in the world.
Johnny, they just threw up a bonus 3 minutes on the clock for our players to get ready before they take the stage. So while we have this time, I do want to highlight the one blemish on Crazy Raccoon's career so far. You finished on the top of both of your Korean stages, but here in Riyadh, you were taken to a Game 5 by GK, a North American squad that is trying to climb the ranks, but not quite there yet. How do Crazy Raccoons walk away with a clean win, and where did they fall short in that match against GK?
Well, really, going back to stage 2, I think this is a team that kind of suffered in the regular season as well as they were qualifying for Esports World Cup. So the fact they went to map 5 here in the group stage as well, yes, you could look at that as a blemish, but I really do think this is a team that levels up as the competition progresses. And so the fact that you went to map 5, I don't read into that too much. I think now when they had a day off, they got to adjust to some of these other teams. They got to come up with solutions. I think this is a very creative team with a lot of flexibility to their name. So I think they're going to come in today's matchup. You have a very strong idea of what Twisted Mind's strengths are and what they're going to do. They're going to utilize their bans to the fullest potential to give them the best advantage possible. I'm not worried at all about the fact they went to map 5. I don't read into that. Some others might. I didn't.
Avril, on the flip side of this, we saw Twisted Minds losing their first match to Sign Esports, and for a moment, I thought they were vulnerable to the Widowmaker. Is there anything Crazy Raccoon could throw at them, or Twisted Minds could do the opposite direction?
I mean, the Venture is going to be available for Hiseng as well. His flexibility is going to be quite important. The Lip versus Quartz battle is going to be very important. We saw that a lot of the success that we saw from Twisted Minds yesterday, Quartz really lighting up the kill feed, and that's the same thing that Tree was able to do on Liquid when Liquid went to map 5 against Crazy Raccoon in their group stage game. A lot of Tree success on Sojourn brought Liquid to the absolute limit and pushed Crazy Raccoon to that limit as well. So I want to see Colt step up against Lip. That could be a winning factor.
Players got everything plugged in, which means we are 1 minute to this stage, which means I need your final answers. I'm starting here at the beginning of the couch. Avril, who wins our first to 3 of the day?
Like I said, I'm going to stick with Crazy Raccoon until they lose. I think they are not playing the meta, but I do think they're the better team.
How many games?
3-1.
3-1. Jake?
It'd be absolutely crazy to predict Twisted Minds in this matchup. It'd be ridiculous. It'd be twisted, and that's why I got to go for them. I think the winds are blowing the way of Twisted Minds right now. I think they're playing the right meta, and I'm worried about Crazy Raccoon. I think maybe if you pound for pound, maybe they're still the favorites, but if there was ever a moment, today is the day. I got to go Twisted Minds.
True or false? You were given a brain plushie. The fans won you over.
Bribes.
Okay,
No bribes.
No prize. 20 seconds, Johnny.
I love it, Jake. I'm going to go with Crazy Raccoon. They've been the most dominant team the past 18 months. I think they're a championship team. I think they're going to continue with that today, Pocket.
And my final answer here, they're EWC champions. They're going for back-to-back. It's all about the Raccoons today. Make some noise, because it's time to go to the STC Arena to get this party started.
And just like that, we are down to our final 8. The quarterfinal matches are locked, and now it is time for the playoffs.
Absolutely. Overwatch 2 at the Esports World Cup is back, and the group stage had it all. It had heartbreak, it had redemption, and dark horses emerging.
Yeah, and you know what? We could not have scripted this any better, because today, to kick things off, we are about to see champions facing off against the hometown heroes. This is going to be a good one. Yes, please.
Absolutely. By the end of today, only 4 teams will remain and will head to the semi-finals, and 4 keys are set to shatter across the stage.
That's right, but you all have to keep in mind that we're not just playing for the OWCS Midseason Championship title and, you know, the money and fame that goes with that. We also have to think about the club championship leaderboard here, because right now Team Liquid actually at the very top of that, Falcons close behind, and plenty of orgs still on the chase. So really the next 48 hours will be crucial in shaping and defining the EWC here in Riyadh.
Absolutely. So it's only time for the first quarterfinal match, and we're ready to welcome the first team. We have the challengers, having a slow start at the group stage, but then came back at the last minute with vengeance and got the playoff spot. Please welcome Twisted Minds.
And their opponents, the most dominant and accomplished team in this new era of Overwatch 2, but they've been caught slipping. They have the targets on the back. They are the team to beat. Make some noise for Crazy Raccoon.
Can Crazy Raccoon defend their EWC title, or will they face an upset and an early exit out of this single elimination? Let's find out.
No more second chances here. Crazy Raccoon and Twisted Minds on their final lifeline in the playoffs. Crazy Raccoon coming out of Group A with that #1 seed. Twisted Minds with a lackluster start against Sign Esports, smashed them with a 3-0 to find themselves here in this series.
And both teams have slipped up at some point. Think about the Game 5 from Crazy Raccoon against Team Liquid, not resulting in a loss, but it raised some doubts. The desk talked about that in Twisted Minds. Well, they were trying to avoid Crazy Raccoon, but unfortunately that first match, they did not bring the heat. And now they have to face the final boss of EWC with a real chance to dethrone the champs.
Scary position even for Crazy Raccoon to be in this. It's not an upper bracket, it's a single bracket. We got no losers. They ended up going down to Nightmare in that first major to start out the year. Then they had to battle their way through to the grand finals, which they did end up taking. But if they make one small slip up here, it could be one of the biggest upsets in OWCS history. I spotted Astro walking to the venue a little bit earlier on. I said, Eno, hey, like, what's going on? How did that Sign Esports game happen? You were so confident going in. It was like, it was just a slip up. We were good to go after that. And, you know, you could see what happened, a little 3-0.
Yeah.
I said, Crazy Raccoon, champions, not only at EWC, they ended up losing last year's World Finals, but they ended up winning the Hangzhou Major. I mean, that's got to rack your nerves a little bit, but no, he's 100% confident. He feels like this is the series that they can win. He said scrims are going well, but then he always says that.
Yeah, you always got to say that. You got to give confidence to the casters, but overconfidence is both a blessing and a curse to Twisted Minds. They said that they look unbeatable, and then they have, but at least they got that out of the way. But now they got to bring their A game, and ever since that Sign Esports first encounter from Twisted Minds, they have been flawless from there on out. Crazy Raccoon got #1 seed for a reason. They're your EWC 2024 champions for a reason, and the country is watching over Twisted Minds. The Ultras are in the crowd, ready to bring and feed that energy to their players. I'm excited for this match.
It was an interesting game versus Team Liquid as well, with Crazy Raccoon going to that 5 mapper. And like, look, you see the tanks from Crazy Raccoon sub in and out. But in all honesty, if you even just look at the stats, it feels like Chumbin is the shoe-in here. When Max comes in, they do look a little bit weaker. I'm curious if we're gonna, as the series progresses, see Max come in, or if they are just gonna stick with Chumbin. And I think I wanna pick up what Avra was saying as well. The bans are gonna be so crucial here. You know for a fact, if you're Twisted Minds, that man on your screen is going to get targeted. Funny Astro's Lucio, a world-class player, has been for many years, even going back to the Overwatch League on LA Gladiators. He's going to get targeted. Simple as well, who's been a standout, honestly, superstar player in the backline for TM throughout the course of the stage too.
A lot of choices of backlines. I'm worried about the target towards Yubi. The Symmetra has been a staple for Twisted Minds, and the secondary choice for Yubi is to go to that Tracer. You look at the Heesing versus Yubi Tracer matchup, a lot of people would put money on Crazy Raccoons to take that, but this is a best of 5, so there's a lot of maps. You can't ban the same hero twice for one team, so Crazy Raccoon have to choose that moment carefully of when they want to get rid of that Symmetra and what comps they want to force.
I think a lot of teams as well, and I think maybe some of the audience too, want to see a bit of a different finals look as well. Of course, Falcons being on the opposite side of the bracket could result in a Crazy Raccoons Team Falcons final yet again. But a lot of teams, Alcatia being one of them as well, being a team that has upset and can continue to do so. Their match versus VP is later on today. Of course, 3 Korean teams remain in this playoffs. You've got T1 and Falcons obviously down in that other side of the bracket. It's going to be an interesting day, and like they were saying on the desk, the whole audience, or the majority it feels like, behind Twisted Minds currently. We're just getting into the first map, just loading everybody into the lobby, and we're going to start out on Lijiang Tower.
Lijiang Tower, both have actually picked Lijiang Tower every time they were the higher seed. Out of the 2 map losses that Twisted Minds had, Lijiang Tower was one of them. They slipped up in that first match, but haven't lost since. But they need to be aware of the Crazy Raccoon Heesang Pharah. Whether it's the Pharah, the Echo, and then if you ban one of them, he's going to bring out the other. Even on Control Center, which is not the strongest for the Flyers. And Twisted Minds have run Symmetra into the ground unless it gets banned. So when are they going to want to bring that out? How early in the series? And Crazy Raccoon are obviously capable of running any comp from Hammond, Winston, the Brawlers, the Flyers, mirroring the Symmetra, maybe even the Venture, as the desk pointed out. So to beat the versatility, I just don't think you can ban against Crazy Raccoon, but definitely could pick at the weaknesses of Twisted Minds.
You can't be yawning, Lip. Come on now. You're on stage. 2 minutes until we get into this map. See Quartz kind of zipping up the jacket as well. And yeah, Crazy Raccoon really are this counter-meta team. Jake said Sim is going to win this tournament. A good Sim team. And there's no better place to look than Twisted Minds playing that Sim. I mean, even going back to like last year, stage 1, what won the whole thing? It was Sim. It was a Sim Mauga comp. Not so much Mauga these days, but that's Sim TPing everybody around and being able to get on top of the backline. It's hard against Crazy Raccoons, that's to be said, but if there's one team that can bust out the Sim at a world-class level, it's this one.
Yeah, Twisted Minds basically invented the composition. That was a huge part of their success at the Overwatch World Cup from 2023 to all the tournaments they won, all the matches and the supremacy that Twisted Minds have built up to this point. And this is not just about the EWC champs versus the Twisted Minds, the rising stars, the hearts of Saudi on this team, but also a regional matchup of EMEA versus Korea. Everyone's been boot camping, everyone's been trying to figure out who is the best region. And Twisted Minds, based on what they learned from the Gen G boot camp, they felt that this region, this team is beatable, and they have to prove it here and now.
It was kind of bad though as well if you think about it. I mean, Alcatia and VP are also on this side of the bracket. Only one EU team can remain if they end up taking this series. And with this kind of counter-comp that Crazy Raccoon have been bringing out, I think one of the scariest aspects of that might just be that Pharah. It's been rearing its head over the last stage or so. I mean, every now and then you'd see that to kind of counteract the sim. Impossible to TP on someone when you're basically sitting in the skybox. Junbin, of course, starting today on Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, especially on Lijiang Tower, this is pretty friendly to the Hammond. Of course, when you go to Control Center, you're going to want to bring either the Orisa or the Ramatra out to brawl for that server side. It's just going to be way too enclosed for a Hammond. I'm excited for this first map, though. Lijiang Tower, this is picked by Crazy Raccoon. Twisted Minds, they have fought this battle before. They have to show up here and now.
No more second chances. You lose here, you are out. The winner advances to face the winner of Alcatia and VP as we load in to Lijiang Tower. I'll give you the bans as well. Crazy Raccoon coming in, banning the Cassidy from TM. And TM, they're saying, hey, we've seen your ball comp. We're going to ban that away.
So now that the Hammond's off the table, you got to wonder, would Junbin want to replace that with the Winston or just go into that brawl mirror with both Ramatra and Orisa available? But when you get rid of the Cassidy, you wonder, you just want to get rid of the deterrent for the dive as we'll begin on Night Market.
Yeah, Night Market is the stage, and hey, Twisted Minds, they're going to default to the Sojourn. There's no doubt about it. I like the Cassidy ban, I really do, from Crazy Raccoon. Quartz just devastating on the hit scan.
All right, Heesang on the flyer. Quartz, a deadly hit scan. I don't know if you're going to want to mess with this, and Lip will have to keep him in check.
Junbin on the Winston too. The gates, they've unlocked, they've opened as we head into our first quarterfinal match of the day. Crazy Raccoon, they're going full counter comp here, and it looks like Twisted Minds spotting that. They're switching up completely. Yep, KSA onto the Diva.
Yeah, this is perfect to try and bully that Winston out of the bubble, but you need to place a Symmetra early on the point to get those turrets set up. This is going to be really good to defend. Can't underestimate the power of the displacement too of the Diva and finding those environmental kills and chasing down the Flyers. This is such a good swap from KSA.
And that's a beautiful first pick as well. No better than it being Quartz, honestly, with Lip taking a railgun headshot. Junbin next is Twisted Minds. All they got to do is just dodge out of Heesang's rockets. And with the teleporter as well, as soon as Junbin makes a leap, you can just aggressively TP if you'd like. Lip switching over to Sojourn.
Having to attack into this with the fire, though, is going to be really tricky. Thank goodness, though, that Twisted Minds are just going to play on the point. So he's saying to be playing around the perimeter, try and make this Quartz uncomfortable. But the teleport's going to allow for rotations. They're not going to be split up.
Funny, Astra gets dunked, though, by Lip. They do end up trading as a rush is deployed on the point. Heesang pretty low. And oh, Quartz! Half HP takes the skies and just snipes Heesang. Really early rush shooters as well from TM. Might be able to get a stagger onto Shu. Nope, has Swift step up. As you can hear the crowd already. Every single kill that comes in for TM on their feet.
Try and take this map against the champs. Would be off to a good foot. Twisted Minds have been flawless so far. This beat is going to be critical, but where can Heesang try to sneak up? Quartz has found good shots so far. Heesang is going around the perimeter, TPing off.
They've TP'd again. Lip's dead first yet again. Heesang, matrixed. You see his head cocking there. He knows that was his maybe opportunity to get a big barrage kill, but KSA had the matrix on him. Final fight for Twisted Minds. They're TPing all the way to the spawn. Heesang's in trouble. Overclock. Oh, his quad snipes him. And now Crazy Raccoon might have to use ults to get out of spawn.
Not gonna, yeah, they are gonna overextend, but they will get back. Kitsune Rush, all the ults built up. Twisted Minds are proactive, and Crazy Raccoon gotta get there quick. They have the ults, Primal to stall. Junbin has the touch.
They got the touch. Rush on the point for Simple is almost lapped. Shu, it felt like. Sound Barrier connects with 5 on Crazy Raccoons as UB TP's away from the Primal Rage. And Heesang now holding onto this barrage. Doesn't want to throw it in just yet, fearing that the wall might be his own demise. UB Astro end up falling. And it's Twisted Minds collect 99% on the point. A fairly cheap fight, though, it must be said, from Crazy Raccoon. They do end up only using the Sound Barrier and the Primal Rage.
Being able to defend with the fire is going to be great as well. I'm wondering where Heesang's going to want to set up. It could be over the main doorway to just try and get an early barrage going. Twisted Minds, though, how are they going to try and teleport onto the point? They need to mark this far at all times. And you see Junbin's going to do some scouting, and he can afford to take some of that damage. Twisted Minds will have, of course, a sustain. They got the self-destruct, a second life for KSA. UB at the front door will be able to TP the team to the point, but do they want to try and save that TP to get to the very back to access someone like Lip? They're going to set up Quartz for a ranged battle against Lip. We'll see how this goes.
Yeah, it looks like they were trying to pivot there to capture Lip. There's a Sound Barrier, but it doesn't actually end up connecting Quartz, sadly, but Junbin still ends up going down. Lip just looking at the Matrix as the barrage rains death from above. It's a big trade here, but Lip's 10 HP against Simple. Oh, but Simple gets him. A trade is not good enough, though, as UB, the only member surviving from Twisted Minds, gets taken down by the support duo, Chorong and Shu.
That was a little too close for comfort, though. Crazy Raccoon will just barely hold on. That took all of their ultimates. Twisted Minds will have Kitsune Rush advantage coming up, unless they can get lucky with these picks. Quartz has been a difference maker. Close call. Lip is very low. This is the window for Twisted Minds.
Bro is just peeking him over and over again. Oh, a TP onto Shu is going to be good for one. Simple has the rush. This is the momentum they need now. It's going to be a fairly easy fight too. That bubble's already dead, although Funny Astro gets caught out in the mid. The rush goes on to the point. Now good luck fighting into this if you're anybody from Crazy Raccoon. They've already lost Junbin, so the staying power is cut to almost 0. Choron close to the Sound Barrier, peeks his head through the window, but Quartz has his number! Overclock will finish off Lip. Heesang didn't stand a chance. Twisted Minds with round 1.
That almost looked like it was going to be 100-0. They silenced Heesang on the flyer. Took, what, a ton of ults? I mean, stacking all 5, not using all 5, but a lot of effort for Crazy Raccoon to wake up and smell the coffee. And then just trying to hold the front door. Came down to the sustain. And 2 supports, Strong and Shu, extending this to the final moments. But it's Twisted Minds drawing first blood from the EWC champs.
They needed that beat. 3% away from the Sound Barrier, and maybe it's turnable. The STC replay there. Set the crowd on their feet every single time TM get a kill. Rolling out now onto Gardens, same comp for Crazy Raccoon.
Here's the initial setup. Twisted Minds would like to get these turrets set up in dojos so they can avoid some of this flyer damage from Heesang. And Twisted Minds have been good at putting pressure onto Heesang. He cannot get comfortable, and Shu has to pay close attention. Junbin's gonna jump in.
Versus Quartz now on the point. Quartz sliding away. Lip, fully charged railgun shot right now, but Twisted Minds in a good spot. You have to fight into this, and fighting into the turrets is gonna be rather tough as Chorong TP'd upon. I'm telling you, man, Twisted Minds, best sim team in the world, right? It's gotta be said. UB is the scariest Symmetra player here in the tournament. It's proven exactly why. Crazy Raccoon, they end up losing Lip, losing the point. Now they have to go for a refight on bridge.
Yeah, the main points of control with this Symmetra teleport has been holding Dojo, going to White Room, and Twisted Minds will hold control. They'll have Mega Pack, Kitsune Rush to retake. They gotta help KSA.
Yeah, Simple has been farming these ults. Already got it. Shu's 25% behind. A TP behind them as well. Crazy Raccoon, they've got to be expecting this at some point. UB does end up going down. I'd imagine that was a boop out of the teleport to kill off the Sim. Simple going extremely aggro though, just taking the 1v1 versus Lip. You're taking a 1v1 versus the God like that. Ends up going down to Junbin in the end as Crazy Raccoon
It's good cleave, and for Crazy Raccoon to win that when Kitsune Rush was popped, very impressive. Twisted Minds, Barrier V, Barrier, Junbin's gonna have Primal. He's gonna wanna use this to extend and try to match this score. They should be able to do so. He's saying, can he find a good moment though? If Twisted Minds go to White Room, this could be dangerous for the Barrage.
That was close. Sound barrier though, super aggro on Chong, super low, almost got Ajax there. You saw the game plan in Twisted Mind's eyes. They wanted that Ajax, that Lucio. The Barrage though, too slippery for Twisted Minds. Quartz though taking to the skies. That's one, that's two hits. He needs a third. He got it, but the heals are coming in clutch from Shu to heal up Heesang. Chong from across the map. Cheerios thrown at Quartz. It's a trade, but Junbin still on the point with the Primal Rage. Funny Astro. Whoa, okay, Chong dies to self-destruct. Funny Astro's there to touch, but no, he doesn't have the firepower to take down two people.
Yeah, just the power of the Diva, the hit scan from Simple, Quartz, like Heesang's doing his best to find value and at least a consistent damage. Just need Lip to find these final blows onto Twisted Minds. It is Crazy Raccoon in the lead and the Primal comes out.
Yeah, Primal into White Room, perfect place to play, but look at all that damage coming through already to Junbin. Chong booping Yubi off the edge of the map. That's a quick fight.
Very quick, Crazy Raccoon getting now to final fight territory to force that round 3, and Lip can pop the overclock early. You want to try and get ahead of where this TP from Twisted Minds is going to come from. The barrier could help them hold some real estate on the point and force the flip. Zone out Crazy Raccoon before the fight is won. Kitsune Rush going to be important. Quartz, Sojourn.
Yeah, look for the snipe on the Widow, but straight back, final fight, like you said. Both DPS ults available from Crazy Raccoon, or Heesang has his in a second. This wall is going to be pivotal though to win the fight, and they are going fast, they're going early. Heesang spotted by Quartz. Quartz thinks better of it though, fighting around the shield a lot more valuable, and now Lip has to get away, get an alternate angle, but Quartz has already turned this fight. Heesang healed off, although Chorong again. Chorong has been so good with these boops, punishing Yubi's position after the TP.
So aggressive here, Kitsune Rush from Shu, and Twisted Minds may not have an answer. They're just gonna leave the fight. This is smart, but now it's overtime. You're gonna need to barrier engage.
They're gonna get there. Sound barrier through the window. Hello, Astro. Doesn't end up cutting Quartz in the overhealth though, sadly, as Lip just dashes away, got an overclock of his own. Heesang finishes off Simple with the Barrage as Lip finds his alternate angle to shoot a KSA, getting around the defense matrix. Oh, the directs are clean. Heesang's woken up today as Crazy Raccoon get that second round.
It was good for Twisted Minds to try and barrier on the point with the Symmetra, force the flip, but the Kitsune Rush retake from Crazy Raccoon was just too strong. They are the dive masters for a reason. And Quartz, his main job has been to stare down Heesang, make him uncomfortable, have Shu need to babysit him. But ultimately, the cohesion from this dive of Crazy Raccoon was simply too much to punish Yubi on the overextension.
Oh, the boot.
Ooh,
that was nice.
Swung things in favor of Crazy Raccoon.
Oh. Must say I love the slow-mos. These directs are nasty too, look at this.
That was sick.
Whew. Heesang. Okay. Heesang is just so good on this Pharah. True counter-comping the Symmetra. Quick TP out for Heesang and back over to the Pharah.
Junbin's still going to be on the Winston. This is not the best tank to try and fight into server, so KSA should be able to outbully him. You could TP from server into coast side, maybe to try and access someone like Lip. He has to be aware he's not on Sojourn. He's not going to have as much mobility. Diva has been the right answer for KSA.
Yeah, I mean, instant swap. Feels like you should almost expect it at this point as well with the amount Heesang is playing the Pharah. It's an odd position, like you said. You can't really take server room if you're Crazy Raccoon, so they're opting for this pedestal outside. That's a good stick as well. Yubi's 1 HP, that's the call from Lip. First blood there from Junbin. Point unlocked. Quartz is in a nightmarish, a hellish situation there. Just get out eventually. Astro not quite so lucky.
I think Junbin's using the bubbles to try and break up the heals around KSA, force a lot of Matrix, and Simple has to TP in. You identify those cooldowns, and Crazy Raccoon could try and find these supports. So Junbin's making this Winston work. He's going to be able to cleave, is trying to build up towards the Primal. Kitsune Rush, though, is in favor of Simple, so this is how Twisted Minds could lead in. Crazy Raccoon should really consider disengaging while trying to also stall out the point and not give up a needless recap.
Simple has been looking good on this Kiriko, always getting this rush before Shu, and they're making good use of it as well. They're going quick. Quartz, though, low HP as the rest of Crazy Raccoons scatter, jump back into their dumpsters. And, well, look at this. The sound barrier is going to put even more pressure on Lip. He fires the bolus onto the point, but Quartz still finds a kill onto Heesang. High in the sky is the Farah, but it's so easy when Quartz has a good line of sight. Lip, though, receives the sound barrier in a 4v5. They think they can win it, and especially with this Primal Rage, good luck actually sustaining the team. But Funny Astro, with a mean left hook, takes care of Junbin.
Funny Astro was too swifty, Heesang was dead, and Lip just couldn't connect on those critical shots to try and help Junbin, although that looked in dire straits. And then Heesang kind of randomly barraged there. I thought that was going to be a swap angle because it's so difficult to try and attack, but he's going to take a perimeter side. Heesang could get a lucky double rocket. He's looking for where Quartz is sitting.
Yeah, they're going to go early again. They got this wall to use too, but they want to make it a cheap fight. Junbin pretty low, but actually Crazy Raccoon have flipped the map. Junbin does need some severe help though. Ends up jumping up to high ground, a bit more inassailable. KSA goes pretty low, but with the wall deployed, it's going to be an easy situation for him to get healed back up. Trong escorting Lip around the map, but now they're completely split. Junbin still trying to pressure the point, but Twisted Minds can't actually get on top of Crazy Raccoon. Eventually they're pushing out Shu and Chong, but the kills actually need to come in. KSA loses mech, but has the remech, but quickly killed off by Junbin. Another perfectly placed bubble earns him the kill.
Shu was 1 HP, and KSA should have gotten that kill, but he went for the bomb to try and get the recap, and was not good.
Simple. Oh, he's going to take on Heesang. He's going to try at the very least. A TP away, he's looking for it, but Heesang denies him the teleport. As Crazy Raccoon now on 60+%.
That missed opportunity on Shu could have made all the difference, and he was able to build up towards a Kitsune rush. Junbin as Primal. This is gonna go to 99 to decide map 1.
They go in again, but Shu's not too far behind this time around. There is the rush. No sound barriers, but Chong's the first target for Funny Astro. Wall riding up to him, and he's as dead as the metaverse now as Yubi is just lasering down Lip. But somehow Lip still survives. A 1v1 of the century now as Lip tries to take on Quartz, but Lip has the backup, but it does not matter because Astro is there as well.
Can't believe Twisted Minds flipped that, and now it's still going to get to 99, and Quartz are around. It will go to Twisted Minds.
A direct onto Quartz. This is disastrous. The Primal Rage from Junbin. He stayed alive way too long. Twisted Minds needed that kill. A barrage from the skies. The Diva's Matrix ran out and the mech evaporated. A molten pile of metal now on the floor as Crazy Raccoon cap the point and finish out map 1 strong.
That was insane. Twisted Minds looked like they should have won that final fight, and then their supports got collapsed on. Funny Astro was even getting on the kill feed. That was as close as it gets. Round 3, Crazy Raccoon bringing out the Winston. Don't care about the Diva. They work together. This was insane. Now having to ditch the fray as the pace of this game has been elevated. You needed the Sojourn. Heesang forced Quartz to change. And Simple had to duel against him, but no one could stand against Heesang. He brings out the Flyers on this map especially, and it's been deadly.
And Control is an interesting game mode for the Farah too. You're really betting on what round ends up showing up. But Lijiang Tower is one of the better ones for Farah. As we move on into the next map, Twisted Minds, that's got to be in the forefront of their minds. As we see both Psycho, Moon up on the stage, deciding where they want to ban and where Twisted Minds want to go.
Yeah, if Twisted Minds lose, they pick Circuit Royale against Sign Esports. Very strong Symmetra map. You have to prepare, though, for the Max, Sigma, or Orisa. And to face a possible Symmetra mirror if Crazy Raccoon dare to challenge the Symmetra gods at this composition.
Just show Junbin kind of moving around there. We'll see if he does end up getting swapped out for Max.
Definitely.
Still deliberating. Got about a minute, of course, on the bans and the picks.
Of course, the Symmetra ban is still on the table, so that's the big question. Are Crazy Raccoon gonna want to mirror that or not? Because I think this would be a great time to try and get that off the table and force Yubi into a Tracer mirror or a Venture or anything but the Symmetra.
Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, I think I just saw Junbin get up, so potentially Max getting subbed in for this second map. No subs, of course, for Twisted Minds. Psycho, of course, being kind of an interim coach, standing behind them. Used to play a lot of the Tracer, a little bit of the May as well when he was playing. But this is the core 5 that TM have had a lot of success on.
Backline's going to be interesting here for Crazy Raccoon. They've liked the Ana and the Juno. They had an insane, like, over 2-minute cap against Vero in their very first match. They came out swinging. Double flags the BAP. Ilari on defense we've seen, like I said, out of Crazy Raccoon. Circuit Royale on the Twisted Minds side, well, it's Juno, Ilari, maybe even the BAP. Simple has been touted as such an incredible player, an amazing addition to this team.
Ridiculous flags. Like, insane.
The backline's going to really have to flex on this one. It's going to be a good one.
Yeah, I did speak to Astro when Simple did end up getting picked up. I was like, hey, like, how is he fitting in with the rest of the team? And said, hey, it slots in perfectly. And he's just a god. He's just a god gamer. And the Ilari was something that I looked at. The BAP as well was just so terrifying. And he was getting ahead of Shu. Like, Shu is the GOAT flex support. Like, straight up. His Ana is legendary. Everything he plays just, it does turn to gold. And look, if you're able to kind of get ahead of Shu, so even win some 1v1s versus him, like, you know, Simple is really getting up there. Can't reach GOAT status just yet. But it's only a matter of time, it feels like.
Of course, the Venture ban could be an option for either team that want to run the Symmetra and just not have any worries. Of course, a lot of teams like to ban Lucio to just slow things down. And then on the side of Twisted Minds, they've gotten rid of the Freya a lot because they really much prefer Quartz on the Sojourn and forcing that mirror.
Yeah, before we jump into the game, I will tell you it is going to be Circuit Royale chosen by Twisted Minds. They end up banning Farah first, and a Ramatra ban to follow by Crazy Raccoon. As Max sets up, though, we're going to jump to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Map 2 up soon.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify. The official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Hey guys, it's Lemon Kiwi. I'm here again with my girl Eterno from MLBB. You have your championship match going on right now.
Grand finals are on right now, and we're in the first match out of a best of 7.
This is very loud in here. How important is this for Team Liquid?
I think it really is, right? If they want to make it to the club championship, they want to secure themselves that first place position, they got to get this. And right now in game number 1, it's not looking too good. I got to be honest with you.
Yeah, they're going to need those 1,000 points, but we still got Team Liquid in Overwatch. Go and cheer them on later, y'all.
What's up, everybody? Danny Lim here, joined by Xander from PUBG Mobile. Xander, I heard that you guys are in the heat of the moment right now. This is Grand Finals Day 2. Can you summarize what's going on right now in the PUBG Mobile side?
Yeah, so we're halfway through at the moment. It's pretty amazing at the moment. Yangon Galacticos currently at the top, kind of an unexpected team. Wow. And so many other squads coming in there. Right now, Team Falcons aren't doing so hot.
I mean, talking about Team Falcons, I know in the other games they're doing pretty well. I think in overall club championship rankings, they're ranked number 2 currently, followed Pro. And then on top it's the Team Liquid. On Overwatch side, we're just getting started. We're starting the quarterfinals. Both of Team Liquid and Team Falcons are going to be playing, so that is exciting. But yeah, thank you so much.
You're welcome. You're welcome. At least they made it to the finals.
I watched the game.
All right, we're back for map 2. Crazy Raccoon versus Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds taking Crazy Raccoon to 3 rounds on Lijiang Tower as we head into our second map, Circuit Royale. TM banning the Pharah and Crazy Raccoon banning Ram.
Yeah, just to re-mention that Twisted Minds, they have picked this before. Out of the 2 maps they've lost, this was one of them, but that was at the beginning. This is them now. And they banned the Pharah, Twisted Minds banned the Pharah first. Rather, okay, yeah, sure, he's saying just in case, but rather to protect the role. They want to make sure that Crazy Raccoon can't target the Symmetra, so I'm definitely expecting Twisted Minds to bring that out. And speaking of people that will be bringing out, we got Max in the lineup.
They've been screaming the whole break as well. Yeah, Max coming in. It's been a bit disappointing, I think, for Crazy Raccoon. Max hasn't had the strongest showing here. Feels like Jumbin's had a bit more success, but if you're going to a map like Circuit Royale, you want the option as well to kind of pivot towards a Sigma.
For sure, he's brought that out on the defense, and Ram or Orisa depending on the bans for the brawl up front. But Max has done a lot of growth since his entry from contenders onto the San Francisco Shock and coming in as that rookie and had a lot to prove, big shoes to fill, and he has stepped up and is now on the #1 team. So say what you will, Max still wins, and it's the Sigma on defense. So this is going to allow Lip to hold those sightlines with the shield. Also, Shu, he's going to be applying a lot of that damage. The Lucio was left untouched in the band, so you're gonna have speedy rotations coming out from either side.
We'll see how Quartz kind of reacts to this. I'd imagine it's going to be another Sojourn.
Quartz gonna check if there's gonna be a Freya jumper.
Oh, go on. Nah, not quite. They're never going to give you that one, unfortunately. KSA. KSA. He's playing the Rhine. A little TP Rhine strat. Okay. Quartz on the Cassidy as well. Okay, we've seen this before. In fact, a number of times before. I don't want to give Crazy Raccoon any ideas here, but they've been on the wrong end of this.
I think it's fine. You just walk away from this if you're Crazy Raccoon. I think this Ryan is just to get the corner control and to force Crazy Raccoon into a more ranged battle. KSA, though, cannot shy away. Speaking of shying away, Lip almost just died.
I mean, this is an EU classic right here. Shades of Hardy, of course. These teleports are going to be so hard to execute, though. Yisang running the Symmetra himself, and then Lip also just so hard to pin down. So you're just looking at walking at them and getting Quartz in a spot like that on the stairs. Yisang is trying to pressure that, counter TPs, and with the TP down and KSA to follow, it should be an easy cleanup for Crazy Raccoon. We'll see if KSA ends up swapping.
I definitely think he should. KSA has to be so careful with spacing if he sticks to this. And now to the Diva, just for these soft dives, going to maybe the top left, trying to displace Lip and mainly get around Max, because the Sigma's going to be a lot more stationary of a shield placer, but Shu's close to the window. Simple already has his. This could define a lot of zoning, potentially even for the second corner if Twisted Minds get around it already.
Yeah, Simple looking good on the ult charge. TP, fake, forcing people back, and that's a moving window. Oh, dearie me, that's not what you really want to be in front of. Quartz is just making good use of that now. He's forced everybody back, but it's already gone. Sound barrier comes in once again. Funny Astro, Twisted Minds, they want to go first. They want to go fast and furious. as Shu ends up getting teleported on, and a triple hit. Oh, and Quartz narrowly surviving thanks to that lamp there from Simple. He can live another day and tell another tale. UB collects 2, and that will be the cap.
Such a fun window for Simple, though, to place it in a safe position and just to move along with it. But the sound barrier advantage also gave a huge edge to Twisted Mind to sustain throughout that fight. Trong was about 20% away. Would have been a retake advantage, and that would have helped Max maybe get a Gravitic Flux off. But that is a Twisted Mind's point A. And Max will see a nice group up here. Knows the sound barrier is off the table. Max should really let this rip soon.
Yep, there it is. Look for a head stomp, maybe. No, a little bit too far away. Lamp comes in, perfectly timed. Oh, that rock hits the TP.
Good Matrix, a good TP. Twisted Minds know what's coming before it hits them. And Max, I thought he was going to have a solid group up, and Twisted Minds just scattered. But now having to fight through this high ground is going to be quite dangerous. Shu and Lip are popping up. Heesang is now on the Mei, so it's going to be interesting to maybe try and break up and see if you can stop Twisted Minds from TPing away, maybe deny the window from Simple using the Mei wall, but it's only going to be momentarily.
Yeah, they're resetting their positioning with that TP away. UB doesn't quite get rocked, or that ult either. I mean, look, that Bolus went wide, and once again, Funny Astro, as soon as he gets that B, he's in. Counter B, though, from Crazy Raccoons, as Quartz is going to be the main target for Chorong and Max, even. Very good cleanup now. Good luck escaping without that Lucio speed boost. Can't let UB get a kill, though. No. Okay, they're not going to allow any shenanigans. Simple gets away, but Twisted Minds, once again, have to tackle this upward stretch. It's so hard against the Sigcom.
And Crazy Raccoon are so fearless. They see the Sim Bear, they see a window from Simples now going to the Kiri, and Crazy Raccoon full sended off the sound barrier and just ran Twisted Minds down. Now they'll have a Blizzard. Max is just farming, but maybe is overextended. The TP's at his feet.
High noon. Oh, Lip survives with a sliver of HP, but he didn't even need the headshot, did it for just style points. Blizzard not finding the level of success that they wanted, as Quartz is just sitting there shooting them like they're tin cans on a piece of wood. I mean, this is insane levels of accuracy from Quartz at that range. Chorong's gonna get chased down. Oh, give him another one. Go on, Heesang. You're not really gonna win against Quartz, not now.
Going to be another fight for this point, but yeah, Max really costed that. He was way too extended, didn't have a Symmetra to bail him out. Twisted Minds can out-rotate you, and they have the speed. Getting ahead of this game, though, is KSA. Kitsune Rush will overwhelm Crazy Raccoon, and Chorong's 10 away from B.
Chorong is so close to another B. Yeah, 5%. Flux connects, and there's no lamp to save you now, so a lot of this damage is going to really start to hurt, but it's actually Max that falls prey to, look at those assists as well. 4 assists on the kill from Funny Astro. Bolus hits the cart as Lip finds 2 already. Is him and Shu just kind of chilling on the point right now, and you can't count out Lip, not at the best of times, but when you got Quartz, you're hitting headies every single shot that you fire out. Shu has 0 chance against that. Max demeched, point already taken as Twisted Minds make their final push to 3rd.
Yeah, Lip and Shu were just playing to live in that moment, but because you're not running a Sojourn and don't have as much horizontal mobility, and Lip was in that one-and-done position, could not get back to safety. Twisted Minds capitalize on this, 2.5 minutes on the time bank, pretty solid, as Quartz will want that pool control to get a good high noon going, and Crazy Raccoon now on the Symmetra, seeing if they can match those rotations, Mei not working out for them.
They are playing Twisted Minds at their own game. We spoke about how Crazy Raccoon are the counter-comp team. They want to be able to counter you as much as possible, but that's not what we're seeing here. We are seeing Crazy Raccoon trying to win against Twisted Minds sim comp with their own. Wall's going to do a good job of actually escorting Twisted Minds off of this high ground down to low.
The card is leaving!
Though, is not a good start. Chorong, that was close. Almost got double tapped there, but Lip comes in once again.
That was so much free push for Twisted Minds. They kept 1 or 2 on the car, and Crazy Raccoon were still trying to wrap around pool onto the top of the bridge. And now it's final fight for the cap, and I don't know. That's going to be really tough for Twisted Minds to get back through. Thankfully, Crazy Raccoon will stabilize and get back behind the cart. Kitsune Rush ready to be pulled by Simple. High noon.
High noon pops, TP away. Wall comes in, TP up to high ground. Oh, there's a Matrix looking right at him. Oh, but Heesang. Wrong side of the wall, buddy. And now it's go time for Twisted Minds. They can just walk on with this rush. They want to use this as late as possible. Rush on the point. Bowler's from behind, but Liv doesn't have an angle. I mean, he's got to deal with Quartz now and decides to back off. Sound barrier from Chorong does hit 3, though, as KSA falls desperately low. Lip does end up getting pushed onto high ground briefly, but it is all Quartz in the front line right now, and Lip is too scared to challenge him. Another couple of hits there, and that'll do it. Twisted Minds full cap against Crazy Raccoon with time to spare.
Wonder what happened to that beat from Chorong, because that either just evaporated, I blinked and it was gone, or never went up. Either way, that beat engagement from Funny Astro was huge. That pick onto Heesang just put the wind in the sails of Twisted Minds, which already got gifted so much progress at the beginning of point C. Macro-wise, Crazy Raccoon are slipping through the cracks. It started with Max here on the highway overextending when they should have stayed on the high ground. He was trying to build up towards Gravitic Flux and just took too many seconds to get back. Heesang overextends or just kind of gets in a position to place a barrier down. I don't know if you didn't hear the whistle through all the chaos, but the High Noon picks him when it shouldn't have.
Aramco side swap.
A lot of comp swaps coming out of Crazy Raccoon. The Mei, the Symmetra, everything to counter Twisted Minds. But a 37-second cap, a cap at all on this map is insane. That final part, getting into defensive base is so hard.
No crazy things here from Twisted Minds. I mean, little Freya action potential there, but no, Quartz is just going to stick on the Sojin. What's Max's plan? How long is this Zarya going to be a factor? Max is actually sticking on this too. Twisted Minds trying to take the Mega Health Room pack down in the bottom right here. This room is so frustrating to kind of deal with. And this a classic counter to the Diva, of course, the Zarya. Max already 100 charge with the bubble up in 3 seconds. Not a room you want to be in, not when these right kicks are flowing out, but Yubi, he's got charge of his own. Just a zap shoe and Heesang, no problem. Max next to fall. You got a beam, I got a bigger one.
Yeah, the Zarya is that special counter to the Diva. We've seen Max bring this out, not on this map, but Shambali, for example, usually paired with the Venture, where you would bubble the Venture as they dive in, but Crazy Raccoon are just countering on the fly, changing heroes, whatever works, but that first minute is now gone. A lot of that charge is probably gone too. Zarya not going to do as well in the poke war, so playing this corner is going to be important for Max, and Twisted Minds know they have the advantage. They're pressing.
I love this proactivity. All TP destroy. Quartz gets out of there. Nice tracking from Simple. KSA now in a little bit of trouble, but they're going to go with the rush. Every single time they got an ult up, they're going in. Sound barrier though from Chorong, and now they need to kite back, wait for Astro sound barrier, and then they go in. Max in a little bit of trouble though, is getting laser beamed by Yubi, of course, as the team fight breaks down. Lip finds the kill onto Quartz, but it doesn't matter. Fight's already done, I'm afraid. Lip, Heesang dead, and now it's only Max in the front line to dish out the damage, but he's pretty low with no bubbles.
I don't love this Zarya. I mean, I'm sure he's at 30 charge too. You're close to the grab. I think you swap after this, but at what cost? Half your time bank is now gone. You're getting some zoning. You're finally seeing some progress, but this is going to be Crazy Raccoon back significantly on progress.
They're going in again. Wall comes out. Overclock from Quartz. Nothing to really stand in his way whatsoever. Crazy Raccoon cowering in the miniature health pack room, and yeah, good luck. It's 2 minutes to go. A small stag onto Heesang as well.
You just can't bubble these picks. There's just burst damage coming out of Twisted Minds.
It's going to die in spawn doors.
They're touching spawn roof doors. Are we serious?
This is the pace that you have to play against a team that is very favored coming into this series. Crazy Raccoon have been just a dominant force, a god squad, honestly, since their inception. Graviton Surge available for Max as they try and make another approach, but they've got a minute and a half.
And the threat of the Matrix is always there. KSA is saving it. He is protecting his team. They're all stacking around this Diva. Max just has to throw it out at this point.
Behind them. Oh, KSA's kind of waiting. Sneaky from him. Self-destruct, and now Lip charging that overclock. Blizzard ends up getting popped on the point after that defense Matrix was cut a little short there with the D-suit. They've eventually got it popping here, but only a minute to go.
And another fight has to take place to just cap the first point. You'll have grab, maybe a window just to pepper as much damage as possible. Be really important for Funny Astro to get that beat online. All depends on how this next poke phase goes. And here comes Twisted Minds. They're not going to let this go.
Going to try and hold this corner. They didn't get far at all. Window for space, a little matrix. Max looking for the perfect opportunity here to land the grab, but no way he's throwing that into the mech. KSA at a good angle as well to protect it if he wants to throw it far, which doubtful, of course. They want to get this remake to guarantee it. Rush on the point, and Twisted Minds know exactly that. As long as KSA stays alive, they're going to be good. Safe from the Zarya. This overclock onto Quarter is going to be a solo grab, but the sound barrier is going to come in just in time to clutch, and a teleport as well from Yubi to get him away. Lip ends up falling over as 5 seconds remains now, and he's saying topples. Crazy Raccoon. Am I seeing this correctly? Twisted Minds holding them on first on Circuit Royale.
Disgusting stuff from Twisted Minds. The level of aggression that came out of them at all times. You just never had a second to breathe. And I just love the Diva Matrix management out of KSA, using the corners, maximizing his cooldowns or his resources so that Max never felt comfortable throwing out that grab. KSA was in protector mode. And it just never came through for Crazy Raccoon. I just don't think that was gonna be the winning comp. But they're trying all these ideas on the fly to have some cope. Crazy Raccoon, out of the losses they've had in their regular season, they've lost Circuit Royale twice. It's one of their weaker maps. So we'll see what Crazy Raccoon will have under their belt for their next map pick, Jaws.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one, I'd imagine. Still curious whether we're going to see jumping again. We're going to jump to a quick break. Do not go anywhere. Map number 3, series tied 1-1 here in the quarterfinals of day 3.
This land is calling.
I'm on the concrete now. I can feel it all around. A chronicle of people caving in. Under the pressure of the death temptress, I can see all of fumbling. I see the storm give out. Umbrella weather, not a single cloud. I can see the storm give out. Why are you so tired all the time? Can't see no more.
All right, welcome back. Map number 3 on your screens in just a moment. Just saw Twisted Minds full hold Crazy Raccoon on Circuit Royale. It was their map pick, of course, Lemon, and we have a substitution. Max out, Junbin back in.
Yeah, Junbin comes in for control, flashpoints, things like that. Speaking of that, we'll be heading to Atlas, which is Crazy Raccoon's choice. So although Circuit is the one they've lost a lot, it's also their most picked. Their second most picked is Rabasa. That's not in the pool. They've since replaced that with another flashpoint being Atlas. This is how they closed out the series against Team Liquid in their favor, 3-1. And Junbin gets substituted to close things out. Now that the Hammond, though, has already been banned, Twisted Minds can't do that again. So I could expect Junbin to bring that out.
Symmetra ban for Crazy Raccoon there, and Kiriko ban for Twisted Minds. They've had enough. They only get one ban of the Simper series, and this is where they're going to use it on Flashpoint. And it has been just a pain to deal with. It really has. I mean, look, who had the bigger beam in that series? Well, it was in that last map. Well, it was UB on the Sim versus Max Zarya. It was so hard to get that grab off because KSA is a world star on the D.Va. I mean, look, he's looking at him 24/7. Like, are you going to use it? Are you, really? You can't use it in front of me? Well, Max got it off in the end, but soundbite for Astro, UB used TP, and then, yeah, it was a tough road, even getting to near that first point for Crazy Raccoon. Very different game type, though, as we go to Flashpoint, but signs are good here for Twisted Minds. You've got to be feeling the proactivity and the pace that they're playing at is exactly what is working for them, and Flashpoint is exactly how you play it.
Yeah, Max brought out the Zarya as like this in a vacuum counter to the D.Va. Not being able to mirror it in the past and just hoping that, okay, well, they can't matrix my damage, maybe the right clicks, but not my overall damage. But then Hayase was so good at managing that matrix so that the grab never came out, and Max just could not zone them away because you had the Lucio that went unbanned, the Symmetra teleports from Twisted Minds. They're able to constantly re-engage and force so many fights, namely keeping the first fight at the first corner of the map. And KSA brought out the Reinhardt to just deny that first corner, so you didn't even have to fight. So there was just a lot more quicker progress and better ideas out of Twisted Minds.
Quartz over lip, little sign there. Okay, I feel it. Pretty equal so far, it's got to be said. I mean, especially on that first map, they were just going at it. You expect this to be a ridiculous hit scan showing, and it's proven to be just that. I want to see how they end up pivoting. And Junbin, you know, Wrecking Ball, like, if they want to go really fast, they pick Winston on the first map, like, I wouldn't mind seeing a ball here at all.
Yeah, Shu plays so much Kiriko, so this was a really solid ban out of Twisted Minds, so you're going to have to opt for something else to complement the Chorong Lucio to help those rotations, but you would think, oh, Ana's so great with a Winston or a Hammer or anything like that. Definitely don't want to play it on any small map like Control or Flashpoint. You're just going to get collapsed on all the time, so BAP is an option. I don't know if they'd want to even go with the Alari and forego the Lucio. It's so important for rotations on Control and Flashpoint to have the speed, so we'll see what the ideal will be for Crazy Raccoon. Twisted Minds getting in the heads, though, of the Koreans after that full hold on circuit.
There's honestly nothing phasing them, though. Worth keeping in mind just how many years of top-level Overwatch Crazy Raccoon have between them. Championship winners, of course. Max and Jumbin on the same team together. We mentioned earlier on the San Francisco Shock. I mean, Shu played with Funny Astro way back when on Gladiators.
Oh, yeah.
As we load on into Atlas. Newest map added to the game and the pool was Suravasa taking a back seat. This is the map we're going to continue to see. There's not going to be too many times, I don't think, we're going to be seeing New Junk City.
Heesang brought out the Symmetra against Team Liquid on Atlas, by the way, so it'd be interesting to see the Tracer mirror now that that's off the table. Heesang versus Yubi. We've been waiting to see when that trigger was going to be pulled. Here we go on Atlas.
Ready for battle.
All right, let's see. This is another pick that we've seen a little bit as well on this map, this Reaper. Yubi hovered it for a brief moment there. To middling success. I think Yubi, though, on something like the Mei, I think that's where his strengths really lie. The Sim being banned out just goes to another fun character that you can cause immense amounts of frustration. But Crazy Raccoon's comp, an Ana and a ball.
As an automate, this is so scary. You can just be ran at, especially with a diva who could deny the sleep. The one thing that can save you in these moments, and a lot of just the utility that the Ana provides. But who is Shu gonna want a nano? Most likely Junbin, unless Lip is in a good position.
Very hard comp to dive, though, and normally with the Ana comps, right? Nade in, ball, slam, Lip, round the side, Heesang as well. You got to get through KSA's mech first, which is going to be, it's going to prove a nightmare. As a quick rotation takes care of the Ana, Lip down as well. Oh, dearie me, it's all falling apart for Crazy Raccoon. They did cap point first, but they're looking for a couple of kills at the very least. But Simple is not going to give Chorong his one.
Hey, at least Crazy Raccoon got the cap, so they're going to have an early lead, but it will be flipped over. So, yeah, Twisted Minds are so good in these ban phases to force the comp that they want. They know Shu is going to bring out the Ana in these dive comps, and KSA is on a mission. Hunt down that Ana at all costs, and be careful with that Matrix, which KSA has already shown how good he is at managing that back on Circuit Royale.
I heard that sleep dart go out there. Oh, Lip in the back line. Already flashbang there by the cast. It's a quick disengage. I like how Twisted Minds are playing up to this. They are trying to force errors here out of Crazy Raccoon, although obviously that does seem impossible. Lamp and block used at the same time. Bit of an overlap there of defensive cooldowns, but they should be okay. This window can provide a lot of sustain and damage for Quartz as Jumbin touches point briefly, has to back up, get the mini.
Just wondering how what the Blizzard is going to actually lock down for Yubi. Wait, a beat engage from Bunny Astro.
Yeah, and straight onto the back line. What's up, Shu? Used to play together, of course, like I mentioned. Shu in a lot of duress right now as Quartz finds an alternate angle. Unfortunately, Shu, no eyes in the back of his head there, so couldn't look two different directions at once. Chorong does end up getting the kill onto Simple, but Twisted Minds almost at full strength on this point. Lip, I can't imagine, wants to use this pulse bomb, although with this sound barrier, maybe he does. Pulse bomb onto the cast, ends up killing the High Noon, self-destruct to remake, a 3v4 sound barrier clutch from Chorong.
If Shu's going to be perma-dead, like Lip and Heesang have to do so much work to make up for that, to try and trade backlines to get as many kills as possible before those heals, the very limited heals that you have with the Lucio, do run out. At least the Nano comes up, and Crazy Raccoon will have to do the 0 to 100 comeback. But what is this Blizzard going to do for Yubi? There's so many mobile characters on the Crazy Raccoon side. I guess you're going to try and chase down Shu. Even Funny Astro is trying to be aggressive.
Lamp forced, and yeah, I think you're exactly right. You just run down Shu over and over. Shouldn't have that second perk either at this moment in time, so won't have the self-nano.
Like, even Funny Astro is forcing cooldowns out of Shu potentially, so Shu has to be so careful with who he sleeps, when he nades.
Ooh, and that is scary. Tectonic Shock not available, unfortunately. Nano boost on to the Venture. Simple's going to get one tapped if he's not careful, but the sound barrier comes in. Same with that lamp to save the BAP. Quartz ends up getting torn apart by Lip on the sidelines, though. Is this sound barrier from Twisted Mind has been turned on its head as Crazy Raccoon looking good on this first point. This looked like a Twisted Mind one. Undoubtedly, the 99% comeback here for Crazy Raccoon as they secure.
And this is the secondary tracer from Crazy Raccoon. Usually that's Heesang's job, and of course they're very flexible DPS. The 0 to 100 comeback though, so impressive. The Nano getting a lot of value on Heesang, but if it wasn't for Lip getting all these first bloods, Crazy Raccoon have such an advantage to work with, because again, you have to make do with Shu getting attacked at all times. Point 2 coming up, ult advantage for Crazy Raccoon. Blizzard has yet to come out for UB. There just hasn't been a good opportunity.
They're finding the flank. Oh, spots. Funny Astro. Oh, Astro was getting one clip, but then bowled away for the rest of his team as well. What a perfect dive there from Jumpin and Lip. Picturesque. Heesang does get traded, but they're just waiting out for the Thor on the block, and there goes Yubi. 2 dead, and only a single person traded, and Lemon, that was a very cheap fight. In fact, that was a free fight, almost. No ults used. Oh, okay, I lied. There was one. It was mine.
This point, yeah, you just give up to Blizzard. There was just no opportunities. Too many mobile characters. You're just never going to get anything. Junbin, good minds, too. Just secure that initial point. Yubi is feeling confident enough that, okay, I don't have to face Heesang. I can face Lip. Surely that's winnable. At least it's going to be a better hero with a lot more to contribute than the Mei previously. You got to match fire with fire, speed with speed.
Yubi on Tracer now, of all things. Deciding the Mei's just not for him in this comp. Getting that block force so early. Tried to go for the one clip on Lip, but Lip is just, he's just kind of mogging him right now. Just kind of turning away, just doesn't seem to care at all. Nano boost on to Shu. That's an aggressive push. KSA, if they can get this D-Mech, it will be stellar. Oh, he's body blocking him too in the box. No, surely there's no way. Yeah, he's got the thrusters, it's all good. UB ends up going down to Chorong. Crazy Raccoon just holding this spawn.
KSA can't protect everyone, and now Junpin's going to try and stop Twisted Minds from getting a touch.
Okay, didn't expect the ledge to be exactly on that pixel. Well, there's the Tectonic Shock and Funny Astro sound barrier. Oh dear, it might as well have been a wet napkin, honestly. Didn't help him whatsoever. Shu does get traded though, and Quartz now under pressure. A burrow. Oh, what a stick from Yubi! Catches Heesang as he burrows up to the sky. Yubi though in trouble. Does end up hitting the recall, and Lip hasn't got any cooldowns left, so has to back off to that miniature health pack. KSA though, low health in the mech, has self-destruct for another life.
Yeah, Lip and Junbin are out-tempoing Twisted Minds.
Come on. He's on the stairs, I think.
Either way, yeah, Junbin and Lip are out-tempoing Twisted Minds so that Shu stays safe, and KSA has to pay more attention to peeling for Simple and Quartz. So I don't know how much this Cassidy will be able to fend for himself. KSA's in protector mode once again, but Junbin is just all over him, and he'll have Minds to regain that real estate coming up.
And even slam the high noon as well with those mines. That's a scary prospect for Quartz. He's trying to go on this high ground, but yeah, Quartz has already used the grenade as well. Oh, straight down below. Lip not expecting it. All right, Quartz back onto the high ground using that jump pad. Okay, quick reset here, but I don't think Crazy Raccoons are going to have a chance to actually retouch. And there's the point on the board for TM.
Junbin was trying to find Shu. He's at half health. He probably could have kept contesting, especially with the mines up, but he was so scared of that high noon. And if it was going to hit the break point of him at half HP, and then the drop down happens, Lip would have been the next one to try and keep the recap going. But that slips through the cracks, and Twisted Minds match blow for blow. Coming up next, you'll have beat though for Chorong. And again, Twisted Minds, if they can get ahead, try and find Shu. That has been the mission, but Junbin is going to be the one attacking first.
Christmas Ornament falling off the tree there and slamming Quartz, but good reactions from KSA. Insta-matrixing Quartz, making sure he stays up. It's a power position for Quartz to be in as well, up on that high ground. And again, KSA, look at how quick this guy is with a Matrix. But unfortunately, not enough Matrix to save Simple. Mecha's about half HP now as Quartz is still just looking at every single possible angle they can come from. They're just all over him. Self-destruct on the point from KSA. Jimbin goes for the slam. Pulse bomb onto the mech as KSA now in trouble. Simple is going to come back in just a moment, but not quick enough to save KSA or the rest of Twisted Minds.
Crazy Raccoon are just attacking on all fronts. When KSA is matrixing Quartz, Simple dies. When you matrix Simple, Quartz dies. There's just too many objectives, too many bases for KSA to cover. But the sustain, Funny Astro could help a lot, giving shields to everyone. See if just the extra resources could help tilt the tides in their favor.
Simple, he's got to run. And Funny Astro was 1% away from the sound barrier too, although there was a danger of an Ajax there, most definitely.
Just Quartz is always dead. He can't just stay stationary and apply that damage. Jumping is too elusive. There's too many buildings and things and too much cover. Crazy Raccoon, get away before things get too lethal. And Yubi is still on the chase, but trying to find where Junpin is. I mean, like you said, he's an ornament. Here once again, he'll be proactive for Crazy Raccoon. Twisted Minds are trying to counter-rotate away from the Hammond and see if they can initiate the fight.
Astro doesn't end up getting naded there, but eventually gets that sound barrier off. This window is it's nice for Quartz, and in fact, that lamp is going to be even better. He's saying unable to kill Quartz right now. There's a mega health pack behind him as well, so he can use that force sustain, but the rest of his team, unfortunately, can't sustain through the slams, the multiple boops up into the sky. As a sound barrier remains for Crazy Raccoon as they get the reflip after TM managed to get a random cap throughout that small engagement. And that's another point on the board for Crazy Raccoon. That point now is they are moving on to this fourth one.
This is going to be one-sided if Crazy Raccoon just keep up this level of execution on their comp. They are just so aggressive already. Again, it's always Lip finding these first bloods. If it's not Lip, it's Junpin. Twisted Minds don't know where to look and where this ball could be hiding. Once again, Quartz is going to be a target. He's left behind.
Oh, yep, no, Simple spotted. Good presence of mind there from the bat. Just looking behind them, knowing Junpin wants to go and slam in onto Quartz again. They're setting him up once more onto this mega health pack. High noon. Oh, the sleep, the push, the stun, the boop, everything thrown in. Lamp's going to help him for the time being, but Heesang knows the target to kill and he goes after it. Quartz is just not having a good game right now, and that's not his own fault either. It's just the Crazy Raccoon's dive is just stellar. It's unbelievable. You cannot counter this.
KSA is being stretched thin. How is your Cassidy being slept in the year of 2025 when you have a diva? There's so much for KSA to attend to, including his backline. And Simple's going to be even more vulnerable with Diana, but you got to try and go for that one-and-done sleep if you can.
It's a pretty low percent play here from Simple, but the upsides are just astronomical if you can land a good sleep. He's keeping himself alive for the time being as there is a contest by Yubi. Yubi and Lip now, both with pulse bombs in hand, but Quartz is on trouble again. I mean, Simple's now going to be the main focus at Heesang, who ends up surviving. That Mind Slam was just too much for them. Yubi gets a nice kill on Shu, but I don't think it's realistically going to matter. They're actually just going to chase Yubi to the end of the earth here.
Just Lip is finding value quicker in the beginning of these fights. Yubi's getting picks, but when it doesn't matter, when it's only Yubi and Funny Astro, we're about to see probably 100-0 on this point unless Twisted Minds get a lot of value out of Yubi coming up.
Yeah, they've got to rotate, and Crazy Raccoon are giving up a little bit of positioning here on the point. Pulse bomb from Lip, misses, slam onto Quartz. Astro with the amp and the beats. Ends up getting it off again, but unfortunately Yubi could not survive. Oh, and a fantastic sleep from Simple, but is it actually going to be enough? He's saying, Lip, they're still killing. They're on a mission. They want to make it through these quarters. Simple in trouble. No CDs left. And it is just a snack for Lip. They're going to kill KSA. The D-Mech kill is good. It's a fancy one. But Crazy Raccoon, they're just indestructible here. A sound barrier as well to spare. Nothing stops them. A 3-1 victory on Atlas. UB, the last member alive for Twisted Minds to go for the touch. And it's all over. A hello and a goodbye. One more map now stands in the way of Crazy Raccoon in securing their semi-final spot.
Junbin comes in for map 1, wins it. Comes in for map 3, wins it. The dive control flashpoint specialist is just too much for Twisted Minds to handle. You banned the Symmetra, you got the Tracer Mirror you wanted, Yubi got the Tracer Mirror he did not do well against. And it's not even just against Lip, it was Shu. That just, you cannot threaten one of the best backlines in the world. But let's go and check in with Puckett.
Thank you very much, Lemon, Kiwi, and Jaws, killing it on the cast. I'm joined by Jake as we take a look at some of these highlights. And Jake, we were talking about it in the green room. Crazy Raccoon in games 1 and 3, the aggressive playstyle with the ball seemed to have an edge in that game mode. But the rest of the series might look a little bit more like Circuit Royale, which Twisted Minds took in game 2.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a road back into this series for Twisted Minds. I think if they can survive push in a hybrid, they have some power now. They get to at least pick one of the next 2 maps, and they can force a game 5. I feel like this is winnable for them. Junbin's ball, though, has been a menace. I mean, we talk about him being potentially the best in the world. Players like Hisang on the Venture, Lip on the Tracer. This is one of the things that makes Lip such a challenging player to match up against. Is yes, the hit scan is elite, but he has the incredible flexibility to also be an elite tier Tracer, and that's pretty unique among players in his role.
We want to remind everybody that Lip was the MVP for the quarterfinals and the semifinals. Shu stole the MVP of the grand finals, where the money comes down the line. But Lip looking like an early MVP on the Tracer for me for Crazy Raccoon. On the other side, who's impressing for Twisted Minds?
I still think Quartz is playing incredibly well. The last map, yes, he's being swarmed from all sides. Honestly, that is a tall order for Cassidy to survive on a map like that where Crazy Raccoons are just hitting you from all sides. I mean, one on a nade comes and catches you, you're probably dead from that. Get a nice burst from Tracer, you're probably dead from that. There's just no room for error. The next couple maps, though, I think Quartz is going to have a little bit more room to play with. And honestly, when it comes to the core hit scan duel, I'm kind of liking Quartz. And to be fair, Puckett, map 1, I feel like Twisted Minds should have won map 1. There was a moment on Control Center that Crazy Raccoon, I mean, I don't think there's any other team in the world that could have weathered that storm. It was like 5 ults for Twisted Minds, and somehow, some way, Crazy Raccoon hold on, stay alive. That was absurd. So Twisted Minds are going to be kicking
survivability of Jumpin was ridiculous. I think everyone expected the Winston to die, and he just survives on the point, going primal in the 3rd round. As we open things up, though, walk me through the night market. What happened in Lijiang?
I mean, night market's a great point for the strategy Twisted Minds want to run, right? They've got that back area behind the point. They can have players waiting, playing in the wings, and as a dive team, you don't really have that many angles to come from. Of course, Garden, exactly the opposite. Incredibly open map, lots of angles to flank from, and Crazy Raccoon, they made hay with that. Still, it was scary, right? I mean, I think another factor that we haven't talked about enough from Twisted Minds is this backline. Funny, Astro, and Simple, I mean, this is about as good as it gets in terms of a deathmatching backline.
I was talking with a few folks who are keeping track of the stats. Games with Max in, you got a losing win rate. Games with Junbin in, the tank for Crazy Raccoon, a winning rate. Is there a reason to keep swapping them back and forth?
I mean, look, here's the thing. If you could play Junbin all the time, maybe you would. If you could play the ball strat 24/7, you think you could win with Winston every map? You know, honestly, that's what Crazy Raccoon would do. They bring Max in on circuit because they want to get this Zarya versus Diva matchup. And by the book, I think that's like a smart idea. I like the concept there. I like the way they thought about that. I just think Twisted Minds is too masterful when it comes to Symmetra. They're dodging hard tank matchups, and they're just executing so incredibly well. Typically, most people, you play ranked, people think, oh, Zarya counters Diva, but, you know, at this level of play, they can out-strategize.
Well, you might have seen our studio's looking a little light right now. That's because I shipped Johnny and friends off to the STC Arena. Reinforce, Avril, what's the vibe over there?
That's right, Puckett. Me and Avril live here from the STC Arena, and the energy inside of here is just amazing. The fans are going crazy for Twisted Minds, of course. You might notice on the broadcast, the stage is like really wide, really open. But as you get inside, the fans are really close to the stage, actually, and all this energy is feeding down into the players. It has to be a factor here, Avril.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Right now, I think Twisted Minds is doing pretty well in this match. Twisted Minds fans, map 5, one more? That's what I'm talking about. I mean, we're already in a 2-1 situation. That one map that Twisted got was really, really competitive. In fact, the entire series so far, I think it's been a pretty decent look. Getting past Zarya, pretty big deal. The sim ban's already gone as well, so I think that's a big hurdle that Twisted has gone past.
Yeah, I mean, that Circuit Royale was dominant from Twisted Minds, and you saw Max struggle onto that Zarya. Yubi played an amazing Symmetra so far. What do you make of that statistics they brought up inside the studio about Max versus Junbin? Are you just kind of committed to Max now if they pick a map like that?
It's just a really, I think it's a hero pool thing as well, because because you want to have Max coming through with the potential to maybe play the Sigma on that circuit, come through on the potential to play the Zarya as well, but they just did not expect the Ryan, didn't expect the KSA could come through with this huge Ryan pick, and then UB Sim TPs. I mean, just getting past all the Symmetra and Zarya Ryan, they're just winning that sort of matchup. You will probably see more Junbin, and I think Junbin is a better leader on the team. He's got better shot calling on the team. That's coming from the team themselves when they sort of have to swap between these two players. I think if they could, they would play a lot more Junbin, and I think Ball probably is going to be the overall answer. You saw what Ball was like on Atlas, probably more Ball to come through.
Yeah, I think that is what is so worrisome now for Twisted Minds, because Crazy Raccoon, because they won the first control map, they just have to win their 2 losers pick maps, and they will close out the series. So if you're Twisted Minds right now, you have to win 2 maps back-to-back to close out the series, and one of those maps, you can count on Junbin being in the mix. So Twisted Minds, the odds are stacked against them. I'm kind of looking out for Quarter to really step up. He's been a star player for so long, over here in Saudi Arabia, of course. Who are you looking at, Avril?
UB still. Sim is back on the menu. We should be going to hybrid next. That would be my expectation. Say push for last.
That sounds like a pretty good plan to me. All right, well, we're getting closer to the 4th map here now. Looking over at Crazy Raccoons, Avril, they've been looking so crisp so far. Do you still believe that they're a championship contender? Have they proven something to you so far?
I think the Max situation is a little bit interesting, but if they can play more Junbin maps, play through the ball more often, come back on the Fire is actually copying bans here, which means like, you know, the Venture starts to come through for Heesang, so we're starting to see a little bit more flexibility coming through on the Crazy Raccoon side of things. Shu's still playing the Ana, by the way, which is really nice to see, because like, that's not a hero that's typically a meta right now, but he's like the best Ana, right? So if Shu's on stage, you know he can do it.
Yeah, Shu is going to be an absolute difference maker for the rest of this series. Crazy Raccoon, up 2-1 against Twisted Minds. We're gonna send it over to the casters to get the 4th map going.
Thank you very much, Johnny and Avril down on the stage. I mean, Avril, you're 50% correct there. We're going to push, is the game type. The other 50% that you were correct about was, yeah, Sim isn't banned anymore, so you best believe Twisted Minds are gonna be rocking that next.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoon got that off the table, but Coliseo is the next map pick coming out of Twisted Minds. This is interesting because Crazy Raccoon, out of the 2 map losses that they had, was against Team Liquid, and one of them was on Coliseo, 122-79. Whatever you want to say about that, it was a loss for Crazy Raccoon, one of their weaker maps, while as when it comes to Twisted Minds, strong for them. Last time we saw that, it was against Alcatia during the regular season, 100-5-37. A very strong map for Twisted Minds. I love this map pick.
Yeah, the bans for Twisted Minds, as they did lose that last one, they get to choose first. So Ana has been chosen as the first ban for TN, and then Crazy Raccoon are responding to that with a Diva. So KSA not able to play that one now, so I'd imagine a little bit more Ram here.
Definitely is what KSA's ran last time. They like the Juno and the Kiriko with Funny Astro and Simple. Yubi's my question mark. Sim is on the table, but Coliseo is kind of awkward for Symmetra because the neutral point is so long range. And there's only so far the Symmetra can go, at least without the perks online in the beginning. So would Yubi dare to go back to the Tracer? And that was him having a struggle against, well, it was Junbin in the lineup, but it was Lip on Tracer. I'd expect to see Heesang back on the Tracer, and that's gonna be important. Tracer is so strong on Coliseo because the flank pressure is very much needed on this map.
You don't need to worry about the flanks though if you're just teleporting away, to be fair. Players just setting up on the desk now. So a couple of Crazy Raccoon players and TM players sitting down, ready and raring to go. Twisted Minds, they need to win the next 2 maps to secure themselves a spot in the semi-final against one of their EU brethren too, in Alcatia or VP. That is this side of the bracket. No substitutions either, so Junbin sticking in the lineup. We're not going to see Max, at least not for now. Hybrid, of course, is the game type we'll go to for the map number 5.
That's really interesting from Crazy Raccoon, because last time they went to Coliseo, I believe Max was in, so, and that was to play the Diva, and Crazy Raccoon banned the Diva.
Right.
So they're trying to get rid of KSA, maybe chasing down Heesang's Tracer, and Junbin is the dive specialist, so I'm expecting they found the weakness in Twisted Minds. They want to collapse on them yet again. It is a very long-range neutral point, though, so the Hammond's gonna have to get around. The Winston would be good to just kind of have more staying power with the bubble. You saw how Junbin was trying to break up the fights back on Lijiang Tower with the hero, so a lot of interesting looks out of Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, they don't want to make a slip up. Of course, that nightmare game in Hangzhou is probably still haunting them. They want another trophy. They want to just continue this streak. Of course, Twisted Minds too want to find some a greater level of international success against the Korean teams. Both T1 and Falcons in the lower portion of this bracket. UB, I'd imagine, is very happy right now. Being able to play this sim is going to be perfect. And like you said, because it's so long range, the flank pressure is great for sure, but like being able to TP literally past everything and then flip the map can be very, very powerful. Just getting word as well, Team Liquid, another competitor in Overwatch, of course, just won MLBB over on that stage, and here's the winning moments, those club championship points. They are racking up for Team Liquid, by the way.
1,000 points for a win, and I checked in with Eterna earlier when the final was just going on, and she said it wasn't a good start, so obviously a turnaround and the confetti going everywhere. We're gonna have that tomorrow for y'all. They're just ending their event. But to zoom back in on our match, Twisted Minds are definitely expecting the Junbin Winston because that pairs so well with the Shu Ana. So Twisted Minds getting ahead of the game and banning out the Ana. So it just pairs so well like peanut butter and jelly. So Shu also was so annoying, even threatening UB's Tracer, just defending himself so well.
It really is a vintage, the Shu Ana. Very devastating on this map. Now, how are we seeing Crazy Raccoon play the tanks? Because I do think, yeah, Ball, Winston, very good here. They don't want to play the round matchup into Twisted Minds. They are the countercomp team. Pharah available too, worth keeping in mind, although Pharah not too great on this map. You can, like, mid is okay, you can kind of play around the large archways, but as soon as the fight leaves mid, you're just so vulnerable to any open air shots, and you know Quartz is hitting every single one as soon as he appears on your screen. And then let's load on in Colosseo, our fourth map here in this series, this quarterfinal. Crazy Raccoon up 2 maps, Twisted Minds up a single. They need 2 here to take it.
A chance to push the Legends to the edge. Crazy Raccoon could be on a run to hoist another trophy. And Yubi is on the Symmetra. Now there's an important window. Junbin is going to try and jump in. Yubi could plan a critical teleport and escape to get away, to engage on the rest of Junbin's army while his jump is on cooldown.
Oh, Hisang is going to play the Pharah. This is so much poke damage with Lip on the Freya as well. Very aggressive. They're going to go fast, but Twisted Minds have also turned up the gear. Like Simple's off angle, by the way, going through the little archway there. Very easy to TP across, just get a little bit of scouting info. Speaking about scouting info, Hisang's already in the back line. Very tricky to kind of play against here, but there's the teleport, as we were expecting.
This is going to up the tempo. Now Yubi's going to have less time to think about these teleports when they're getting peppered by the Pharah from behind. So love this pick out of Crazy Raccoon. And you're going to try and play this cover as best as you can. Shu will be by his side.
Stealing the bot away, though, is going to be the aim of the game here. They know Crazy Raccoon need to collapse on them. So if they can just kind of huddle together, play as a 5-man, just avoid the poke, sustain through it. Oh, can't sustain through that, though. That is a take-aim shot plus a neutral rocket from Hisang. And the collapse incoming, and yeah, there you go. A little bit of meterage, but not too much. Not anything to write home about.
It's only so far you can go with the teleport at this point, and Twisted Minds are playing the escape game. Junbin is going to be running after them. That's going to force the disengage, and Hisang is already getting so much airspace, and Quartz has to watch out for him and Junbin at the same time. A lot of eyes on Quartz of how they're going to keep them in check, because Yubi is not going to be the answer on the Symmetra.
Well, there's the lead taken. God, Hisang is permanently on and off angle, a solo operator for Crazy Raccoon. They got this bowler shot as well, and Lip is just going to take advantage of this high ground. They know they're going to want to move as 5, so there's not going to be any crazy flanks. Oh, Bolus goes in, connects for a little bit of damage, but no initial kill. Rush and Astro From the top rope, hits that beat. Heesang is pretty low, but the sound barrier comes in to save the fire just in time. A barrage available as Heesang doesn't let Quartz get off that second shot. But playing on this teleport, UB is impossible to lock down.
So much damage out of Twisted Minds. All the supports off, and that means Twisted Minds will be taking a lead with plenty of time. But now a lot of open air space. Heesang has to play this corner. Junbin's going to go and deny some progress. And he's got the Primal too, but he's going to wait for everyone from Crazy Raccoon to be online. Quartz will have a high noon. He's looking for Heesang.
Already gets the kill as well. And yeah, good luck actually getting on top of this team now as they move under the bridge. A safe teleport, max range one as well for Quartz to reposition out of that choke point. Now they're playing all as a group. You can see Crazy Raccoon trying to enclose upon the back line, but the wall is going to make it next to impossible for them to do so.
Such a nice base that Twisted Minds have created, but Junbin is going to push them all by himself because he has the Primal, and the High Noon gets activated.
Yeah, Heesang's dead again. Shu ends up going down as well. Heesang came back from spawn, and Quartz met him with a couple of shots from the Peacekeeper. 3 kills for the Cass. Chorong, I'm afraid you're going back to spawn, my son. That's 4, and that's checkpoint.
Only enough room for one sheriff in this town, and his name is Quartz, and just such good rotations from Twisted Minds to go underneath a place with low ceilings that Junbin had to play solo, play the Primal. Quartz takes a risk with the High Noon, and it pays off. Heesang's forced to go to the Tracer.
Yeah, double support ultimate available here for Twisted Minds, and Heesang's already low. He's got very little blinks, and Lemon, they're just free pushing right now. They're just going to rip the rush. If Junbin stays around too long, they're just going to force the issue. Speaking of which, both rushes deployed. Funny Astro sitting on a sound barrier if they really need it, but Quartz has done enough damage to send Crazy Raccoon reeling.
The absolute deadlift coming out of Quartz. It was Lip the last map, and then you got this late stagger too. That is gonna hurt. Twisted Minds looking so flawless. And you got the High Noon to stare Crazy Raccoon in the eyes to try and deny any kind of recontest as Junbin has to cower away. Chorong needs to activate the barrier to save this.
They got 2 B on each side, but they got Annihilation, they got High Noon, they got TP, they're in, they're out, they're in, they're out. Bubble, luckily though, absorbs all those shots, but they're still getting space. Choron goes down, and Lip finds himself in an awkward spot on low, so there's no chance for him to be an impact in this fight. They have just completely neutralized Lip. He's gonna get chased too. KSA tags him, and Twisted Minds, they're looking like they're gonna full cap.
This looks like a record breaker. This is lightning fast from Twisted Minds. Litfer went from having the first ult into the game to being completely silenced.
They still got the wall. They still got Annihilation. He's sang on the venture now to try and stick around. They're just going to keep forcing themselves in on this point. Wall deployed, Annihilation. Junbin, where are you at? Venture hit the burrow. Chorong takes a headshot as KSA. You can stand tall now. Colosseo is their map as Twisted Minds, on what felt like a record-breaking pace, takes Crazy Raccoon, the #1 seed from Korea, to a map number 5.
Twisted Minds identify the ultimate weakness in the map pool. Got the fans on their feet, us out of our seats. Twisted Minds going to 5 to try and deny a finals appearance out of the Raccoons.
Hongzhou, it feels like such a long time ago, but Crazy Raccoon fell to that lower bracket against Nightmare. Shades of that now. Not quite a 5 map. It was Nightmare taking them to 4, and that was it. Twisted Minds could rewrite history here and just knock Crazy Raccoon out of the competition. And not only that, crush their key.
Quartz just went X Games mode every fight. Off the trigger of his finger, and Yubi, who controlled the pace, he calls the plans, he calls the shots, and as a team, they stayed united. Usually Flashpoint is a marathon, but they made that look like a sprint. And Crazy Raccoon found no stabilization from the Heesong Fire that was the one to first get on the flank. You thought Twisted Minds were the ones running, but it was Crazy Raccoon. Found themselves being the prey at the end. Junbin comes in, or still stays in, and will carry the cape as best as he can. But who will they decide to be their tank for Game 5?
We're going to a hybrid. Crazy Raccoon's pick. And I gotta say, Crazy Raccoon, they've already banned out things like the sim. Those bans are gone already. We're coming down to the wire. Is this really happening? And Twisted Minds, not only, taking the win here is unbelievable, but doing it in front of a home crowd like this as well.
Now Crazy Raccoon will have to go deep into the strat book, deeper than ever before, and we just don't know what to expect. Usually it's Circuit, usually it's an Atlas. There's a lot of pressure on this stage, a lot on the line, single elimination playoffs, and you're against the home crowd of Twisted Minds.
The Raccoons are lazy today. We'll see if there is a substitution. We'll see where, and if Junbin does end up getting up. Looks like for now he's sat in his seat, but there's the map pool. Blizzard World selected by the looks of it by Crazy Raccoon. Eichenwalder and Midtown were the other choices. And the bans. Lucio banned for Crazy Raccoon as a Tracer is banned away from Twisted Minds.
Just trying to protect the Symmetra, of course. Make sure that Twisted Minds, they're gonna need that to get around this map. It is so large, but the Hammond is on the table, and Junbin is gonna remain in, and this is the perfect map to let loose on that as well. A lot larger, so we'll see if Crazy Raccoon can still manage to close the gap. This is gonna be a lot different than Atlas and Lijiang Tower. A lot more room for Twisted Minds to sit back and poke down this dive before it happens.
Isang and Lip. How are they going to deal with Quartz and Yubi on this map? Yeah, with the TPs and with the Sojin. This is a good Sojin map. Is it going to be another full dive from Crazy Raccoon? Are they going to play Farah? Are they going to play this poke style, which they poke, soften up, go in, slam down on the backline, deal with Quartz? It's kind of what we saw in Atlas.
Gonna probably hope to see the Juno from Funny Astro as a replacement for this Lucio, at least on the attack to try and get around. Especially you're not gonna see the Brig if there's not gonna be a Tracer on the table, so will be Twisted Minds attacking first to set the tone, to set the finish line, define how big of a challenge this will be for the Raccoons on map 5.
Yeah, and as you can see, Junbin is staying in his seat, so no substitution of Max. Seeing the same 5 from last map. Circuit Royale was Max's map. He came in. They unfortunately ended up losing it as we go to a 5th and final one here in the quarterfinals. And as you can hear, the crowd is just still as loud as they can be.
Good dive map. And it will be Twisted Minds on the attack. And KSA usually likes the Ramatra, the Orisa, and how is he gonna try and negate Junbin this time? On the Diva, there was only so much he could handle. When he would Matrix Quartz, Simple became a victim, and vice versa. KSA just got overwhelmed. He had things steady on Circuit. But KSA has to lock in for one final time to pull off the ultimate upset.
Now this is a comp on defense here. Funny Astro's Lucio's taken away. His Juno is also exceptional. As the gates unlock, and a tale will be told here. The Twisted Minds taking Crazy Raccoon all the way to a map number 5. Simple on the Alari, an extremely aggressive backliner, of course. But Junbin on ball. Heesang even switching up. Going to the Sombra. No Tracer. Another backline threat for Heesang.
Yeah, he's good with the flankers and Trong on the break to pack him at range, which could also help Junbin once he's in deep like this. He can't deny the displacement that the Hammond offers, just all over Quartz, but Junbin is so separated away.
Super low as well. Gonna chase down Heesang. Oh, can't quite get him. All good. Doesn't matter though, because UB is found the kill onto Trong as well. These fights need to be explosive. Good spy check in there from Quartz, making sure if they can reveal Heesang, then maybe it's a free kill.
Thinking the bubble will be a lot more solid for Junbin so he can play a bit more solo, have more time to stay in place, and again, collapsing on the Quartz will be the name of the game. But Simple is there with a pylon to babysit him as the Crazy Raccoon approaches.
Good bolts there onto Quartz, but he's playing it safe. He knows how fragile he is on this Cassidy. Feels like a true glass cannon when he's on it. Every shot hits, but the amount of pressure that he succumbs to sometimes is just immense. Good kill from Junbin though, takes down UB to start off the fight as Twisted Minds try and rotate through Snacks Ramus to the Mega Health Pack. Point pressured.
Of course, Twisted Minds in the low ceiling areas. Crazy Raccoon are fine getting a tick out of this. There could be a recontest soon from Twisted Minds, but just be a high noon from Quartz, but he's just getting hounded by this Winston.
Nice manual, but the Nemesis form has already popped. They end up still killing Quartz though. Oh yeah, and make no mistake. Oh, nice hack. Make no mistake, there are plenty of Crazy Raccoon fans in the audience as well. That's the point cap for Crazy Raccoon with 2 minutes to spare.
Crazy Raccoon so good at manipulating the position of Twisted Minds and eventually putting their backs against the wall. And just never giving up, never surrendering. And now with this high ground control, Twisted Minds will have barrier and of course a captive Sun. But of course the Suzu from Shu is gonna try and assist Trong in living through this. This is gonna be a tough choke. Junbin try and harass this high ground. Oh!
Wow, Heesang traded his life for the pylon, not a trader you're liking too much of, to be honest. Teleport from UB. Yeah, they know as well. They can just get out of the choke as quick as you like, as Lip ends up going down to Quartz.
It's protecting the teleport too with the Ramatra shield, but half Twisted Minds have overstayed their welcome. Crazy Raccoon are taking angles.
I was lucky. Later orbital ray here. Twisted Minds now trying to flip the point on Crazy Raccoon. EMP is good for 2. But Quartz is on such a nasty angle. Now has to kind of deal with this bubble, so a little less effective. Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that, really, should I? Yeah, he's still clicking heads. Good kills from Twisted Minds. A perfect counter rotation to counteract the ray from Chorong.
Because the trades were fine for Crazy Raccoon. They have respawn advantage, but this flank from Quartz off of what, a teleport? Maybe just coming back to through the Mega Pack room. I don't know, but Crazy Raccoon have really stalled out their momentum. Now the Primal will make space, but they need to chase down the kills as well.
Bubble to separate the heals. Pylon is still cooking though in the front line. High noon for Quartz, sped along by the speed ring. Hands on the Winston, but yeah, should be good. A little cleanse. Simple's ultimate. Getting waylaid for the time being. Oh, Lip from the side. Okay. Ends up tagging Simple, who wasn't even looking his direction.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoon just chill. They wait out for ults, and now you can set up Lip for success. Get rid of these flankers. And Crazy Raccoon have become more than aware to expect Twisted Minds from behind.
It is struggle street, though, for Crazy Raccoon. Twisted Minds, and with this comp, this is exactly what you want to do. Make them pay for every single centimeter they try and push that cart.
Now you got the Primal still from Crazy Raccoon. He has not been pushed, and that is a huge pick. You're setting Twisted Minds behind. This will get you halfway to B. Final fight to keep this race going for Crazy Raccoon with Lip in position, with the ult coming online soon. And he has looked towards Simple to make him bleed.
Bolus available, jumping in the front line, has to get out. Has got Primal, doesn't want to pop it yet though. Only wants to pop it when they know there's an opening in the fights. Quartz is on the high ground now, chasing people away. Twisted Minds now TP back to main. There is a Bolus shot, cross map from Simple, but an orbital ray from Funny Astro should surge them forwards. And it's actually going to force Crazy Raccoon for a complete disengage.
Panic gets Twisted Minds on the high ground. This is critical for Quartz, but Junbin surprises them down below. They did not know, and the bubble is about to pop.
Dead.
Simple is low.
Yep, Simple's dead. Take aim, shot connects. Yubi's in trouble. Slowly but surely, this boulder's being pushed up the hill. Crazy Raccoon. It's been a Sisyphean effort so far as Twisted Minds holding them on every corner. 2.5 minutes as their push to third continues.
Great re-engage from Junbin. They're seeing the orbital ray. They hid down below the bridge. Twisted Minds thought they were further away than they were. Junbin with the perfect bubble placement, just like on Lijiang Tower, to break up the fight. KSA, though, is going to hope to bully him. D.Va back again. The Rockets to burst the bubble.
There's orbital ray available from Chorong. A TB from UB's alone now. Captive Sun. Simple. Oh, they're just getting split up. This orbital ray is good for a kill onto Funny Astro. But now, Crazy Raccoon in an odd spot, no healers, so they're just going to get TP'd upon. Outburst, but live still. What? How are you doing that without any supports?
He's the best hit scan in the world. That's how Crazy Raccoon ride this momentum. This is such a strong point for Symmetra. Surely Twisted Minds can get some high ground, teleport from perch to perch. You got so many good ultimates coming up, mainly a defensive barrier here from Yubi. Try and force the Crazy Raccoon squad to dive into them and be separated away from each other.
Orbital ray advantage is going to be a big one here for TM. High Noon to create space. He sang. Insta hits the burrow. Yeah, still going to go for it. Yeah, you got the drill dash there, so you're good. Oh, what a shot. Even better Suzu, though, from Simple. Keeping Astro alive. Primal Rage in the back, hindered briefly. Junbin's health melting. And now the tectonic shock through the wall. Yubi in trouble, chased by Heesang. But they trade. Junbin ends up going down. Was that really worth it? Quartz stands tall in the back line with 2 supports at his back. Now Crazy Raccoon have to reset.
Quartz saves that. That was looking a little hectic, and also meant that Funny Astro didn't have to invest the orbital ray, and you gotta trust and the respawn advantage that you have if you're Twisted Minds, and now you can set up the teleports how you want. Wait for Junbin to engage and break up the teamwork from there on out. But Shu Kitsune Rush, they're going to want to back up this Winston. They're going to want to go in.
They can just waylay for enough time. They can stagger these support ultimates. They should be good. KSA's pretty low, though. They might need to emergency pop it. Well, they end up laying the road, but it's all good because Junbin's already down. The payload's going to halt here. Yubi and KSA just ripping through Crazy Raccoon. A team kill to end it all as Twisted Minds hold them before that third point. The map, the series will end on this next round.
KSA was so good at baiting himself to dive in, to break the bubble. He had self-destruct, and he had the backup of his team. That meant Junbin just overstayed that welcome. The team stayed around to kill KSA in that moment, misjudging the situation. That was the last chance for Crazy Raccoon to go to the end, but it was troublesome just even getting past this choke point at the archway. But eventually Crazy Raccoon got almost towards the end. This is still a very winnable position for the Korean superstars. So Twisted Minds, it is not over yet.
SEC replays there at the very end as we end up switching sides. Still going with the same thing. Chorong playing the break, though. Not the strongest support in the current meta.
Yeah, he was trying to pack these flankers when Heesang was on the Sombra previously. We'll see if the venture sticks. Junbin will want to perch up and just collapse on them. This is what ruined Twisted Minds on control and flashpoint. Well, Yubi will try to get some control of maybe the top right high ground, or maybe they're going to want to go to some lower ceiling areas like the left side, like the right room where the roller coaster is. But you first have to assess what you're looking at, and it's Heesang staying on the venture, of course, hoping to burrow and pressure Simple, get the Suzu out.
Oh, Yubi's in trouble. Yeah, he's just getting pooped around. The heals are coming in, though. All good. Astro and Simple managing to keep him alive throughout all of that damage. There was a burrow, there was a slam. A whole lot of bullets thrown at his face as well. Nice little slam, TP away. They're so good at this. Still got to be careful though, the explosive potential. Oh, Quartz! All good. At that roll. Now they try and pressure the point.
Junbin's giving a lot more respect to Quartz, and Junbin is going to trust in those passes from Chorong, but shooting to those four!
No, they do end up trading for Quartz though, but can they actually sustain through this fight now with only the brick heals? Getting a lot of value though on that Inspire, but KSA has got one kill that he wants, and it's going to be onto Chorong. He's so low. Chorong's shield destroyed. Those Twisted Minds looking to get their first tick on the point. He's saying with no cooldowns left, and KSA puts his arms up, hoping to sustain enough to survive, but no, Lip hit just puts him in the ground.
And Lip killed 3 that fight. Insane stuff when Shu got staggered. Chorong gets picked after. Lip had to deliver quickly, and he's going to do so with the ult this time.
Olus onto Yubi, but Yubi manages to again get out, but there's just so many cooldowns that you're burning to save one player. Forces them to reset.
2.5 minutes. Twisted Minds, it's getting real scary. Speed ring, here's the approach. Orbital Ray looking for a nice lane, seeing Crazy Raccoon on the back. Junbin could deny a lot of space here with the Minds. Twisted Minds trying to trade blow for blow. Quartz has to watch for the dive from the Venture.
High Noon does get booped away, but look at that TP again. Oh, Quartz! Brain so big he can remember tomorrow. TP's through it, gets the kill onto Heesang, and that's going to be first point done and dusted. Junbin is alive, of course, but they got no real sustain, so it looks like it's just going to be a little stall here for the Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, especially when you have no mines. You got to set up for this high ground. Be stable. Lip is very low, and KSA got real close there. Lip has to drop. Twisted Minds. They smell blood in the water, and it's time to press. You'll have the TP on the high ground. That'll be on cooldown for a few more seconds. And Crazy Raccoon have to hold this choke. This will be solid for the Hammond. And actually, coming up from behind, Junbin can just force Twisted Minds into the line of fire if he wants.
Yeah, they want to go in. Heesang decides better of it, though. I don't want to stay too high in this guy there with the burrow, as Quartz was looking Heesang dead in the eyes. Well, there's a tectonic shock. That's going to get waylaid there by that wall, so Heesang hits the burrow, looking for the backliner to maybe surprise a little bit, but ends up using, what, like 2 shots of that ult, and that was it. What an unbelievable shot, though, from Lip. TP predicted. As Lip hits the bolus of a century.
That was insane from Lip. The reads from Crazy Raccoon. They know what to expect. It's the teleport onto the high ground. Junbin has been lurking behind, pulling them out of the teleport, and Lip strikes from the front.
Quick reset now. Twisted Minds need to collect their bearings. Look at the way Crazy Raccoon are playing, though. So far up to the spawn.
This Orbital Ray Annihilation, that's all you need from Twisted Minds. Maybe not needing to overthink and always set up these teleports.
Heesang kills Quartz. Orbital Ray's going to come in, but Heesang's already done enough damage, I think. I mean, KSA, he had the Annihilation, but the fight was already done. An Orbital Ray assault here from Funny Astro, but they got nothing with it, nada.
A lot of this time is gone. Crazy Raccoon just being so proactive, not letting the setup from Yubi happen. They have to use the Symmetric Teleport just to get out of spawn. Crazy Raccoon are denying so much space, just the Minds have to try and counter-rotate, come up with a plan B. But here comes Junbin with Minds yet again in the choke.
He's so low, though. He has to pop the Annihilation, but Junbin's forcing him not to sit in that corner. Has got the Minds, but they're happy maybe just to let that Annihilation disappear. A kill onto Funny Astro, and with 2 minutes remaining, Twisted Minds struggling to get out of this choke point.
Chorong is still behind them, by the way, and Crazy Raccoon may have bit off more than they could chew. And Twisted Minds, they grouped up, they retaliated, but at a cost of a lot of time, less than 2 minutes. Still a few more fights to go for B. I knew now could be available on the high ground for Quartz, all depending if Junbin's even going to let him rest and let him breathe. It's not even just about the pile drives, but the ability to push even a single person off the bridge would force all Twisted Minds to have to regroup. Crazy Raccoon, it's about forcing mistakes.
They're on low ground right now. They do have a teleport, but I don't think it's a good one. Maybe only went up to that miniature high ground. Bowler shot in the corner, but no. Quartz out of nowhere, pops around the corner, tags Lip in the animation, headshot, insta-kill, and now they can move on. Chew on the height, takes a headshot from Quartz, use that shift to heal him up, and now they're trying to buy time. Hope and pray.
Quartz wasn't having an MVP level performance. This would be it.
Yeah, just burrow straight in front of him. Chorong rally off of high ground and lives on the Widow of all things, but he's too far up. Yubi's just gonna run him down. But Lib, he just keeps on clicking heads. That orbital rate should be too much for him though. And there it is. Checkpoint secured by Twisted Minds as they make their final assault onto that golden box of victory with 2 minutes.
Quartz is just the best in the world. How does he keep willing these wins in their favor? Crazy Raccoon will have to hold back. Box of victory, the ticket to the semifinal. Top 4 in sights of Twisted Minds to dethrone the best Koreans in the world.
They got a wall, they got a rush, they got annihilation, they got the tools to do it. Nice right click there on Heesang, forces the retreat. Junbin dead though. ASA moving on. And now it's up to Heesang to maybe stall or get back to the rest of his team.
He does, but KSA could pop annihilation. Look how weak they are. Twisted Minds don't want to bite off more. The box of victory's in sight. They have Kitsune Rush. Crazy Raccoon at the touch.
They got no ults. This bolus from Lip has to go ginormous. They're going to heal up. They're going to deploy the wall, deploy the rush, deploy pretty much everything they've got. They've even got a high noon. Coming up for Quartz, a retreat here for Crazy Raccoon as Junbin ends up going down and Twisted Minds are rewriting history. Crazy Raccoon have been failed, thrown into the trash as Twisted Minds in front of their home crowd have done it. It has been an eon since an EU team has toppled a Korean one. And against all odds, they go to a map 5 on a Crazy Raccoon pick. An ecstatic look on everybody's faces. They get to crush the key of one of the best teams to ever touch the game.
And a champion can put the key in their trophy. You can only do so if you beat the best. And will this be Twisted Minds proving to all of us that they could be the #1 at EWC? We're gonna have a new champion, no doubt. Crazy Raccoon doubts were raised before with the Game 5 against Team Liquid, but still not dropping a match, having the first choice of map here. But it's Twisted Minds behind the shots from Quartz that leveled the playing field in favor of Saudi Arabia.
An unbelievable performance. Astro said to me he's confident coming in, winning scrims. And at the spearhead, like you said, Quartz on that Cassidy. Going against Lip, one of the most historied players in Overwatch history. Same could be said, to be fair, about a lot of players on Crazy Raccoon, but it is Twisted Minds Day. A quarter-final win puts them in the semis against one of their brethren in EU, VP, or Alcatia. The crowd giving them their all. Korea has been so dominant throughout Overwatch League, OWCS, but that gap, everybody was speaking about it, is closing. We're gonna jump down to the stage with your boy Fancy for an
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Twisted Minds makes it to the semi-final. They beat the world champion. They beat the title holder. They make history right here at the Esports World Cup. I have Yubi, the team captain, with me, and I have a couple of questions for you, Yubi. First, how did you guys prepare for this match? You're going up against literally the title holder of the Esports World Cup. Just tell me how you guys prepared.
صراحة الشعور ما أقدر صراحة الشعور ما أقدر أوصف. الله يسعدكم جميعا على الحضور وبإذن الله مبيضة. أدري قبل يومين زعلناكم لكن حاليا فزنا على كريزي راكون وإن شاء الله ما راح يوقفنا إلا الكاس بإذن الله.
Yubi is saying, before anything, I just want to thank the fan and tell them that this is only the first step and we're going to get this trophy at the end of this tournament. But you have to tell me, how did you guys prepare for Crazy Raccoon?
الصدق اللي صار لنا قبل يومين خيره تعلمنا منها، قررنا ان خلاص ما نحترم اي تيم، لان انا متاكد ان احنا افضل ناس. يعني يوم سكرمنا قبل البطوله كنا افضل ناس، يوم جات البطوله ما لعبنا قلنا راح نلعب لعبنا وات ايفر ذا سكور اللي راح يصير، احنا على الاقل سوينا اللي علينا. اما احنا ما نلعب لعبنا ونخسر، احس صراحه شينا في حقنا وما ودي صراحه بعد نزعلكم.
You'll be saying that even though we lost 2 days ago, we didn't care. We didn't want to focus on the fact that we're going to lose or win a single match. We just want to focus on doing our game and take it from there. Well, Yubi, this is a historical moment because you get to crush the first ever title holder for EWC's Key and his Crazy Raccoons. Are you ready to do that?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, let's head to the Key Crusher. Twisted Minds locks top 4 and they get to crush the title holder's Key. This is a big moment for the Saudi fans. We'll have you enjoy it. Officially been made right here at Overwatch at the Esports World Cup. We've got so much going on for today, but let's head down to Zoe with Maddox for the exit interview.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I have Maddox standing back for translations, and of course Heesang joining me here for a quick chat as well. So I want to just talk a little bit about the meta here as well and what you had to go up against, because you guys are known to be a countering team, right? You don't usually play into those mirror matches, especially not if it's a composition that is not really played that much in your region, etc. How did you feel going up against such a competent Symmetra team? What do you feel the counter is like? Because we saw you taking the mirror.
일단 희상 선수 첫 번째 질문으로는 일단 스미스테이드 마인드가 워낙에 이제 시메트라를 잘하는 팀이고 특히나 이제 CR은 시메트라를 하기보다는 어떻게 보면 좀 카운터를 치는 팀이었잖아요. 그래서 이렇게 강한 시메트라 팀을 상대로 좀 어떤 좀 상대를 준비를 하셨는지 그리고 혹시나 좀 어떤 부분이 좀 상대하기 어려웠는지 그래서 좀 CR이 이래서 그 미러까지 준비할 만큼 굉장히 좀 어려움을 겪었는지 궁금합니다. 여러모로.
일단 상대가 시메트라를 하는 팀이기도 했고 그래서 저희는 맞조합을 하기보다는 저희가 잘하는 걸 하고자 했지만 저희가 실수를 더 많이 해서 이렇게 패배하게 된 것 같습니다.
Yeah, we knew that Twisted Mind was very good on Symmetra and we tried to counter it, but that being said, we made a lot of mistakes in the process, so I think that was the crucial key moment for the defeat. Yeah.
Right, so yeah, obviously making the mistakes is we'll do that, but what does he think is the counter? Like, is there an actual direct counter to the Symmetra? Do you have to take the mirror? Like, do you feel like teams are forced into a mirror match here?
시메트라가 좀 미러 매치를 좀 강열받을 만큼 그만큼 좀 강한 픽이었는지 좀 개인의 좀 의견을 좀 묻고 싶거든요.
상대가 그것만 했으니까 그걸 잘하기도 하니까 저희는 저희 잘하는 거 하고자 했던 것 같아요.
I mean, regardless of the metas, I think they're just good at it. So we try to stick what we are good at it. So I think they'll kind of clash, but I think that they didn't go through our way.
Right on. But we know you're going to come back with the sheer dominance as you've always had in your region. Is there anything you want to say to your fans?
이제 그래도 이렇게 패배를 경험하시긴 했지만 그래도 앞으로 더 강한 모습으로 돌아오실 걸 알기 때문에 또 이렇게 지켜봐주신 또 팬분들께 마지막으로 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
일단 여기 와주신 팬분들이랑 한국에서 열심히 응원해주시고 있는 팬분들 늦은 시간까지 봐주셔서 감사하고요. 저희는 더 잘해줘서 오겠습니다.
Yeah, thank you for all the fans coming here cheering for us, and also all the fans watching in TV, especially in this late hour. We'll try to come back stronger as much as possible. Thank you so much.
And I'm sure you will. Heesang, thank you so much for joining me for a quick chat. Marcus, thanks so much for the translations. We're now heading it back over to our studio with Pocket and the little guys.
The 2024 Esports World Cup champions have been eliminated as they will finish 5th through 8th. We celebrate with Twisted Minds and have a very special guest heading into the studio right now. But first, Reinforce, is this the best Cassidy play you have witnessed?
This might be the best Cassidy play I've definitely witnessed. I mean, Quartz was just all over the place, just hitting headshot after headshot. And I gotta give credit to UB as well. The Symmetra teleports, especially there on Blizzard World, to just punish this very dive-heavy composition coming out from Crazy Raccoon. I mean, there's a Wrecking Ball there, a Venture. If you're able to utilize the Symmetra teleporter, you can catch them off guard when they don't have those cooldowns available to dodge the damage. And Quartz, just absolutely insane in this performance here.
Nothing but elation on the stage as the Saudi members are able to celebrate in front of their home crowd here in Riyadh. We call it the Riyadh buff here at EWC. And somebody enjoying that buff is joining us live in the studio. We welcome Funny Astro, who has been grinning ear to ear since you came into the studio. You look like you just won a tournament.
I mean, we feel like we've just won a tournament. To be honest, this is the hardest team that we're going to face all tournament. We were saying it before our match that if we beat these guys, we're winning the whole thing. Whoa. We really believe it.
That was such an incredible performance, and it wasn't just Quartz. The whole team contributed in this 5-game series. Can you tell me about the game 4, though? Going in, you guys were down 2-1. What was the conversation leading into the comeback?
To be honest, once we're down 2-1, our team comp is like, it's our bread and butter. Once our team comps open and they run out of hero bands, it just gets super easy for us. So after we're 2-1 down, we run out of hero bands. We walk into Colosseo, we're just thinking, we're the best team in the world. This is our best team comp. There's no way they can win from here.
Funny, I'm going to ask, because you guys did struggle a little bit earlier on. I know you came into this tournament super strong. You were able to, get into a situation where you're winning scrims. The boot camp went so insane. You guys were, able to go up against Crazy Raccoon and Falcons in Korea, maybe even beat them in the scrims. You did lose to Sign, but you got that revenge. What's happening? How did you guys make the comeback happen? Because you guys look so good now.
To be honest, against Sign, we were kind of just sleepy. We were tired. We weren't playing the game. We weren't doing what we do in scrims.
Jet lag.
Yeah, exactly. Jet lagged. We're a little bit sick. There's a lot of excuses that we can make there, but to be honest, we just weren't playing well. But it was actually a really good loss for us to have because it's a good wake-up call. Make sure everyone gives 110% in the matches from there on, and that's what we're doing now.
I gotta ask you as well, I mean, the fans behind you, they're so loud and we can hear it through the commentators. Do you hear that on stage as well? Does that feed your energy?
Yeah, of course we can hear that. We love it. The fans are incredible. They're like, the middle of the last map, I just hear them screaming, ole, 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 ole. And I'm just, the energy is crazy out there. We wouldn't win without them.
Look, you just said right now, if you can beat Crazy Raccoon, you can win the entire thing. Look, I believe you, absolutely. After that game, you just took down the reigning EWC champion. They just won Hangzhou as well. But you still have Alcatia ahead of you, potentially. You got Falcons on the other side. What do you think about that? Because you guys did lose to Alcatia in the EMEA final. Falcons, they're looking strong in this meta as well. How are you feeling about those types of teams?
I'm looking forward to an EMEA-only final. It's going to be us against Alcatia, I think.
They're on your side of the bracket.
Yeah,
so.
they're on our side?
Yeah.
Oh,
you might play them next,
then. That's our fault for losing in group
Who do you want to play? Who do you want to play, Alcatia or VP?
I'd rather play against Alcatia because our matches against them are always really fun. They're really close. We have a lot of history together.
Right.
We've played multiple LANs this year already, so we're looking to get some revenge off the OWCS.
You just took out the reigning champions. You are the first team into the Final Four, and with that victory, you tacked on an additional $25,000. You're now up to $60K in the running for the lion's share. Are you guys even thinking about the money, or is it all about the trophy here?
No, I just want to win.
Funny Astro, can you give us a little background? How long have you been at this? What has it taken to get you to this place in 2025?
7 years since Overwatch Open Beta. I've just been playing Overwatch and that's it.
And what is it about this current team? We have 3 Saudis on the lineup, and if you would have asked me 4 years ago, would Saudi Arabia put out some of the greatest players on the planet, I'd be like, no way, bro. They're only coming out of Korea.
To be honest, it's just the vibe. Like, a lot of people, they look at our team, they think it shouldn't really work. We've got a single Korean with no Korean coach. We have no coach at all.
Yeah, expand on that. Expand on
Yes,
that. Yeah.
please.
We don't need a coach. We've got lots of veteran players, lots of people who are smart and they think a lot about the game. So we don't really need a coach. Right.
Is this your proudest win to date in your career? Close to it?
It's got to be close.
You won the mid-season, right?
Yeah, I've got a couple of other tournament wins that
Got
are
a
good.
few golds, all right.
A couple.
But this one has got to feel the best.
Funny
Beating Crazy
Astro,
Raccoons.
You put on a show in front of all the fans, but can you tell me about this guy? What makes Court special?
He's just a funny little guy, He just likes walking around the map and clicking on people.
Good.
What about the leadership from Yubi, though? Because we talk a lot about how he's playing the Symmetra, of course. He's very instrumental in guiding the rest of the team. Is he someone you're listening to a lot? Of like, take this TP, or like, I'm faking this TP? How does he guide you in-game?
He makes a lot of calls around the TPs and around the team comps. I would say he pulls the majority of the weight that a coach would normally do. But in-game,
There is a mix of everyone in the team. Everyone's calling, everyone's giving ideas, where they want to push, where they want to go. Sometimes people are asking for TPs, like Quartz wants to go on an angle somewhere. He asks for the TP and Yubi gives it to him.
5 voices. Gotta love that.
Exactly.
I'm going to say, this is really important. Now that you've been Crazy Raccoon, has the gap between Korea and the rest of the world closed?
It's closed.
Woo!
We did it.
It's closed, baby. It's officially closed.
It is closed. Funny, Astro, we could talk to you all day, but I want to let you go celebrate. Do you want to say anything to the fans who've been supporting you out here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia?
Thank you for supporting us so much. We wouldn't win today without you, and we're going to win the whole tournament.
They're going to win it all. They're done for the night. If you see him on the street, get his autograph. This guy's going to be famous. Ladies and gentlemen, we only have 1 match done and plenty more to come. Johnny, though, I'm told we have something very special coming up. Blizzard has given us the ability to release the numbers. Where does Twisted Mind stand in our team pack sales? We are going to be releasing that. Where do you think you are?
We've got to be at least first.
After this, you will be first.
Yeah.
We're going to a quick break. When we come back, we'll be talking more about Overwatch 2 here at the Esports World Cup. It's all about the quarterfinals.
Go, let's fight. Agree nothing. Venture, just play for Let's go.
The Esports World Cup rolls on here in 2025, and we have an excellent update if you're a Team Liquid fan over on MLBB on the Amazon Esports Arena stage. They just raised the trophy and locked in another 1,000 points for the Team Liquid Club Championship run. Club Championship has $27 million on the line. The Falcons walked away with the first place prize in 2024, but now Liquid is the front runner here in 2025, Jake.
I mean, this takes a ton of pressure off the Team Liquid squad in Overwatch, right? Otherwise, I think Falcons probably consider the favorite in the Overwatch tournament over Team Liquid. And so if Liquid were really struggling for points, that would put yet more pressure on the Liquid boys, which I don't think helps them. So this is a great spot to be for Team Liquid to maybe upset and take that club championship title.
Avril, at the end of last night's show, it was a 50-point difference between Team Liquid and Falcons. The Mobile Legends Bang Bang win gives them up to a 500-point lead.
The best thing about this is last year's EWC, Liquid came second to Team Falcons. So this time they got the lead. They want to be the winners. They don't want to allow Falcons to get past them again. Falcons, by the way, still need to win one of our titles here at EWC to actually be in contention to win the club championship. Liquid's done that twice now. They've already got 2 titles.
We still have about an hour for you to buy your team packs. We will be scoring all of those, and we will announce it right before the T1 Liquid matchup. Before we get to that, though, we got to get into match number 2 on the day, and it's featuring a favorite here in Saudi Arabia. Let's meet Alcatia and how they got to EWC.
Under a global spotlight, in a city of lights, this year, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia will have not 1, not 2, but 5 teams representing it during the OWCS 2025 Midseason Championship.
I think representing one of the Saudi Orcs is a very huge, not a burden, but it's an excitement for me because we're in Saudi Arabia. They have many Saudi fans, and I'm really excited and proud to be able to represent one of these teams. And I just hope we can make everyone proud and achieve something great.
일단 하나의 지역에서 대표하는 팀이 됐다는 게 일단 굉장히 기쁘고요. 그리고 거기 5개밖에 안 되는 팀이니까 저희가 제일 잘해서 사우디를 대표하고 싶습니다.
Alcatia entered the Overwatch 2 scene back in 2024, but initially they didn't find much success. However, everything started to change after a big roster addition in January of 2025, which already yielded first results during OWCS 2025 EMEA Stage 1. In April came the OWCS 2025 Champions Clash, and Alcatia arrived as one of the top EMEA teams. But almost right off the bat, a bucket of really cold water was dumped onto their heads in the form of Team Falcons. They landed in the lower bracket where they were quickly dismantled by Vertus Pro, suffering a very early tournament exit.
저희 챔피언스 클래시에서 결과가 자체는 안 좋았는데 그래도 그때 저희는 스크림도 제대로 못했고 연습도 제대로 못했기 때문에 뭐 여러 비자 문제도 있고 사우디 선수들 지금까지 잘 준비해서 앞으로 EWC에서 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있을 것 같습니다.
More changes were made, and in May, Kellex joined as Alcatia's new support. And surely enough, during OWCS 2025 EMEA Stage 2, they looked unstoppable. Going 7-0 in the regular season and then beating Twisted Minds twice to earn a spot in Riyadh as the top EMEA team.
When we won Stage 2, I think we were all having a great time. We had a good practice and we were playing really well, and I think my addition to the team, I can help boost the team morale, and I just hope that it's enough that we can get the trophy at this tournament as well.
저는 사실 EMEA 우승 자체가 당연한 거라고 생각해서 크게 뭐 달라진 건 없지만 그래도 국제 무대에서 잘할 수 있는 발판이 되어준 것 같아서 그래서 좋았던 것 같아요.
It's not just about representing EMEA or the club. It's about carrying the spirit of the kingdom itself.
Kellex, the legendary Danish healer, is now joined by the rest of his team in our Jamil Motorsports arrival cam as they enter the STC Arena. Alcatia, one of our favorites here for the locals to cheer on, and one of the favorites coming out of group play. They had an easy run on day 1, getting day 2 off.
Still one of the favorites on the same side of the bracket as Twisted Minds, so looking for that rematch they had in the EMEA Stage 2 finals, where Alcatia did in fact win. Looking forward to this game though. They beat VP in the regular season 3-0, so it's going to be potentially a tough game for VP. This man on your screen right now, we saw him in the interview as well. Calix, his addition to Alcatia has really elevated the team so much. His experience is extremely high. The backline with Landon there as well, probably one of the best Baptiste players in the world. It's such a solid backline. We just saw what Simple could do in TM. Now I get to see what Landon can do.
What I love about this squad, though, is the fact they have a 17-year-old anchoring them on tank, Jake.
Yeah, this guy is a monster. Just burst onto the scene seemingly out of nowhere, but has made a huge impression on just about anybody who's seen him play. He can whip out any tank in the roster and look rock solid on it. He's really the centerpiece to this team and a massive factor, I think, in this match.
Man, I'm almost 40. I can't grow that mustache. He's got it at 17. On the other side of this matchup, though, we have the clean-shaven Vertus Pro boys, Vestola and crew, looking clean in their win yesterday. Another top 8 finish is guaranteed at EWC, but a lot of people didn't even have them making it this far, Jake.
Look, Vertus Pro, these guys are playing with the house cash. They didn't necessarily expect to be this deep in the tournament. However, going up against Alcatia, is going to be a really tall order. I mean, this is a really strong matchup for Alcatia. We just saw in the last series how even Crazy Raccoon couldn't defeat the Symmetra. Can VP do it here against Alcatia? I'm not so sure. However, they've been showing tremendous heart. Players like Shockwave and Jwoo have been stepping up to the plate when things have looked really dire. And so I feel like anything's possible for the boys in orange.
Best part of this Vertus Pro team for me is Shockwave. The DPS man was trying to lead the way on Sojourn, and he said, you know what? We might not be able to do what the rest of the teams do, but we're going to do our best to man up, Avril.
Yeah, and Jwoo on his side as well. This DPS duo has been so good for VP. Shockwave coming through. He didn't look amazing on the fray during the regular season, but now having to play a lot more Sojourn, that's his bread and butter. He can perform so much more. You saw what he was doing to Shy and Waybo Gaming last night, and now you have a situation where you also, Jwoo, absolutely annihilating on the Tracer. Smash, I think, is an important coach to talk about as well. Really leading this team to victory, and VP, they'll just look so strong.
Vertus Pro is ready to go, and so is Shockwave. Let's get into it.
Hey guys, I'm here joined by Shockwave from Vertus Pro. Right before he jumps into the match, Shockwave, I gotta ask, you had 2 matches, you're on now, this is your first one today. It's an important one. How are you feeling? How's the gang feeling?
Honestly, like, we're pretty chill today, you know?
Okay.
Our warm-up got cancelled, you know, so yeah, we're kind of like relaxed, I think, going into this game.
Does that make you worry? I mean, because you didn't get to, your warm-up got cancelled, does that, because you have to jump in right into the game without a warm-up, does that sort of worry you at all?
No, like, we know what these guys play, you know? Like, we played them so many times, and yeah, I think it'd be like, it's gonna be like an honest game, you know?
Yeah.
Like, not too many like cheese or like surprises, like just...
We love honest Overwatch.
Yes, sir.
All right, I mean, you guys mentioned them. You are going up against Alcatia. You guys have fought them many times throughout the season. I mean, what's the game plan for this time around?
I mean, I think, like, you know, they obviously like love the Symmetra, like, yeah, that hero. And we're probably like leaning a bit more away from it.
Okay.
So I think, like, you know, there's like not really gonna be, I think, a lot of surprises, you know, like in the bands, maybe, or like the, you know, the whatever we play. So I think, yeah, again, it's like it's gonna be like an honest game. Just play better,
honest
you know?
game, honest Overwatch. Try your best on both sides, and then the better team wins, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Exactly.
Well, that's it for that's it for the interview. Shockwave, thank you so much. Best of luck, man.
Yeah, man.
Thank you.
We started off the day with a banger, and things are heating up in here as we head into our second quarterfinal match of the day. The pressure couldn't get any higher. Win, and you're in the top 4. Lose, and you're out of the tournament.
That's right. And you know what? One of the teams had a quiet, smooth run. They haven't lost an OWCS game ever since March, early March, mind you. Now the other team, little less smooth, you know. They also had to make some last-minute changes to their playbook in order to qualify for the playoffs.
Absolutely. This is a clash between the best Symmetra team in the world and a team that's just tried to make the meta work for them, but they just couldn't make it. But they were able to find ways against all odds, and they made it to the playoffs. So it's time to call them out on stage.
It is indeed. Let's find out how they stack up against one another. Up first, undefeated in the last stage of OWCS in their region, and an opportunity, another Saudi team with another opportunity to make history on this very stage today. Please make some noise for Alcatia.
And their opponents, they struggled to find their footing the last few weeks, but found their identity when it mattered the most. It's Vertus Pro!
And here's a little fun fact. The last time Alcatia lost the match was against Vertus Pro, but it was a different meta, a different stake as well. Today, everything is on the line. Let's begin.
Mitch Mersley and Matt Morello back in the booth here, of course, for your second quarter final of the day. Alcatia take on Vertus Pro. A rematch here of two teams that are familiar with each other through EMEA, but I tell you what, I mean, Alcatia handled these guys comfortably last time they played.
Yeah, and Alcatia has handled everybody pretty handily. Every time they have played, big reason why, the guy on your screen right there. I mean, Ziad, you can make a case, best player in EMEA throughout stage 2. Really, him and Labda coming alive on hit scan. It's been a huge difference for this team.
Bizarrely, missing in Hangzhou. Now that Champions clash, and it definitely hurt the prospects of that Alcatia roster there. They had Tread in at tank, and they fell pretty quickly through that competition. This time, though, here in Riyadh, it's been a very different story. They struggled to get over GK. It was a 3-2 scoreline at the end of that group decider. And now they get through, and they go up against the matchup that for them probably has to feel one of the most comfortable they could ask for.
Right, I was going to say there's going to be nothing that these teams throw at each other that's going to be something out of nowhere, right? These two teams know each other extremely well, like Zoe had mentioned, and I know we've seen them match up a few times in EMEA. I'm sure they're scrim partners at times as well, depending on where they are in the season. So I think the big thing, though, right, is Alcatia. They clearly take that #1 spot from VP in stage 2.
That was the changing of the guard out in EMEA. But here on the ground in Riyadh, Vertus Pro showed us a little bit more depth than they otherwise might have expected from the mat. They tried the sim look. First it was Jaywu through the regular stage of the EMEA.
Yeah.
Then they brought Icenom in to play that sim. And hearing from Shockwave earlier said, it's not really our style. I feel like we're better off maybe leaning into something a little bit more us. And that has worked for them so far. But quite the foe stands in their way, as you can see. It's a Lijiang Tower, first map in this first of 3.
And Lijiang, a very good Symmetra map. So what does Alcatia do? They ban Venture right away. They don't want their sim strat kind of upended by maybe a cheeky Venture action from VP. As VP on the other side, they get rid of the Lucio. So taking that out of Kelex's hands, we'll see where they decide to go.
Obviously, that opens up the Kiri Juno look here. You can still fold Baptiste in on multiple of these maps. Landon is one of the most dangerous Baptiste players you're going to find out of any of the teams arrayed here in Saudi Arabia. On the Alcatia side, there's a lot to look forward to, I think, in general. BP definitely come into this game as the underdogs. I just want to make that clear to folks at home. Alcatia, absolutely the favored team, but there's an intangible quality that tends to emerge in these matches between teams that know each other so well. Sometimes the script can be entirely flipped, and on a stage like this, anything could happen.
Dude, Alcatia, though, they have been so good. Like, I think you can look at this team with the way they played and everything they have going on, And you can make a case that like them and Falcons probably the top two in terms of how you think this tournament would go. And I think that would be a tremendous game. They still have some work to do though, right? They got to kind of get through Vertus Pro here. Twisted Minds also proving that they will not be an easy out.
No, I mean, that would be a banger matchup. Of course, Alcatia and Twisted Minds have gone head-to-head in some pretty explosive series to date. There are still some North American squads lingering amongst our top 8 teams. And, of course, what many would consider the final boss, Falcons, are still licking their lips for a chance to get involved. STC Esports Arena, strap yourselves in for our second quarterfinal of the day. Alcatia take on Vertus Pro.
We'll have VP. Looks like maybe hovering a sim comp here at the start. We'll see if this is what they actually decide to do. It'll be Jay actually making the change here over to the Pharah. And then over on the other side, it's just going to be Kellex playing the brig. That's a double conk right off the rip. So Kellex on the brig, no speed, obviously. Maybe they didn't want to like use a TP right off the rip, and maybe they used it off the rip to get towards the bridge. We'll see here the defense matrix. The Ziad is pretty far forward.
And this is elementary stuff. Ziad had the defense matrix, but it's just the spacing is inadequate there, too far ahead. And Jwoo's threatening more of that environmental kill pressure, but this time Alcatia able to get through a TP, and instantly Labda has opened up to the account. He's made his deposits early. It's Gala taken down, and now he's handled the airborne threat. Jwoo the Menace is off the map for now.
And this team has been the best sim team that we have seen. It's really been the team that kind of started it, right? When we were doing EMEA in stage 2. Seeing how they play Ziad, a lot on the D.Va, TP him around the map, and then Checkmate and Lab, they will just cause chaos. So even after that conk and that first point hold, Vertus Pro only gets 18% out of the point.
And that means it's going to be an even game in a couple of moments. Jwoo now knows just how threatening it is to fly too close to Labda's position, and Shockwave finds it out himself firsthand. Railgun connection as Labda has that better positioning, and Vertus Pro opting to take the bridge because they know there's no boot, no conk to deal with. Still line up for him.
So Jwoo's going to try and find an off angle, right? Put some damage down here and force these players back off the corner, and then allow them to get over the bridge.
Jwoo's managed to wrap around here. Madness and Immortality Field being deployed for Alcatia. Labda doesn't want to get too close to the questing fists of the Ramacha, but that's good damage being put down on Vistola. Immortality Field had to be used here by Vertus Pro, and Alcatia made use of theirs a few moments beforehand. An amplification matrix could be a problem, but Jwoo's got into the backside, and there's a barrage. It'll only be a trade. Good reaction there from Labda. Swings around. Railgun connects under the Pharah, and still Alcatia half-point control. They back off, almost anticipating this amp matrix. And now we'll have to give Ziad's mech up at the least, but he's going for a self-destruct. Great disruptor shot from Shockwave, though, means that the pilot cannot get back into the hot seat.
And Kellex uses the rally there towards the end. I was most certainly he was going to save that. A few players down at that moment, so not going to have the rally here. That's a huge opportunity now for VP to get back into this one.
Substantial lead, though, for Alcatia, and that's what VP are eyeing up at the moment. Checkmate with a TP over to White Room. Looks like most of Alcatia have been able to follow him there before it was destroyed. Now I'll try and canvas the point with some of these turrets. There is a wall available now for Checkmate. Can throw that at midpoint. Usually seem to play around a TP to the backside. Wall comes up, cutting through the point now. Vortex deployed. Immortality Field dealt with by Jwoo. Shockwave here is just trying to make sure no interlopers would be able to push up into his face. Still point control for VP, but Fixer has fallen. Good disruptor shot there from Labda, and he cleans up Gala. Shockwave just hasn't had a good target to work with here, man.
Yeah, well, it's extremely difficult, right? I mean, there's players TPing behind you to the side. The TP comes down. You don't know if anybody's actually going to go through it. It's like they come through it late. It's very difficult for Shockwave to keep track of where all of these players are coming from on Alcatia. And then if Shockwave's used his slide, I mean, Ziad is going to collapse right on top of you.
Jwoo has probably his final opportunity to make a big impact in this round if Vertus Pro can't flip the point here. He knows he needs to break that line of sight to Labda as much as humanly possible, but eventually he just has to throw caution to the wind.
And Matrix here with this overclock as well as they try and move through the side room.
There's the Matrix. Jwoo putting pressure down. It's dangerous though as the overclock comes in and forces him to dump altitude quickly. Labda's on the hunt. Smell of blood in his nostrils. Jwoo flattened, has to conk himself across and stays alive. Slow on the healing though of Vertus Pro, as Jay was still about half. He needs to go for it anyway. There's an annihilation out in the middle of the field out of Asola's trying to use it to chase down Alcatia, but he could be in trouble. He's in danger, brought down by the combined forces of Alcatia. And with the rally in play, Alcad can brave the storm. Labda felled, but it's just a footnote. And that's a strong showing on Garden.
And we have seen teams and players struggle to play the diva in some of these comps. It feels like Ziad is always able to stay alive, to work his way around in different areas of the map. That time it's an annihilation. It's like an ant matrix coming through there from VP. He loses some armor, but then able to kind of get out of the way, work his way back towards the point, secure it for Alcatia.
Vasola in this matchup has a lot on his plate, because he has to do everything he can to garner attention, and Ziad is avoiding him constantly, trying to play around him, trying to use that defense matrix either on Jaywu to limit his impact or go after Shockwave. And Vasola basically has to chase, trying to find a way to push himself in the center of the action.
Yeah, it's a really tough situation to play from. So they're going to get rid of the Pharah here. They're going to play Mei, and then they're also going to play Juno, right? So this is like you're trying to split some players off. You're trying to extend these fights here if you're VP.
I mean, this is a good point for VP. They were hoping for Control Center with the style that they like to play. Labda just caught on too much Shockwave. Now he can play pretty safely and uncontested on this wide angle, but he knows there's a TP thrown up behind him, so instantly he has to respect that and drops down. Alcatia waiting, need to regroup and get Labda back in the game. He is their centerpiece.
Yeah, no reason to push on in here without Labda. Now you're gonna have to wait again as Landon gets picked by Shockwave. I mean, it would be massive if he started to come alive here for VP. Labda's been so good on the Sojourn. It looks like potentially a swap here for Ziad. So gonna not match the Ram, gonna end up going with the Orisa here. So see if he's able to kind of like land some of these spears, knock players back.
If you'll excuse the pun, Matt, this can snowball a little bit because these Mei walls make it very hard for Alcatia to stay grouped or stay in a position where they can safely fall back and get Ziad topped up. There's another shot comes in. Shockwave yet again has found his opposite number across the map. And once more, we call a cancel.
3 fights in a row, or 3 attempts to get a fight in a row. Just ruined there by Shockwave. 3 railgun shots in a row, take players out, force Alcatia back. That's going to give them about 50% here on the point.
That's a nice pick. The Javelin normally sets up those eliminations, but Shockwave looks like he lingered a little bit too close to the front lines. And here it is, Ant Matrix now, Landon. Likely just employed to keep Ziad standing, but Vastola gets thrown into the blender. Very quickly, they reassert themselves and start their own capture progress.
A lot to work with, though, here for VP. That's an excellent start to the beginning of the round. They get up to about 60%, and then they're going to come back. You can get the Ramatra fighting inside of that orbital ray. Obviously, a lot of displacement from Ziad, but getting the Ramatra inside the orbital ray, using that Nemesis form, cycling into the Annihilation, going to be really difficult to get rid of Estola.
Shockwave with an overclock, trying to make use of this straight away. He immediately Alcatia fall back around the corner. Pistola bounce forward. He knows he's got some space to occupy here. And Shockwave has done his job. He's given him a way into the point, but now they've got to stick it. Pulsar torpedoes come down here from Gala, trying to keep him standing, and there's a rally in play. Terror Surge thrown out by Ziad. Everyone able to avoid it for the most part, and he's going a little bit low. Immortality Field to buy time for Landon. Alcatia still with 5 to work with, but they need to get some damage down, and that's a good start. Kelex is felled. Pistola now with the Annihilation, able to run rush shot over Ziad, and Labda knows he needs to fall and stall as long as he can. A respectable 51% here for Alcatia, but they need to get control of this game.
Honestly, they did a pretty good job battling through a lot of that, right? I mean, they end up using that orbital ray and then into the Annihilation, like I was talking about, with a Blizzard and Rally, and they extend the fight long enough there, Alcatia, where they give themselves a chance to flip it here and make a comeback.
Ziad doesn't like what he sees. Not a checkmate getting picked off. That's their mobility kit. Annihilated at the start of the fight.
And a lot of early pickoffs from VP. Just kind of ruined Alcatia's round.
Yeah, between Jaywu and Shockwave, there's a lot of poke potential in Vertus Pro's composition. Compromising position of his Ziad to be in, but he knows he has to go for it. Early ice block drawn out of Jaywu here, and there's a rally in play for Kelex. That's the pick on the Mei. Jaywu was isolated as he emerged from that ice block, and Gala's going to likely be forced off that sideline. Landon's got to be careful, caught inside. Vortex thrown down at his feet. There was also a disruptor shot, but he's going to go upstairs, get some pressure down on Gala, finishes off the Juno. And now space is taken by Alcatia. They want to ration some of these ultimates for the longer game, but they have a crack at taking the map 2-0.
In that situation, right, Jay was playing a little bit further up. He takes a lick of damage and then icebox. And what Alcatia decides to do is use the rally to push on up. They get that bash as soon as he comes out of the ice block, not able to use like a wall, kind of push his way back, and it's an easy pickoff.
And that's the volatility of having Sojourn in the game. We're really hard to know if you're going to be able to stick around longer or if we'll be chucked down to low health and have to use a defensive cooldown like that. Shockwave wraps around. Overclock here. Gives him a bit of space. The May wall also lets Vertus Pro get in. Here comes that Terror Surge from Ziad. Waiting on the Ice Block cooldown, but unfortunately, the duration is just too short of that wind up, but it doesn't seem to matter. Lambda finds himself too. Fixer and Shockwave scrabbling for position, but Alcatia have the lead, and they've caught Shockwave in their left room. This orbital ray is pretty underwhelming. The only player that could benefit from it was Fixer, and he instantly is brought to heel. Now it's desperation. Vertus Pro trickle onto the point, but Vistola's forced off. And there you have it. Clean work here on Lijiang Tower. Alcatia had to work for it, but they knew it wouldn't be an easy walkover.
And VP, they try to walk up there, right? Amp Matrix from Alcatia. They throw the Blizzard in. The Blizzard actually is like more focused for like Ziad, but then also trying to move players back, because it's a little bit like touching that Amp Matrix, and then Ziad uses the Terror Surge, grips those players in, so you're still getting some damage down through that Amp Matrix. You result in a kill, and then the players on Vertus Pro, they're quite weak at the time, so they don't have the staying power to stay there and try and finish Ziad off while he's inside that Blizzard, and really well played there from Alcatia.
You can see the May wall and its applications in that round. Very good at catching Alcatia out, especially if they're trying to fall back. But when you force that ice block early, your May ends up emerging in a pretty far forward position, especially if VP opts to back away, try and disengage. They have to know at that point they can't really do too much about keeping their May alive. And credit to Alcatia, see those opportunities to surge ahead, redraw the battle lines, and cause that May to fall deep within enemy territory.
So for VP, you know you have one sim ban, right, throughout this. When do you decide to use it? Probably you're thinking about sooner rather than later, right? You know, you don't have a lot of time here to work with here. If you are Vertus Pro, on the other side of things, though, man, you get rid of the sim. It's not like that's all Checkmate can play. I mean, Checkmate is like crazy good. I mean,
he'll just play Tracer.
Yeah, he'll play Tracer. Could play Venture, right? A lot of different things you could see potentially from Checkmate.
Do you think the Venture is something we're more likely to see from VP? It's obviously well in the wheelhouse for that team. And the idea of trying to target Shockwave's strengths probably doesn't really hold up, because you've got a player like Lapta who wants to play much the same stuff. Got a substitution occurring on stage. We'll keep you in suspense as we come back from a break. I think you can probably figure it out as a certain Finn is on his feet. See you after this. As is their wont, Vertus Pro have conducted a substitution heading into the second map of this series. It's their map pick, and Icenom has come in at tank this time, fear not, for Vistola.
Yeah, so with Icenom coming in here, obviously going to be a map that's a little bit more centered around like a dive, whether it be like a hazard, something along those lines, potentially even like a Winston, right? We'll see where they decide to go. One of the maps that would kind of stick out to me is playing something like I don't know, maybe like Gibraltar. You'd have to probably burn a ban on something like Diva in that case. We've seen them play Icenom, while we've seen them play him on Sim on like a map like Circuit, right? Wouldn't exactly be the pick there, right? Especially as he's coming in on tank. So probably something that you can get a little bit more high ground, need a little bit more vertical mobility in the tank role.
Now, obviously, a lot of those dive tanks can struggle a little bit against Freya, but it's not actually a pick that Labda prefers to play.
No.
A lot more of like the more standard hit scan from Labda, so. And that's something that, you know, Shockwave has been known to try and bring out every now and then. Definitely a Freya player, we would consider.
Yes, way more than like Labda, or as we saw in the previous series, like Quartz, right? Quartz doesn't really go to it at all, really. Like Cassidy Sojourn, exclusively for him. Labda, I think I would put in the same type of boat. Doesn't exactly want to go and play that Freya, where Shockwave, I think, can play all three. I think with a map like, let's say, if it is something with a longer sight lines, Dorado, Gibraltar, or something in that wheelhouse, right? That's in the pool. Probably looking at Gibraltar, where Freya could be pretty impactful there with the longer sight lines.
Saw just there briefly Coach Junkbuck, pretty legendary in terms of Overwatch's history at the helm of Alcatia, previously with Falcons and the Houston Outlaws. Before that, assistant coach of the San Francisco Shock alongside Krusty at Tour de Force.
Pretty solid resume there.
Absolutely. He was the student to the master that Krusty was. Suffice to say now the student might have surpassed the sensei.
And not many else in Junkbuck's resume in terms of the teams he's coached, the performance he gets out of the players is. I mean, look, this team even back when you think of Champions Clash back in Hangzhou, right? They end up beating VP there, right? But they don't have like Ziad play there at that moment, right? A little bit of a different look from the team. They also have Kellex not in the lineup there. So now with Alcatia coming in, making some changes here for stage 2, I mean, they have been on fire.
Yeah, that substitution of Kellex coming to Alcatia, you get someone who is a fantastic ult caller, which is an oft overlooked skill in Overwatch. Oh, look at this, Gibraltar picked up.
Okay, this makes a lot of sense though. Gibraltar, Ziad's not like a Winston player, right? Get rid of the Diva. That would be like one of the tanks you would play for like high ground mobility. You could play Hazard here, I guess, if you are Alcatia. And then for Alcatia, kind of like what we were just talking about, they get rid of the Freya. It's longer sight lines, take it out of Shockwave's hands, force him to play, Sojourn, Cassidy, something that we would see from Labda.
Plenty of noise for VP in the arena, but the Alcatia cheer squad are absolutely electric in there. And I don't want to overlook the possibility of seeing a little bit of Widowmaker at times on this map, especially if Alcatia opt to try and go for a slower composition. If they don't end up opting into a high mobility dive tank, like you mentioned, the possibility of Hazard. I won't rule out Winston for Icenom.
I don't think, though, this is a scenario that is like surprising here to Alcatia. Like, it also conveniently for Vertus Pro saves the Symmetra ban, right? So you're able to kind of push that down the pike a little bit.
If you're Alcatia, wouldn't you have expected VP to try and take you to Circuit?
Why?
Because that's where VP takes everybody.
Yeah, but if you go, like, what are you going to do? Go Circuit and get rid of, like, Diva, like, and then they're going to get rid of the Freya, and then what? You're going to, like, a Circuit's like a 6-sim map, right? Yeah, like, we've seen them take teams to Circuit and have to put Icenom in for Jwoo. I don't think that's something they would want to do against a team who is great at sim as well.
Yeah, I guess what I'm almost getting at here is that Vertus Pro don't feel, and they have taken many teams to Circuit Royal, right, for that second map of the series. Like, that is very common. So there's something about Alcatia, though, that makes them much less comfortable about doing that. VP have picked that map into sim teams as well. They look very good, of course, with that sort of Iari Baptiste-based backline, but something here is, well, made Smash want to go to the far less picked Gibraltar instead.
We have seen Alcatia just ruin teams on circuit. Like, they're TPing Ziad on the D.Va on that map, right? All over, like taking off angles, making it super difficult for teams. I don't think that's something they wanted to opt into, especially if you're like looking at a scenario where Icenom has to play Sim. I mean, or you're going to say, all right, do we believe that playing Mei against Alcatia without like Mei Sojourn would be good enough to beat Alcatia? And I don't believe you could do that. I think it would be really difficult.
That's the kind of calculus that our coaches are dealing with here, map after map, and that is why we've ended up heading to Watchpoint Gibraltar.
Outside of TM, they just vibe it. They don't know, the Psycho's back there. Just
I mean, I have witnessed Psycho like in a coaching capacity, I guess, like he was sort of talking to the players after a scrimmage. He's a very stern taskmaster.
Yeah.
He does not joke around. He's that guy that will give you the just like a stony-faced response if you try and goof off.
I mean, look, players know the game pretty well. Would not oppose. I think with them, it's just like substitutions that become a little odd, right? But in terms of players kind of taking control of their roster, their destiny in terms of strategy, it's not a bad idea.
Here we go, your first looks at Watchpoint Gibraltar, folks. Definitely waiting with bated breaths to see what Vertus Pro think is going to give them the edge compositionally as we head into this map. Of course, being the one to choose Gibraltar means that your opponent is likely to choose defense. We'll see Alcatia do have Ziad here on the Hazard. Labda opting for, in the absence of Freya, something a little shorter range in the Cassidy.
Yeah, probably just going to, like, as they come in, trying to dive, play the cast up here on the high ground. And it will be the Hazard here for Ziad. That was kind of like one of the big things. What would he decide to play here on D? No real supply. Surprised with Checkmate still piloting the Sim as it's available. VP, probably not the comp we're going to see from them.
No, this is the standard hook out of Spawn from Roadhog, then switch to a different tank play. Been a long time since players brazenly stood out on the bridge for that very reason. We'll have a look, we'll have a hook, and then we'll head on back.
Yep, see where they decide to go. I imagine it's Hazard, right, if Isonom's in the game and D.Va is gone. So we'll get a good old Hazard head-to-head. It'll just be the difference in terms of the damage dealers, right? Cassidy Sim here versus Tracer Soj.
Here we see some of the issues. Labda is obviously taking some shots, connected them, but it's pretty minimal damage given the fall off. He's trying to circumvent that by taking this bridge and moving a little bit closer, and all of a sudden, things start to look a little bit easier for the Cassidy. Fixer caught out there. Shockwave is in trouble, being chased down there by the Hazard. Ziad's going hunting. He may have overextended somewhat. He'll have to double back on this most likely. But that one pick is enough for now. Taking out the Lucio is massive.
Yeah, and it's a really nice angle from Labda going around there with Kellex being able to protect him. Now it looks like a little bit, though, VP wants to try and force some of that high ground.
Landon just had a Suzu himself there as a slash came in from Icenom, trying to chase down a Kiriko. Landon can TP away pretty safely, and this leaves Vertus Pro pretty far forward.
This is good, though, for VP, right? They've taken control of the top. They're going to have the payload be pushed underneath, and they've actually just kind of bullied Alcatia back to the server room.
Ziad can mantle on top of that building should he choose to do so, but he definitely needs Labda and Co to soften up the attackers a little more.
Both teams playing for a rush here.
Alcatia don't have great sightlines. They don't really like what they see, and Ziad's starting to get pummeled a little bit. They've got to act quickly, and it's not quick enough. Kitsune rushes exchange over the cart here, and Labda's looking worse for wear. Icenom chases him down. Vertus Pro find that burst of impetus they were looking for and wash Alcatia away.
I mean, look, you play for high ground there for that exact reason. Love how VP decided to attack that instead of everybody just kind of slowly maybe going up and testing high ground a little bit, then dropping down, moving the payload. You actually have Jwoo just move the payload underneath while you kind of push high, and it forces them back in the server room, and then it puts Ziad in a really tough position kind of out in the open, not enough cooldowns to be able to survive.
Yeah, the fighting in this area gets interesting because of the jagged wall. The Labda gets ruined instantly. Cassidy lacks that momentum. Once your opponents are able to dive on you, you really have nowhere to go. And they were never going to win a face-up fight against that Hazard.
And it's a lot of high ground that Alcatia keeps giving up, right? A lot of teams would fight for that ship control over here at the top. They use that Sim TP, get in, get aggressive. They try and use like the Deadeye. And look at the amount of push it's going to allow VP to get.
They've gotten a lot of progress now, and Icenom can gum up the works, stand in the doorway, hence the TP's required. It's only Labda that went across so far. They're running out of time. Alcatia, they need to make the gambit here. Icedom tries to go for the downpour. It doesn't pay off. Jaywu realizes he's quite exposed out in the open, and Vertus Pro are trying to fall back here. They've lost Gala in doing so. Jaywu is in absolute no man's land here.
And it's a huge fight. I mean, that would have been like 4 minutes plus, like nearing 5 minutes, probably even over it, if you're able to get it right there, if you're VP. So you get a hold, and now you get high ground control, something that Alcatia lost early on. They have to be aware, though, Jaywu is still lurking behind.
Overclock here. Ziad positioned pretty far forward. He's going to take some hits from this, but Shockwave might want to find a more juicy target, perhaps. Inside the shuttle they're playing. DP utilized, but Icedom follows them in. Catches checkmate before he can get away. Sound Barrier now committed to the fight for VP. Icedom couldn't benefit from it, but it's fine. Shockwave is caught. There's no escape, and now Alcatia might have a springboard to jump off here. Lambda from the high ground controls the space well. It's another pick on Fixer. Now that flexibility is starting to dissipate for VP. Where can Icedom go from here? He garnered enough attention to buy time for Jaywu and Gala to make short work of these Alcatia players, but Ziad's still standing. And if they can't topple him, they're not getting a checkpoint.
And it's quite rough that the sound barrier does not connect with Icedom, right? He's up top trying to contest in the ship. The sound barrier comes on through. Players from VP move on in, but Icedom's got no armor left on the hazard at that time, where no armor. He starts to just crumble rather quickly, and with no sound barrier, can't follow it up.
Same little engagement early as Ziad doesn't want to give this high ground position for free and allow VP onto the shuttle, but they have fought for that territory. Now Alcatia likely want to try and group up. TP is going to get checkmate out of trouble now. A Dedo from the high ground. Lambda cancels it though. Set up for the reload. Dangerous position there for Fixer. Drops down in front of Lambda, who's unaffected by the downpour apparently. Checkmate though, not nearly so lucky. Now around the card, that's a stick, and that was dangerous. Ziad almost carried that into the rest of his team. Jagged Ball thrown up to try and give him some space, and Landon desperately trying to keep him standing, but Jaywu was looking for a reload, and his spike guard takes the Tracer out. But Shockwave found his enemy hit scan. Checkmate has to be careful, but he's got to commit. What a connection with those right clicks, and he'll finish the job. Again, Alcatia have to work for it.
And Landon is able to keep Ziad alive through all of that, which is just crazy to me, because Ziad is just jumping basically across the point a few times, extremely low health, just kind of working with Landon, and those two have been a formidable combo in EMEA. Now you got Rush and Downpour. Jaywu takes a lot of damage, going to force recall here early.
Ziad's playing further forward than normal, Matt. Was right up in that choke and bought some time. We're now down to 1 minute left for the attackers, and Ziad's sitting on a Downpour. Knows again that top shuttle will be taken by Vertus Pro, and he's looking for the players that have been left behind or are straggling behind the main pack. Icedom drops down. Gonna be a fight here on the low ground. A TP might get Alcatia around, but they're gonna have a wall in play. Shockwave hindered here with the flashbang. Forced to back away, reposition now, and Gala joins it, but they're not really in the fight properly. And Landon steps up. A little bit risky, a little bit optimistic from him. He will need to peel back a little bit. Icedom on the high ground, trying to command the space, and Checkmate peers in over the top, and there's a sound barrier that's gonna make it harder to crack through these VP players. Alcatia, though, had one of their own. Now both overshields have dissipated. Jaywu trying to move up the card, but the numbers are here for Alcatia now, and Icedom might have caught himself in the corner. Shockwave slides forward, but still being contested. Lambda stuck in the corner now, trying to get out with his Deadeye, but Ziad has finally fallen. The biggest target to topple for Vertus Pro, but they're losing players left and right. Shockwave is low, tries to fold around. Now Jaywu sees Lambda looking low and tasty, but it's one out by the Cassidy. Lambda, what are you doing? Icedom finally brings him down. With that one could have gone either way.
You had Ziad like right at the door on the ball. You know, just another second or two there from Lambda. I mean, that would have got real interesting. Probably a tank one-on-one as Ziad will go back there to the hazard, as just a little bit later support ultimates there for Verdice Pro allows them to come out on top.
Alcatia have to be happy with that. 3-4 consecutive defensive holds in that second phase of the map. Now Vertus Pro low on time to reach for the goal. Jaywu's been caught under some man coverage there. Looks like Lambda trying to keep the Tracer on us as much as possible. Pulse bomb, dodge. Able to be sidestepped by Lambda. Sees a railgun coming though, wants to close the gap on Shockwave, who again keeps him at arm's length. Icedom will control the high ground. Forced to drop down, he's overextended. Oh, that hurts. Vertus Pro not able to get Gala in position to keep their spearhead in play. And that's it, fight over.
He gets like knocked down from the high ground. Obviously didn't intend to just kind of leap over and not land on the bridge. And then he's so far away, a jagged wall from Ziad blocks any line of sight. Gala's not TPing in there, not giving up his life. Now it'll be VP with just one more shot at it.
We're going to have Kitsune rushes for both sides and a sound barrier at a very timely juncture for Kellex. Gala lets it go, knows he needs to be the one that blinks first and makes the play. In the back line, Shockwave's looking a bit low, and somehow Isom has to challenge the high ground. Lapta doesn't know where his assailants go. Oh my goodness!
He knows.
Jaywoo tries to challenge him out. Headshot instantly, and the Deadeye is superfluous. Isom simply vaporized in front of him. Oh, you got to be happy with a result like that if you're Alcatia, Matt.
It's insane to watch Lab to play and remember, like, he was never like a hit scan player. Like, even, you know, obviously they had Quartz when they were a duo, so no reason to. But I mean, being able to play that Cassidy and VP, they're fortunate. I mean, their point A was really good at this moment, being able to take the first point, right? You know, fighting for that high ground, pushing them into server, getting control. Alcatia really fought back into the game here in this shuttle part. It didn't look good at the start, right? But then once they got control over that top ship area, they were great on D.
Ziad showing he's more than competent to handle this mirror. Looking very, very good on the hazard. And most importantly, it was really hard to kill in that second phase of the map. Credit to Landon and Kellex for keeping him standing.
Little Ash action here for Shockwave on defense. So be able to kind of control some of that high ground, right? The constant pressure with the dynamites on players like, you know, Ziad on the hazard who wants to dive on in. So does become a little bit easier of a target, right? But there's no like a tracer on the other side of things. You're not really worried about that.
Definitely feels like a more defensive option. As Alcatia played that low ground, highly susceptible to those dynamites. Bob is very disruptive if he can connect. But Alcatia now have a pretty clear line of sight to their goal on this map.
And it'll be Gala playing Ana here on defense as well. So gonna have the ability for those bios, kind of force Suzu's maybe out of Landon. TP comes through, Coach Gun knocks everybody down.
Yeah, but also knocks Shockwave down. He's forced to give up the high ground, and Gala didn't quite get the memo. He's not able to fall back at the same tempo. And Shockwave eventually is picked up anyway by Ziad's second wave push.
Well, you see Isom actually down there by the payload, and like, how is he able to get back up to the rest of the team, right? They just TP directly above him, and then he's left in a difficult spot, right? Like, he's like, oh, well, I'm not gonna be able to make it back to the rest of the team to help, like, kind of peel. So I have to stay in here, fight over the payload. And it's just like him and Kellex really there at the time, and Kellex able to put some damage down, dance long enough to just keep him occupied.
So far, the Ashes looked like a bit of a problem. Not exactly the solution. Once again, Shockwave's the first pick here. He's got to start to question whether that hero is the one that's going to give him the most equity. Because frankly, he's barely played the game on this defense side.
Yeah, he's going to go back to the Sojourn right away as FACEIT going to have to use the TP just to stay alive. Ziad coming right at him. An even faster point A take here from Alcatia. Isome's going to drop here. Got FACEIT there working with him. This is so risky, though.
God, it's not where you want to be fighting a Cassidy. Just chaining those headshots together. It's beautiful work for Labda. But again, he gets exactly the fight he wants. Everyone's playing with his optimal range on the ground. And it's easy pickings.
So you will have the Nano here coming up. Oh, you actually lose Shockwave towards the end of this. You'd see it in the picture-in-picture down at the bottom. So Shockwave going to be out for a few seconds here once we get back into game, but you will have the Nano. Could be for, like, whether it be Isom, damage reduction, or Jaywoo. We've seen them use it on both the players at times. It'll be Isom to get the benefits of it.
Gamble comes in, looks like shrugged off pretty easily, of course. It could be answered by a Suzu. Deadeye being held onto by Labda. It was a gamble.
I mean, it is impressive he even lived through that. I mean, he had the Deadeye, he had hit with a pulse bomb, sound barrier. He was holding it through all.
Vertus Pro, if they're going to stop here, Matt, they can chain them together, but it doesn't look like that's going to be a possibility. Jaywoo trying to stay safe in these moments while waiting for the respawns of his teammates. I mean, VP, they're absolutely blown out in this second phase.
That is an ugly defense from VP in the shuttle phase, right? I mean, you still have Shockwave here behind. It looks like he's going to end up getting staggered. You had FACEIT TP to him, try and get on top of the shuttle, so now you've lost both of them.
Whatever VP were trying to achieve by taking us to Gibraltar, it definitely hasn't played out the way that they drew it up. Now you're starting to get concerned. Sleep on Ziad. Unlikely control. Oh my goodness, he just got 2 kills while holding right click. That is unreal. The backline just served themselves up to him on a silver platter. Now Alcatia says, well, I better just tuck in. Here's the wall. Checkmate a little bit low, but things are going so well for Alcatia. And the dominoes are starting to fall for VP. Ice number's too low to be diving like that, but he has no other choice, no option. Telex at least trades. Shockwave down. Malga makes an appearance. And Ziad's trying to finish the round off here. Fixer has to throw himself with the card. There's just no other option. Shrugs off the pulse bomb. Shoulder charge. Thanks for coming. We'll see you in map 3.
They are rolling through VP right now. And if you're VP, you take us to Gibraltar, you get rid of D.Va, you force them onto a hazard, and that's the result. Hey, what's your next option? I mean, you got to take us to a map and ban the sim. That's the logical step here, but it just seems like Alcatia a step ahead at every turn.
Gibraltar can go 2 very different ways depending on how well defenders are able to regroup in that second phase of the map. They get that shuttle control. If they can stagger, get their respawns coming back in. We saw Alcatia able to get 4 or so fights. It all came down to keeping Ziad in the game, and Ice Storm was far too easy to crack. Tough stuff here for Vertus Pro now. Last chance saloon here at our Midseason Championship. They'll have the pick of map 3 right after this.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
everybody, Danny Lim here, joined by Labda from Alcatia. Labda, you're going into your next match. How are you feeling? Feeling good?
Yeah, feeling good.
Feeling good?
Yes.
Ready?
Yes, sure.
How ready?
I think it's gonna be 3-0. Should be 3-0.
Oh, 3-0! Yeah. 3-0! Okay, 3-0. Against VP, you're saying that's 3-0, so it's gonna be an easy match.
Yeah, for me, I think so, yeah.
Easy match. You're gonna pop off, Labda?
Yeah, sure, for sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Tell the camera, I'm gonna pop off.
I'm gonna pop off.
All right, Labda, best of luck. Thank you so much. Good luck, okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's an iconic EMEA matchup in a second quarterfinal of the day, and it's one that is playing out in a familiar fashion.
Yeah.
Vertus Pro, Matt, are digging their hands into the cliffside. Oblivion waits below them, and Alcatia are poised to stomp on their hands.
Yeah, it feels like we've seen this story before. VP, one more map at their disposal to be able to pick, and we know the crowd wants to win. I mean, we were talking. It looks like you're at like a soccer
football game, man.
Football. Yeah, football.
We're in MEA now. Yeah, watching those flags fly, it's a little bit different. Big shout out to the crowd here in the STC Esports Arena, and they have absolutely gotten behind this Alcatia team. New Junk City.
You lose
last chance for VP to choose a map in this series.
I mean, obviously you have no choice, but you lose this if you're VP. I mean, they're just better, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I know you get a sim ban here on a rush style match. Alcatia, they get rid of the Ram, right? So Diva, Hazard, Orisa in play. Don't believe we saw a sub on the stage. See when we get into the lobby, but so that would lead you to believe that Ice Gnome's still in.
I think seeing Ice Gnome's still in makes you wonder why. Because I mean, again, like the ban, I think, of the Ramatra forces them to keep him in. Yeah, because that was what Vistola would come in and play that, or Orisa, which is reasonable on this map. They think, okay, well, we need to just commit ourselves to the Hazard game plan. That is not the case for Ziad. He now is able to go back on that Ramatra, should he choose to do so. Or the Diva even, yes.
Yeah, I think the Diva, right, it opens it up. It was gone on Gibraltar. Now you can bring it in here. Orisa can bother Hazard at times as well, so we'll see. I know if Ziad kind of falls back to potentially there, but it'll be the Diva here for Ziad. Probably, you know, his most standout hero here during stage 2.
And I think it's a little bit harder to ignore the Hazard as opposed to Ramatra, perhaps, in terms of your style. But Alcatia, like we said at the start of the game, they just stick checkmate on the Tracer. Quite happy with that. Which does mean that the Sojourns headline this matchup, and Kellex is spotted off to the left there, looking a little bit low, a little bit delectable. The Lambda's able to trade back, and man, these rails are hitting the perfect targets. Both supports down for Vertus Pro. And in the longer fight, they will suffer greatly. Jaywoo's got nothing to do here, folks. He has confused Travolta.
Well, Checkmate and Lambda are really low. They're searching for health packs here while Ziad actually gets the cap, as Jaywoo was thinking about hunting some of those players down, actually making a play here for Checkmate, but wasn't able to track him down, wasn't able to find him, and able to get rid of him when he was dangerously low.
That's the plan, of course, for Checkmate. Now that Alcatia control the point, he will play coverage on Jaywoo whenever possible. Follow him across the map. Disrupt the shot eaten up there by Ziad. Is able to avoid the slash damage from Ice Gnome as well. This very nimble Alcatia composition. Wants to keep the Hazard at arm's length whenever possible. Slash in dive on Lambda. Looks like a Suzu had to be drawn out of Lambda to keep them standing, and now it's about to Sojourn hits, and Lambda delivers yet again. This guy is indomitable. Another three-piece. And Vertus Pro tried to focus him, Matt. They tried to dive him. They just couldn't get rid of him.
We saw that clip when he was talking with Danny outside. He said it is going to be an easy 3-0, and at least right now, looks like no lies detected from Lambda into that interview. Is man, they are this will be a really dominant first point here for Alcatia. They probably just need one more fight.
Nice them again. The plan still has to be force this mobility out of Lambda, go after the Sojourn, take him out of the fight. It hasn't worked well, but it's not exactly a plan B here, Matt. 99 in overtime we are. Lambda here able to peer over the top of that jagged wall, which fell a little bit too low to cut him off that sight line, and he hasn't had to do it all this fight. He's been able to relax for one.
Yeah, the wall was supposed to hit, so the vertical portion like blocks the line of sight for Lambda and forces him down. But it actually just kind of like hits the lower lip and then gets stuck and like yoink down. So not able to block that sight line there. With that jagged wall, allows Lambda to free fire from up above, allows Alcatia to take our first flashpoint, and they have an easy rotation to the next.
Yeah, sound barriers for both sides in this engagement, so a little bit more of a fair fight.
Overclock for Shockwave, though, to rip a lot of that off.
Yeah, but Alcatia have this causeway control first. It really favors Lambda, especially these disruptor shots going low. Ziad's going to duck out of the fight here briefly. Shockwave has his. Oh, landed Probably doesn't expect Shockwave to drop down nearly as quickly.
Do you beat here? Oh, they do.
Okay, they're going to go for it. What can Ziad do in the meantime? There's a beat coming out from VP in response, so this feels a little bit awkward for Alcatia now. Checkmate wraps around, gets a bit of damage down on Gala, but needs to finish the job adequately. He's going to switch step away. Shockwave, comfortable spot. Ziad was able to remech throughout this fight, but Alcatia are spread pretty thin right now.
They've got Landon back as well, right? So they're back at full strength.
Jabu wins a Tracer battle. Alcatia, again, no reason not to try and take the point here first. Stall it out if they feel like they're going to lose the fight, get some free percentage. Ziad at least is threatening that, but he might have to back out now.
Yeah, and I mean, Jawu, that's going to be 2 kills for him. That's going to get a DMAC here on Ziad as well. They should give a fight.
Oh, Landon!
Oh, wait, hold on. He's still up.
Checkmate from long range is able to finish the job. That's just how low Shockwave went. Landon takes an audacious challenge and is able to win it out for Alcatia.
There's no way Landon rushes here, right? I know, I mean, yeah, he's so far behind now. Ziad not able to get back in mech. I was like, Ziad's able to get back in mech. Maybe you consider trying to fight it, challenge it, but wild plays from the Kiri on Alcatia, but it'll be VP getting control of this point first.
Alcatia need to chill now. They realize the opening that Landon created and weren't really able to capitalize off of it adequately as Fixer found 2 kills. So again, back to coverage. Checkmate looking for Jawu constantly. Shots coming in, likely Kunai one's off from the side, forces Checkmate to reposition now. He sees the backline. Sees Fixer floating as a pulse opportunity here. He wants to make sure it's certain. He waited for the slide to come out. Now recalls away though. Got a little bit low for his liking. Look how much damage. Pro is sustaining. Pulse didn't connect. That could have gone either way, Matt, but Checkmate, well, he's nimble enough to step away from the blast radius, and Alcad have the point.
It looked like he was about to blink right into it there. Had to sidestep it for a second as he tries to just like flick and throw it on an Ice Dome as he like travels over his head, but you see the pressure there from that off angle, taking like a little bit of a route over to the high ground, and then putting pressure on the Shockwave, Gala, and Fixa, doubling back towards the point there for Checkmate. Opens up so much space for the rest of the team to go in, take the point and high ground.
So Ziad has a second mech opportunity now with that ultimate developed. Lapta overclocked. He's going to shut the door in Vertus Pro's face, and losing Ice Dome there is it's not allowed. There's no way to have any fighting force in this fight. Okay, self-destruct here for Ziad. Okay, a little bit messy. The fact that he gets Shockwave off the backside, there was just some extra value. And Alcatia now can really stretch this fight. Vertus Pro are going to start to get desperate here, Matt. They're running out of time.
Well, you do end up, so Ziad will be coming off a spawn. You do have sound barrier here to be able to fight this, though. It'll be Ice Dome using the downpour. I don't think it connects with anybody.
No, sound barrier now comes out, and Ice Dome realizes he's a little bit too far forward for his liking, but there's a beat from Fixer. It comes later. This pulse, another missed one. Shockwave didn't have his slide forced out earlier on, but he was very low after that exchange. Good healing, but Ziad chases him down. He's going to have to give up his mech, though, in order to get that Sojourn. And Alcatia can't afford to give the point up. This is going to be messy, but they don't have the numbers to maintain control here. Landon's low. Kitsune Rush will have to wait for the next flashpoint.
MVP gets fortunate there because we're on board with Checkmate, and he's kind of hunting down Shockwave. It's been a matchup that we've been watching throughout this one, and Shockwave actually doesn't get any benefits of that sound barrier. We got another fast fight here on the rotation, though. You have Ice Dome stuck here as well.
They caught him midway. Ice Dome, of course, with that burst damage out of nowhere, is able to find Checkmate, but he knew he'd be trading at best there. So another 10 seconds before that next flashpoint is active. Off to the refinery we go.
So it'll be high ground control here early for Alcatia. So we're going to have another, they've actually kind of lined up these rushes, both Landon and Gala, to be able to match each other every single time.
Yeah, and they echo. Those voice lines come out at the same time. Here, but Ice Dome struggles, able to jump back. Gala desperately trying to keep him standing, even as Suzu committed. Checkmate realizes he's not going to get that kill. Elsewhere, Jawu more successful on his Tracer dive. Picks Lambda out of the mix, and now VP have a chance to get in. Ziad hoping just to try and, I don't know, project some threat here. Vertus Pro knew full well they're at a distinct advantage now. A remake there for Ziad. Gonna be pretty low. It's gonna be a downpour thrown in, and it did catch Landon. He's got nowhere to go here. Oh, the defense matrix is perfect from Ziad. Keeps Landon in the game. That is ridiculous. And still he's got his mech. Landon trying to pay it forward, but now Ziad will be knocked out of the suit. Labda low in the high ground. Sound barrier comes in late. Ziad is still bunny blastering away. So Alcatia don't exactly have that same level of kill pressure now.
Yeah, but they have control of the point. They have control of the point. They're going to get up to like about 60% here. They lose the Yard here with a headshot from Gala. Kellex ends up using the beat. The beat's going to get them about another 20% or so.
Yeah, and they're happy enough with this because those beats came pretty much in sequence. Gala will be ahead on the Kitsune Rush metric, but that is a healthy lead for Refinery as far as Alcatia are concerned.
Yeah, and I think if you're Alcatia, right, 72%, you probably need a fight to flip it, and then there's going to be one more fight after that. If you can like withstand Gala using this Kitsune Rush, you know, you might end up in a situation where this point is tied, but you come back with a huge advantage in terms of ultimates in a fight that ultimately is going to decide it.
The smug face is what does it for me. That is ridiculous. Shockwave, he's playing pretty safe. He knows Laptor's going to be hunting for him right now, but he's going to overclock, and Kellex flattened. Fixer tunes in at just the right moment. He and Shockwave on the same wavelength. That's a Lucio gone. This will get Vertus Pro now back to even. And a belated swift step away gets landed out of trouble, but Shockwave is going to continue to ask the question. Will you offer me a free kill?
Now it'll be VP taking the lead like I talked about. The bad part here for Alcatia is they don't actually force that rush. They're going to be the first team to use it.
A double back here from Checkmate. He did take a hit initially, but now he's in. Disrupt the shot at the back of the point, trying to dance with Fixer. Ziad and Checkmate locked in to take that Lucio down. That was a clean fight for Alcatia.
So they will get the flip. It had to be both rushes used there, pulse bombs from both sides. We'll see. Alcatia look like they pushed up there. Jaywu, I believe, is still behind them, so Jaywu should be able to get a touch.
Oh no, we just saw him TP across there. He's with the main body of the team. Recalls, but did at least get overtime active. Beats coming up here for Kellex and Fixer in this fight. Those are the key ultimates to look out for. Outside of that, it's good old-fashioned, honest Overwatch. Checkmate has the Mega. Jaywu can't take it, but he has a healer by his side. Ziad getting close to a remake opportunity, and Kellex is low, but knows been able to find him. He has a beat. He's built it before Fixer. Ice Storm goes low. Forced to drop to the low ground now. Spike guard deployed briefly, but Shockwave is fell first. Labda strikes at the heart of Vertus Pro, and now it's all his for the taking. Gala and Ice Storm topple, and Alcatia get their second flashpoint.
One flashpoint away from setting themselves up in the semis. A chance to go to a final here in Riyadh. Battle against Twisted Minds. That would be pretty wild up there in that crowd. Opening things up for Alcatia. Ziad will have this self-destruct. We see him play really aggressive when he has this, right? He knows he's going to most likely get a second life. So we'll see how deep he decides to go. Trying to make a play for Fixer or Shockwave. Those have been his targets.
He knows, though, he needs to be able to remech in a relatively safe spot. So he'll have to start doubling back as soon as he realizes he's going to be knocked out. Big ultimate here. Sound barrier comes in. Fixer's able to deploy it. Labda backs up. This is an unanswered beat. Alcatia are going to have to wait it out, but there's that self-destruct from Ziad. Back in mech should be fine, and Fixer's down to the pulse. Jaywu's got nothing to do. Caught on the outside, looking in, goes for a recall, but it's going to be a swift step away by Landon, and Alcatia start with point control, poised to take the series.
Yeah, and the sound barrier comes through from VP, and Alcatia back up, but Ziad is so far forward, and he's able to just kind of contest the point, use his self-destruct to not allow VP to take the point. It's also the overclock that rips a lot of that overshield, the overhealth away from players on VP.
Shockwave with an overclock. This is pretty preemptive. A lot of Alcatia now just scrabbling to get back. Keeping Ziad in mech is paramount, and he's going to be knocked out. Vertus Pro see an opportunity now just to knock it into Body Blaster form, and Ziad has nothing to say. The rest of Alcatia realize they're in a power trough as it is. Forcing ultimates would be better. We'll have to just accept turning around to fight another day.
And look, the supports on Alcatia are amazing, but when Ziad is that low, there's an overclock, everybody flying around the corner. No amount of Kiri Pocket is going to be able to keep Ziad up through that. So a rare instance, it seems like Alcatia gets caught off guard there.
Ziad's again in the mix and ready to go once more. Pressuring the backline. Jaywu traded for Kellex here. No Tracer up for Vertus Pro. I stumble a little bit low. He's going to need some help, but Gala's going to struggle through to Kitsune rush down, but he goes low. It's Gala out of the picture. Alcatia are back, and they mean business. And it just so happens that business today is pretty good. They'll have to flip. Now the goal in their sights.
It's wild when we're watching Ziad at the beginning of these fights, right? It looks like he just literally flies at them, and then just like, all right, let's just start fighting. And able to just kind of use that flight to get back towards his teammates. It's great use of the defense matrix here. You lose Shockwave towards the end, And dude, I mean, you have a huge support advantage here for Alcatia and a fantastic spot to close out this series.
95 and counting. It is last chance saloon for Vertus Pro.
Oh, he got him on the cross!
The Great White North descends on the desert sands and is repelled by the fiery spirit of Alcatia, advancing to the semifinals.
We swap to that free cam of the point to see if anybody gets a touch. From Labda's POV, but Labda with the overclock, actually with a headshot onto the Tracer, crossing over towards that side of the map, not able to get there to get a touch. And this team, as dominant as usual in EMEA, I think you can see the gap they put between themselves and VP.
It's about as clean as cold a shot as you could ask for. Alcatia knew they had the measure of Vertus Pro coming into this game. They had to have been pleased to have an opponent they felt like they had the better of coming into this game. And now they've secured a fateful matchup, a rematch for the history books in that semi-final. Twisted Minds and Alcatia.
And we're going to have an EMEA team in the finals. I mean, you think about just kind of the progression of OWCS over the last few years, right? Last year's EWC, obviously, I know Raccoon, Falcon, a lot like we have, a lot of different times, right? They make long runs in those events. Nightmare made a long run when we were at the Champions Clash, and now you get EMEA, who will be represented in a finals here. Things just, all these regions, right, with this consistent play, making themselves better here on this international stage.
Coach Smash already with some choice words for his players, already thinking about the next step, but right now, all eyes are on Alcatia as we head to the stage. Fancy has an interview with us, but none other than the GOATs.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Ziad from Alcatia is with me on stage after a statement performance against their opponents. They head on to face Twisted Minds in the semifinals, but for now, there's so many questions that I want to talk to you about, Ziad. First, you jumped in with this roster and you guys just suddenly stopped losing every single match as their solo tank. How did you fare with them as their solo tank throughout this entire season? زياد، أنت من أول ما دخلت مع الروستر هذا قدرت إنك تفوز كل المباريات بعدها كسولو تانك. فعلمنا وش الخطوات اللي أنت مريت فيها عشان تختلط كويس مع الفريق هذا.
طبعا الحمد لله على فوزنا اليوم. طبعا هذا فضل الله ثم فضل المدرب جنكبك ثم الروستر طبعا. طبعا الحمد لله التيم وثقوا فيني إني سولو تانك والحمد لله يعني قدرت أثبت نفسي كسولو تانك.
Ziad is saying that the main thing, I want to thank the coach for having faith in me and the roster as well for being able to help me grow and get into this roster. As you guys can see, we have the best performance so far. So Ziad, next match, you guys are facing Twisted Minds. How do you think you're going to do in this match?
طبعا المباراة أبدا ما بتكون سهلة. طبعا لعبنا ضدهم بالجراند فاينل WCS. انتهت 4-3 4-2. دائما Twisted Minds يكونون صعبين بس بإذن الله نكون قادرين يعني.
Ziad is saying that they faced Twisted Minds already a few weeks ago and they were able to win against them, but it was a hard match, so we're going to try to make our best for this one. Ziad, now that you won an elimination match, you get to crush your opponent's key. دامك الآن فزت المباراة هذه ومباراة خروج مغلوب معناته أنك تقدر تكسر المفتاح. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Let's go to the key crushing one more time for Alcatia as they head into the semifinals, locking the top 4 at the Esports World Cup. And Ziad will get to crush their opponent's key. One more Saudi team heading to the semifinals. We'll let Ziad enjoy this moment. And this marks the end journey for Vertus Pro at the Esports World Cup for Overwatch 2. And now we're heading to Zoe for the exit interview.
Thank you so much, Fancy. I do have Ice Clone from Vertus Pro standing by for a quick chat after this. You had to go up against the source problem, the cause of everyone's woes and sorrows with that Symmetra composition. Now, we did see you playing Symmetra, surprisingly, this event as well. Was taking the mirror against them, against the Origins, ever an option for you guys when going up against them?
I don't think so, because that team was the only team we couldn't beat in scrims with Symmetra on that map, so that's why we decided not to play that map this time.
So when we saw you earlier in the group stages on Symmetra, was that something you pitched? You're like, hey, actually, I'm like a Symmetra scrim god, and no one knew about that. Let me try it.
I mean, I was just playing a lot of Sim and Ranked, and then like I can speak a lot of English, you know. So and Jaybu kind of struggles with that. That's why like we were just like losing some scrim, like just the usual, you know, like a day in a life. And then we were just like, okay, I'm just gonna play Sim 1 map, you know. Let's just try this. We're like playing against Crazy Raccoon or something. And then like we won that map, and that's how that kind of started.
I love it though. It's great to see you come on that stage. You're a pocket pick. We see you on that hazard, and we saw you on the sim. Everyone was surprised. So it's really cool to see those different looks. I know this was your first EWC, your first international event as a whole. What's the experience been like for you?
I think the experience has been really nice for us. Thank you for all the fans as well that have been cheering for us. I appreciate it a lot.
That's right. There was a lot to cheer for. You guys really turned it up. You made it to the playoffs. There is so much to be proud of, and we're all so excited to see more from you and VP in the future. Thank you so much for joining me. We're now heading back to the studio with Pocket and the guys.
Thank you, Zoe, and sadly my Vertus Pro squad is packing up and going back to the team house in Serbia. But our squad here continues to power through with another 3-0. We got Jake and Johnny to break it all down. What did we see from the Adam crew?
I mean, this was a dominant performance by Alcatia. A really tough wind condition from Vertus Pro here. Like, where do you find kind of like a superior composition here? Alcatia, this has been the meta for them, playing the Symmetra, and Labda with just an amazing hit scan performance here, Jake.
Ferocious performance from Labda. I also want to highlight Landon, especially on the Batiste, man. This guy is a shooter on the Batiste. You've got that extra DPS on the server when he's on the BAP. And, you know, a lot of the players on this team have had chances on other squads, but really they're coming into their own together under Coach Junkbuck. And I feel like this is one of those teams that I honestly expect Alcatia to make it through to the finals. I think they're the premier sim team.
You think they're going to the finals? That means they would have to take out Twisted Minds in the next round. And Johnny, I'm looking at this arena. What was louder, our first match with Twisted Minds fans or what we just witnessed?
I mean, I'm just looking forward to the actual game, Bucket, because I know the entire arena is going to be packed with both sides filled, rooting for both Twisted Minds and Alcatia. The fans have been turning it up big time, and I was over there for that last halftime segment. Yeah. It is loud in there, and like I said, the energy, it feeds down into the arena. That's going to be like an actual like sports game. It's going to be incredible. Can't wait to hear the fans.
It already feels like a football pitch there in the STC arena, and it only gets louder because we are guaranteed an EMEA squad in the grand final. Twisted Minds, Alcatia facing off in the next round. A big surprise for a lot of people who are just tuning in, but no surprise to Jake, who called both these matches perfectly. Jake, though, did you see Labda point as well as he did?
Look, even Labda blew me away. I knew he had it like that on the Sojourn, but when he came out on the Cassidy and started just popping heads on Gibraltar, that's when I started to really think, okay, I mean, this Alcatia team is a squad that is just hard to beat, right? You know, like you think you could take them, maybe force them on an uncomfortable matchup. I was thinking, oh, well, it's good they faced Twisted Minds because, man, they'd struggle against someone like Crazy Raccoon, but Labda's playing like this. I feel like this team could take on the whole world.
Labda versus Quartz, the matchup I can't wait to see on Cassidy as we take a look at some of the other highlights. What's his best character? Is it the Sojourn?
When it comes to Labda, I think that's the hit scan where he really made a name for himself, because this has been a really storied arc, Bucket. We gotta say, dating back to the 2023 Overwatch World Cup. Quartz and Labda were actually on the same team, right? And that's how Saudi Arabia really made a name for themselves on the international stage, right? And we're actually joined here by Landon. Welcome. You ran all the way over from the arena, all the way to here, of course. So congratulations on the win, man.
Thank you so much. That was a really, really exciting match. The crowd is crazy right now, actually. Like, there's so much noise. It's so much fun to play.
So how many LANs have you been to, and how does this compare to them?
I've been to a lot, because before Overwatch League, I was in Collegiate, and then all the Overwatch League LANs, and then OWCS. I've made every LAN so far. But this year's EWC, I don't know if it's just the crowd really likes my team or what, but the energy feels completely
I was going to say, is this the biggest fan base you've had in a live venue for you? It felt like it out there. Now, you guys walk away with another impressive 3-0. You're getting used to dropping 3-0s on our scoreboards. What are you most proud of in this win?
I think for this match, we had like a pretty simple game plan. We've played against Vertus Pro like a lot in just the regional tournaments. So we just everyone just kept their head straight on, you know, stayed calm, trusted our game plan, and everything worked good.
Yeah, I actually looked up the statistics before this one, and you played each other 11 times already this year. Because of course, you're playing in OWCS, Saudi E-League, of course, and you were up 7-4 going into this next matchup in the semi-final. So does that bring any confidence to in that matchup against Twisted Minds?
I mean, Twisted is like, they went from being just like a team that we were friends with to like, I think Twisted Minds are full-on rivals right now. Like every week it feels like I have a mandatory Twisted Minds match on my schedule. You know, I play them over and over again. Everybody's friends with each other. Everybody's ex-teammates. And so I'm really looking forward to it.
You know, we've been talking a lot about the energy in the arena, the fans coming out. I got to know, who do you think is going to be getting the more energy in that matchup? Do you think there's more Alcatia fans or more Twisted Mind fans representing here?
I'm not really sure. There's a lot of Twisted Minds fans, but even if we have a little bit less, I think our fans are way louder. Like they were so loud today, full of passion.
I love that call out, and you know they love it as well. As we take a look at our playoff bracket, you are one of two teams locked into our Final Four. We will have EMEA representation in the grand final. That's a best of 7 or first to 4. Are you excited to go the distance if you make it to that final?
For sure, you know. I want to beat our rivals in Twisted, move on to the finals, and show that EMEA can like actually win something, because it's been too long.
Now we do have 2 more matches coming up here on the main stage. T1 versus TL will be the next battle. Can I get some insight here? Who do you think has a better chance of facing you in that grand final?
I think besides us, I think T1 are the best team in this tournament.
Wow.
So I think they'll probably just 3-0.
Elaborate on that? Why do you think T1 is the best team? Like, because Falcons is still in there, right? So, like, what makes T1 stand out?
I think a lot of the teams, like right now, including us, are really good at a specific style, you know? Like, we're really good brawl teams, really good, like, poke teams, you know? But T1 kind of feel like when you practice against them, they kind of have this energy of, like, whatever you do, I can do better, you know? And that can be, like, a very demoralizing thing to play in a match.
I love that. Now, you're playing the Baptiste, one of my favorite characters. If I have to heal, give me someone who can shoot back, right? So... Can you kind of explain your role and how do you deal with the different compositions that have been thrown at you throughout this event?
For me, at least, like when I play a character like Baptiste, you know, I spent like 2 years in Overwatch League playing against like, you know, Atlanta Rain, Winston Sombra Tracer, you know, like you have to like earn your stripes there, you know, every life, every fight, they're diving you, you know. So for me, I just try to like rely on all the experience I have and hope it's good enough.
And my last question here, the production wants to know, we have a European producer who is watching his first European Overwatch team going to a semifinal. What should he be most excited about? Is EMEA right on the heels of Korea, or do you feel that you can pass them?
I mean, right now in this tournament, I think like an EMEA team will 100% be winning this event.
Wow. I mean, that's unheard of. That's crazy.
I like it. We're making history here at the Esports World Cup. Crazy Raccoon, the reigning champion, has already been eliminated, and we have 2 more matches to go. Before you go, though, anyone who helped you get to this point in your career, who do you want to give a shout out to?
I mean, I have to thank my dad, you know. My dad bought me my first PC, drove me to like the local Florida Mayhem like lands like near my hometown, you know, like always watches my games, like always posting stuff. So for sure, I got to thank my dad.
That's awesome.
From collegiate to the Overwatch League, now to the Final Four here at EWC 2025. Best of luck, Landon.
Thank you.
That's Landon. That is Alcatia. They got the dub tonight. When we come back, we have 2 more teams taking the stage. It's T1 versus TL. Don't go anywhere. It's EWC.
Yeah, I can mark. Actually, I'll help you with Tracer. We're chasing Tracer here.
Hard main.
To the way. I'm with lab down.
Testing.
Yeah, lab down with you. Nice!
Go, bro.
What's up, everybody? Danny Lim here, joined by Seven from PUBG Mobile, here to bring you some update on this game. I mean, I heard that you guys are on day 2 of Grand Finals, and you guys just wrapped. Can you brief us on what happened today?
For sure. I mean, first place, Yangon Galacticos, they had been amazing throughout the last 2 days. But today, we had APG, Alpha Gaming, making sure they close that gap going to tomorrow.
Okay, I mean, you guys, tomorrow's the final day of the Grand Finals for PUBG Mobile. Are you expecting a team, like a favorite team to win?
It's a bit of a toss-up because even though Yangon Galacticos is in first place, we do have an awesome rule called the Smash Rule, which after they pass a certain amount of points, whoever gets the win, they could end up winning it all. It doesn't matter if you have the most points.
Okay, sounds exciting. I mean, on Overwatch side, we got some exciting news as well. We're currently on quarterfinals. We wrapped our first quarterfinal match. It's exciting because our defending champions, Crazy Raccoon, got eliminated by Twisted Mind.
Well, funnily enough, you see, let me find it real quick. This one right here, those are our defending champions. And as you can tell, the key's broken. So we're also going to be getting a new champion.
We're getting a new champion. You guys are getting a new champion. Everyone's a new champion.
That's right.
All right, Seven, thank you so much for the interview. Best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you. You too.
Welcome back to the Midseason Championship at the Esports World Cup 2025. I'm your host, Chris Puckett, alongside Johnny, a.k.a. Reinforce, and we got Jake on the couch as well. Gentlemen, though, today we have a special treat. This is something for all the fans who have been supporting their teams playing in the competition. Blizzard has been crunching some numbers, and since we're at the Midseason Championship, we're doing a Midseason check-in. Jake, which which team do you think sold the most team packs in 2025?
Look, I mean, you got to give it to credit to some of the teams that have been winning championship after championship. For me, it's got to be CR or Falcons on top.
Falcons would be my guess. Johnny, do you have a prediction?
I'm going to say underdog, set a division. I love their colors.
Let's take a look at who is on top halfway through the season. You're right, Crazy Raccoon. Okay, you win. You are going to be in the top spot. Zeta Division coming in at the 2 spot is really surprising for me. But then you see TL and T1. Did you expect T1 to be higher than Liquid?
I mean, I'm impressed that T1 and TL are that high. Honestly, Team Liquid, I think this goes to show the effort they put into the skins. Those TL skins just look nice, man. They're styling in the white and blue.
Want to give a big shout out to my friends at Space Station Gaming as well. Keep killing it over there, guys. They've only been around for like 2-3 years, and they just keep growing. But Jake, we got to check in on some of our other teams that are in the competition. Do you have a favorite team skin that you like to rock in game?
I feel like I got to be rocking those TL skins. I want the TL Venture, man. That for me looks like one of the swaggiest of the pack. Ramatra maybe shows it off a little bit better, but I'm not a tank player.
Yeah, good call. Yeah, I can't play Ramatra either. In the meantime, we want to remind you all, you can still get your team packs. They're on sale online right now, and the money that goes into that supports your teams directly. So if you love them, show some support financially. Let's get into the games, though, and talk about what we have coming up next, because your next quarterfinal is a banger. TL, T1, and T1 is feeling good coming in today. They crushed through their group, Johnny.
Yeah, I think this is a really interesting team as we draw closer to the playoff stage now, because they have a lot of young talent on their roster, and they also have some veteranship that kind of have been forgotten. We think about Skewed, for example, who actually won a tournament here and there with LA Gladiators back in 2022. But then also they have Donghak, who was on that Atlanta Reign roster in 2023 with Lip, Chio, Fielder, and they were dominant. And they combined that experience with young up-and-coming players like Proud, for example, who is an amazing hit-scan player. Don't want to leave out Vigilante as well, who's another one of these young guns who hasn't really had the chance to prove it on a global stage. So when we look at some of the teams in this bracket, we think, of course, about Crazy Raccoon, Team Falcons, you know, like all these heavy hitters that are always here. T1, this is their first chance at a global event, and they're combining a lot of interesting players to put themselves in a position to succeed.
We have a guy with blonde hair. He's been running around everywhere here at EWC, and I just heard he caught up with T1.
감사합니다. What's up, everybody? Danny Lim here. As you guys could all see, I just talked to T1 right before they are heading into their match. Now, they seem very comfortable and very ready to go. I asked team members if they were tired. No one was tired, except for one person. The head coach said that he was very tired. So other than that, everyone is feeling great. Asking about Team Liquid, their opponent, they were not too worried. They did give respect to the team, saying that they are a great team. They're a very strong team. They told me that they didn't think that it was going to be an easy win, but they're going to try their best, and they're very confident that they will be able to get the win against Team Liquid today. I mean, that's what they said. T1 was the team that I talked to. We'll see if that happens.
T1 has gotten a lot of love, and here you can see in our Jamil Motorsports arrival cam, they are ready to head into the STC arena. T1, kind of a famous brand around here. Faker's been walking around. He's been idolized by a lot of our Esports World Cup fans, but now you have his org putting on their show in Overwatch. Are they a top 4 team?
Absolutely. There's no question about it. I mean, T1 has rocketed onto the scene in Overwatch, and they put together a really fearsome roster. I love the backline in Shu and Skewed. So used to saying that combo. Vigilante and Skewed. I think Vigilante is an unsung hero. I think Vigilante has been on my radar for a very long time as a monstrous flex support, somebody who can really put up kills in clutch moments. You combine that with somebody like Donghak, who, his rookie year, I mean, already was an Overwatch League finalist, massive performance in his rookie year, had some drama on that team, and now I think people were always underrating him. They were blaming him for issues, saying, oh, maybe Donghak was the issue. I think now it's clear to see Donghak was never the issue, man. This guy is a beast. Some people say maybe best tank in the world. I don't think that's unrealistic for Donghak on the level he's showing right now.
All right, if we could get an extra minute on the clock, I'd love to talk about the other team in this fight too, because we have Team Liquid about to take the stage, and you mentioned bloodthirsty supports. No one's been better than Vega. at making highlights from that position.
Yeah, I mean, they're really comfortable playing this Baptiste and Ilari backline, but I think for this matchup, it really comes down to a generational performance from their young guns playing the damage heroes, Zero and Tree. I think they need to just have an absolute monster of a series here, because Team Liquid, they come into this series and they don't really have a signature composition that they can beat the other teams with. Yes, we could go to double flex, but T1 does that expertly too. So the young guns, Tree, Zero, they're gonna have to step up big time here, Puckett.
Jake, if you're looking at the tank showdown, you already highlighted what Donghack is bringing. What can Liquid do to shut him down?
There's not going to be an easy answer for Team Liquid. I think Johnny hit the nail on the head. If Liquid wins this, it's going to be pound for pound, blow for blow, honest Overwatch. This might be one of the most honest series we've had all tournament, because I think both of these teams kind of want to go head to head on some of the highest skill comps available. I'm talking Freya, I'm talking Sojourn, I'm talking Tracer, Venture. I mean, the heroes of the tournament. I'm also very curious to see what tanks Infected and Donghack select. Both of these guys can play the entire roster. The field is wide open. This is either a coach's dream or their worst nightmare. I think that's why the head coach from T1 is so tired. There is so much to prep in this matchup.
Jake, you are 2 for 2 on the day. This is match number 3, and we are 20 seconds away. So go ahead, tell the people at home how this series is going to go.
I love the Team Liquid boys, but I gotta say, I agree with Landon's assessment. I think T1 is one of the best teams in the tournament. I think pound per pound, I think they're gonna get this one done, but it'll be close.
It's gonna be close. I'm expecting another Game 5. Let's go down to the STC Arena for a third match of the day.
Alcatia got their revenge on LAN, having been knocked out earlier this year by VP in Hangzhou. And now they're finding themselves in the semifinals after such a convincing 2-0 against VP.
Yeah, my heart breaks. The two Saudi teams will now face off against each other in the semi-finals, Zoe.
I know. That means that y'all have to pick a favorite child. That's going to be a tough one, but a good one, I'm sure. But only one can make it to the grand final, as we're playing in a single elimination bracket.
Absolutely, but hey, that's tomorrow's problem. Let's focus on our next quarterfinal match. Shall we call them out?
Let's do it. The first team I want to call out here has not truly been tested yet. In fact, they just look like they're playing with their food most of the time, but they're just so versatile. They're very difficult to prepare against with that double flex support backline. I think we're in for a treat. Let's please hear it for T1.
And their opponents pushed the best team in the world to a limit in the group stage with so much firepower and versatility in the front line. They are a team to watch out for. It's Team Liquid.
The penultimate match of the day is ready to go, so let's get straight into the action.
Thank you very much, Zoe and Fancy, yet again. Here we are, quarterfinal number 3, T1 versus Team Liquid. And Team Liquid, not just so recently, Lemon, went to a map number 5 against Crazy Raccoon. It's something about Zera, man. This guy always takes some of the best teams who ever touch the game to their limits, although now we know they're not the top dogs.
Yeah, but I would say Zera has been a top pickup for this team. He kind of reminds me of Heesang, since we, just casted his team, of just someone who can have an incredible tracer, play the flyers, play anything you ask from him, from the Mei to anything silly in between. And so important to have him in the lineup to just improve that communication structure if Team Liquid were to ever opt for a Symmetra, which has been one of the most demanding comps that you need to play. But this is going to be a big clash of styles, Jaws.
Yeah, it really will. I mean, the classic esports thing where you bump into players in the bathroom and ask them how the day is going and how the next match is going to be. And I said, Tree, like, how are you feeling about this EU Sim type stuff? He's like, look, Sim, probably the best character in the game right now. And like you said, they haven't been playing too much of it. It's not been perma-sim, but if there's one team I can trust to flex over to something, it's definitely Team Liquid. A quick fixing of the team comms right now, just making sure all the players can hear each other. So we'll be getting ready to go in just a moment. That guy on your screen right there, Donghak for T1. An exceptional dive tank, ball, Winston, anything you like. It's going to be a very interesting matchup against Infected, who also really likes to go fast, go hard on Winston and ball.
Yeah, you and I got to cast Donghak, and the ball supremacy that he had over Sign Esports, especially on Busan, their map pick. There's just no answer to that. Only specific heroes that can come in mind, Diva, Tracer, something as mobile as you can to catch up to that damn hamster. But Donghak has showed that he is the best at that. And speaking of styles, Infected has been touted as the top tank in North America, not only because of his mechanics and what he brings to the table, but his hero pool, one of the very rare few that can play the ball and the Winston in North America. But we've seen so little of that from Team Liquid as they really conform to the Brawl Symmetra style these days.
Yeah, I did try and get some juice out of Swing Chip, who's currently managing T1, and she a little bit too polite. Well, at least to everybody else except for myself. And yeah, she said, just they are confident coming in, and you can tell. Like that 3-0 we saw yesterday was like, okay, well, they're spawn camping, they feel pretty good, but that test is yet to come, and this really does feel like it. That backline, I must mention too, on Team Liquid, RuPaul, one of the craziest North American flex supports to touch the game, and it's going to be an interesting matchup for him. Going against Skewed and Vigilante, two very historic support players. Another ex-Glads player, by the way, in Skewed. Scary stuff when it's a Brig meta, but we are far from that now.
Yeah, a very scary double flex support opportunity for T1 if we ever go to Circuit Royale or things like that. But RuPaul and Vega, you got the Overwatch League champion. Vega, who exploded onto the North American scene, bringing the Lucio, kind of really showed up with his old duo CJ at the time. And Team Liquid are the best representative, I think, when it comes to North America. And a lot of young talent when you look at both DPS duos from both sides that came in on their specialists, on these flankers, on the hit scan. I was a big fan of Tree coming up through contenders, making it to the big leagues. And T1, though, are what, the only team that haven't dropped a map of this event? Like, this is a scary team to go up against. A lot of people think T1 could easily go to the top 4.
I mean, is it going to be an EU final? That's the big question. Kind of difficult now. I mean, look at T1. If they are to just take this, I mean, you've then got to face probably Falcons, although to be fair, the amount of upsets that we've seen already, Lemon, I wouldn't be too shocked to see anybody else up there. I mean, look, if Crazy Raccoon can go down in that fashion, it's anybody's trophy at the end of it. We're going to Busan as our first map, very dive heavy, as Diva and a Sojourner band.
Yeah, Busan or Oasis have been picked by T1. Both would have been formidable options, and expect the Hammond. And now we can start talking about those bans. Speaking of that, T1 gonna ban the Diva. So this is ultimately an answer to the Hammond as someone who can matrix a lot of the damage, have a bit of a chase down, and peel against the Hammond. So good ban for T1. As a response, Liquid get rid of Sojourn. Now I'm a little bit worried about this. I think Tree, of course, likes the Freyja, likes the Cassidy. That's a good deterrent to the ball. But maybe the Sojourn, just the extra mobile DPS to get away from a Hammond, would have been nice to have on the table as a just in case.
Hey, we've seen T1 play Venture Soj, Venture Freyja, like any kind of comp that doesn't involve that sim. And we spoke about it in our last series, that Crazy Raccoon one, of course. That was an upset going the way of Twisted Minds. That, well, the sim comp just kind of runs around it. And if you can
find yourself a good sim player and everybody kind of neural links like together one brain cell, not one brain cell, one brain, and the singular brain, and just kind of works together in such a degree where you're frame perfectly, all teleporting together. You can kind of ignore the bench. You can ignore the other hit scan. Like, it doesn't really matter. Like, your ability to collapse on a backline is just so prominent with that sim. Looks like all the players are loaded into the lobby as we get into this first map in just a moment.
Viper and Donghack returned to EWC when they were here last time with Fnatic. So a lot of stage experience from both sides. And now T1 got fans in the crowd. Team Liquid fans, you better show up for them as well. Looks like we're ready to go on Busan.
Big smile on Vega's face now as we load on into Busan. Winner here moves on to that semi-finals to face either Falcons or GK. A team, another team that people have very high hopes of finding themselves in that. Bracket game versus Falcons going to be a little scary. But to the present now, T1 and Team Liquid. That's Zest and Proud on your screen. Going up against Zera, that's one scary face. That series at Hongqiao versus Crazy Raccoon with Zera on that old Nightmare lineup was a spectacle. It really was. His Tracer, I've never seen Zera play a Tracer to that level of ferocity before. And if you can continue that, especially on a map like Busan, Team Liquid might be in with a good shot. But let's load on in. T1 versus Team Liquid. Let's get going.
And Zera's not stubborn on the heroes. He'll be the one that swaps and conforms and adapts to the other side. If he starts on the Symmetra, his fallback plan is always the on Sanctuary, a lot of open ground. It would be great for the Tracer, but we'll be for sure locked in here in a second. T1 versus Team Liquid. Remember, y'all, this is a single elimination playoffs.
I think it may be infected there with a little trouble with the headset. You have to put it on, mate. That's a good start. A lot of Team Liquid and T1 fans in the crowd, of course. They've been doing very well in the Club Championship. Lemon is worth keeping in mind. They just won the chess. Magnus Carlsen taking home that 1,000 points for the team. So Team Liquid, any form of success, even making it to semi-finals, that's a whole lot of points towards that Club Championship.
Super important, especially with the MLBB points that were just added on top. So
they're raking in the points, actually.
Yeah, so this win would be huge for Liquid, but I think T1 are looking like the favorites in this, just based on the flawless performance they've had at EWC so far. But Busan Sanctuary will begin, and this is the T1 playground they have chosen.
Oh yes, let's get into it. No more pauses, no more delays. Your third quarterfinal of the day. And Vigilante skewed, they're going to be running a very fast backline. No shock here to see Donghack hover in that wrecking ball. They want to go hard, they want to go fast, and just maybe even clean up with another little 3-0.
Ooh, is Infected gonna want to mirror this? Now this is a matchup I've been looking forward to as the gates open. Korean Hammond versus North American Hammond, collapsing on these backlines. Look for the TPs, that's a cooldown you gotta force out of these. Here he goes, the boop aways from Skewed. Zest versus Zera on the Tracer. It's an all-out mirror, who will be the best?
Very early drum take there by T1. Zera kind of hanging around in the back as well. Didn't want to force himself up too early on, waiting for Infected to maybe create some space. Good rotations though from T1. They just enter the main as the point unlocks. Now it's all about just getting slam kills and then tagging up with your Lucio player and your Tracer player to gun someone down. But a quick cap there from T1, just kind of snuck it away from TL.
Yeah, the vertical jumps from the Freya allowing so you don't get kind of hoisted up in the air by the pile drive, but first cap for T1 already. Needed to see more presence from Zera to try and deny that. At the very least, he'll try for the recap. Has to win the 1v1 against Zest. Infected's out of the picture, he's below half health. That means T1 are in the driver's seat, they need to engage.
Yeah, Zest is holding down the fort as well, but there's a good kill. Infected finding the first blood, Proud down. Infected with a double as Skew bites the dust. Zest trying to make it a little even though, chasing Zera, but there's too many heals coming through on the Kiri as T1 lose the point.
Yeah, there was a window to try and chase down Infected. who is very much lower than Donghak, but they all got healed up. RuPaul will be ahead of the Kitsune Rush as a result, and Team Liquid will manage to steal the lead back after giving up the first cap quite early. But it's about winning the war, not just the fight. Some pressure here for Proud as Infected lurks.
Very young players like the Desk was kind of mentioning as well. Some very veteran and then mixed with the new talent. Tree is its third stage performance here on an international one at the very least. Proud is getting kind of dominated now by Tree. Speaking of which, a ton of bolts directly connecting from across the map. Both Tracers picking up kills now. Zera's in a little bit of trouble with no recall. Picks up the health back, has got a pulse bomb, but T1 sneaked the point away again.
There's a lot of different objectives for a Tracer, but this one's important. Kitsune Rush from RuPaul. That's ahead by about 13% over Vigilante, but T1 are just going to disengage, and it's smart. Donghak's not here to initiate.
Yeah, I'm surprised Zera actually lived that. He blinked through the mines. Sound barrier on 4 for T1 as they surge forward, but Vega's got a better one. Hits 5 as they push. Mines deployed on the point, a long-range bolus. I mean, Proud, you're going to have to pray a couple more times to actually hit that one. That's an easier one for Tree, though. Direct skewed, and Zera and Infected are there with the cleanup. Oh, Zera with a pulsar in the skies. Almost stuck himself. RuPaul does end up falling as Donghak makes his return to the battlefield as T1 still command control of the point.
This is such an even matchup. Zera and Zest are going toe-for-toe. Infected and Donghak are killing each other, but only one tank remains. Solid anchor for Team Liquid. They're still trying to get the flip, though. It's in favor of T1 at the moment. 80+% and growing. Zera's trying to get the flip, but he needs to win the 1v1 against Zest, and if he doesn't, this could be stalled out.
I mean, this is classic control right now. Tree takes a headshot in midair as Proud wins that 1v1. Still, though, T1 in control. These fights haven't been clean from Liquid. They need almost a complete team wipe, considering how fast these comps do end up running. Now T1 actually at 99%. Zest kills Infected, and this is turning on its head. Team Liquid, where you at right now? Proud bolts Zera. Vega falls. And my word, Team Liquid can't get on the same page as T1 will take the first round.
That was just so much on Zera to produce, and Infected and him were not always connected. I think Tree was getting hounded by Zest on the Zest Tracers, so it's kind of tough to get these beginning frags, and then you had some slip-ups of, again, the Tracers have a lot to pay attention to. You have to mark the opposing Tracer. Sometimes you have to get called into the fight to chase down the Hammond that's low HP before he reaches that Mega Pack, while the Tracer also has to stall the point. Pressure maybe the TPs out of the Kirikos. So much for Zera and Zest to handle, but now we go to Mecha base, a lot more brawly. Orisa mirror will ensue.
Expect both teams wanted to go to downtown, but yeah. 2 Orisas. Same kind of comp though. Again, a complete skill matchup. The mirror. This high ground control here from T1. Donghak's actually just kind of walking into the spawn. Yeah, I mean, TL just completely split there. They just cut down Tree, and yeah, Zera also falls. That's a 2-pronged approach from Team Liquid. It does not work out one bit.
That's fine, you only lose Zera, so you're not giving up too much ult charge, not too many kills, counter-rotate from Liquid, and not fully capped. Maybe Zera was trying to contest that as much as he can, so limited progress from T1. Now a range battle, we need to see Tree have some life and snuff the life out of T1.
That's the perfect pick, though. If you're Team Liquid, Tree goes fishing from across the map and sinks a kill on a support. Very late contest, though, is going to come through from T1 to make sure the point doesn't get flipped for free. But no, Team Liquid forced them off. They got numbers, and they got the damage as well. Infected even just still trying to fight this frontline duel. Donghak taking so much damage. You can see the bolts like attached to him. They should be able to kill Donghak here. In fact, they need to. They're going to rush, actually, just to make sure and guarantee this fight win. Vigilante falls yet again, and a rough start for Vigilante. It's Kiriko. As soon as you force that swift step, you're a sitting duck.
RuPaul farmed that ult so fast. That is the first one of this whole map, and it was 50% ahead of Vigilante, so an amazing job to get that flip over, and now to play through these chokes. Now T1 can hit this head on or try to go to the opposite side. Have some breathing room, set up Proud for success. Beat will be ahead here for Skewed.
trying to land some shots on RuPaul, but he's a bit too swift to it. Oh, Tree again, just double taps Proud. Quick reset though. Points not ticking up that quick, you're good for another.
Tree is getting the edge over Proud, even while defending. This is going to be the most stable position. Proud has to peek around these corners. You got to be wary of these javelins. Donghack's going to make the space, and he separated Liquid.
Yeah, really good spear off of the high ground there, and now Donghack sees the opening. A bolt connects from Proud, and he gets his revenge. Sound barrier from Team T1 as they just run Team Liquid down. They haven't expended anything in this fight though, and I can't imagine Infected is going to use this Terror Surge. Just go for a reset, bank 4 ults, collect the interest, and move on to the next fight.
Yeah, 80%. This will be pretty much Liquid needing one fight to force the round 3. Kitsune Rush needs to be popped here early for Vigilante, just to maybe, I think, try to surprise Liquid, bring the speed when they think they're safe. They have a sense of security in a corner. T1 should really try to put on the pressure, but Zero's going to try and get their attention with a point touch.
Yeah, it's not being contested currently, but a couple of bolts sent towards Proud. I'm looking at Proud's health bar right now. It's only a matter of time, it feels like, before Tree assassinates him. Recall from the Tracer, a good headshot onto RuPaul. Looks like he teleported away though. Terror Surge, Sound Barrier in Team Liquid are pushing their way out of this choke point, but Proud finds a nice bolt, and then the connection from Zera's Pulse Pistols will end Tree's life. And now the chase can ensue. Just the supports now alive for Team Liquid on this side of the map, and it's easy pickings for Proud.
So will be T1 back in the lead shortly, and Zera, it's so hard to contest this point. You're out in the open, everyone's watching you. Zero is out of the fight trying to find a Mega Pack, and RuPaul will be staggered late. This will come down to final fight with Kitsune Rush and maybe Skew that can save this with Barrier. And now being able to defend this, Proud needs those first bloods, the same ones that Tree has been doing this whole round. See if T1 can take this.
Yeah, Pulse Bomb for Zera, the only ult right now that Team Liquid are holding on to. No spear onto Vega, he's in trouble, does receive the Suzu, but Tree is already down. Zest just needs to escape, getting chased by Zera, but the backup arrives, the cavalry. Donghack ends up just running over Zest and almost forcing the recall. Infected now in trouble on the low ground. Nowhere for Vega to really go now either. Stuck in the corner as T1 in the SCC overtime are cleaning up Team Liquid. Just water under the bridge for them as they take Busan 2-0.
On their map pick made a lot of sense. They showed just how much better they were at coordinating off of Donghack with the Hammond on Sanctuary, and then to beat Liquid in the mirror on the Orisa was huge. I was a bit worried about the hit scan matchup, how that was going to do, but T1 finally realized to take a step back, let Liquid in through the choke, and Proud just dodging all the aggression that was coming his way, floating in the air like a butterfly, but stinging like a bee in the end. T1 come out on top, and map choice up next will beat a Liquid.
The sim is very broken, it seems, right now at the state of the game. I mean, look, even Tree was telling me earlier on, like, Sim is the best character, and I'm curious if they continue to kind of maybe pivot towards the Symmetra a little bit more. I'm sure T1 are happy to kind of run what they've been running here. I mean, Zest on the Tracer is just a menace.
Zera just out of sync. The right ideas were there, right? Of go and touch the point, get the focus away from the rest of your team, but there needs to be a coordinated pinch from all sides. And then Zera, once he's, looking for packs, you're not running at Brigida, so you're kind of off on your own to support yourself while you're out exploring for resources. You may be leaving your team in a 4v5, and it's not that Zera played badly, it's just T1 tighter on how they're playing a very chaotic comp and game type. Let's go towards Team Liquid now. Coach Kasor is one of the smartest minds in the game to figure out the best move for Liquid.
You got Fleder on the other side of things. I mean, guy's been around for so long. I mean, if you want to reference history at this point, I mean, Flashlux way back in 2017 was the solo carry basically on that team. Carried them, dragged them to success. And Fleder's been around the game since the kind of open beta, even the closed beta, I'd imagine too. And now he's setting up the next generation of players to succeed, such as Proud. Where are we going to go to now? There's Team Liquid, their map choice, as they decide on their bans also.
So they've revealed some of the map pool that they've liked when they went to 5 against Crazy Raccoon. They chose Shambali Monastery, but it was not good. They got pretty much full held. And they tried to go to Colosseo. And that was a good win. That's how they started turning around the series against Crazy Raccoon. That was 122 to 79. Options there. Of course, during the regular season, Liquid have also chosen Circuit and Runasapi, so a lot of good options, whether you want to try and force the Brawl Mirror, although Mecha Base did go T1's way. And then what bans do you want to ensue? D.Va's off the table for T1, Sojourn's off the table for Liquid.
Just TL, you're probably not wanting to ban Tracer at all. Double flex available for TL also. Can pivot to that, not a problem. Same with T1. Very flexible tank players. They touched on it on the desk. In fact, play pretty much everything. Same with Donghack, although both favoring the ball Winston. Honestly, it would be quite fun actually just to see the non-sim comps in this entire series. A departure from what we've seen over the last couple of days, especially with EU being in the competition, of course. Always wanting to run the sim and some type of brawl.
If you go to like a circuit or something like that, I definitely think you should be hitting the flex supports from the T1 side with a ban, which we've seen Team Liquid try to get rid of Baptiste before. Oh my god.
Well, it is going to be Shambali Monastery, an escort choice for Team Liquid, Lemon.
Yeah, we've seen this picked before. They like to get rid of the Venture at least when it comes to Team Liquid. They've banned the Venture in the past to enable their Symmetric comp to succeed. They've run some Infected D.Va here on offense, Infected Orisa on defense. Zera's brought out everything, even to the Pharah. He's the one that swaps to anything and everything to make this work, to bring success to his team. And what will be the answer for T1?
Certainly OP, I agree.
Oh, Faker thumbs up.
I love it, classic. Hey, if the Faker aura is even 1% on T1, I'd definitely be predicting them if I were on the desk. Faker, of course, here for League of Legends. And yeah, just a legendary name in all of esports, one of the best, or if not the best esports player of all time. Venture ban for T1 and a hazard ban for Team Liquid.
Yeah, T1 have scouted that Venture from Team Liquid before. Donghack has even brought out the Winston, not the Winston, Orisa, that's the one I'm looking for. And so definitely expecting the Orisa to Donghack. Zest has brought out the Symmetra here. Proud. Probably gonna stick to the Freya. Lucio Bap could be on the cards too, now that the supports are not affected. But this is the choice of Team Liquid. They've clearly done their homework.
Yeah, with these sim comps are so deadly on this map too. The Brawl, of course, has always been favored, especially like looking at like second point, Rams, Orisas, etc. Like you said, perfect. There's the map pool for you. A lot of teams have been choosing Circuit Royale, one of the more popular escort maps in the tournament thus far. Shambali Monastery playing a little differently. Very different topology of the map.
So should be seeing the Orisa mirror if I had to imagine, and Tria's really like the Cassidy on this, just a kind of death ball. And with Vega and RuPaul, it's the Lucio Kiri that they much prefer compared to the Lucio Bap with the other side, but they'll make their final decision shortly.
Yeah, Cassidy's so good in the Orisa comps because the amount of consistent damage you can do. Sojourn's decent, of course. You charge a lot of railgun shots, but Cassidy just hitting the head over and over and over and over again puts massive amounts of pressure on the Orisa.
T1 have not dropped the map in this tournament yet. See if they can keep this up and even take a win on the Team Liquid choice of map, where you got to give credit to Team Liquid too. They have been a fearsome team in this tournament. They've only really been pushed to their limit by Crazy Raccoon. And to take the champs to Game 5 says a lot about the potential of Team Liquid coming here.
You say, you know, taking the chance to game number 5, they just got eliminated.
Yeah, true. Maybe some less credit.
We're just getting everything sorted. All the players are loaded in. We're just making sure everything is chill. and then we'll be good to go. I really like the double flex support on this map as well. I think it's extremely strong. Kind of a poke setup, although the brawl is a little too strong. Here we go, map number 2, T1 versus Team Liquid. Can T1 just keep their undefeated streak alive in the quarterfinals? There is no lower bracket, so a key will be crushed after this. Or can Team Liquid just carry on trudging forwards and getting even more club championship points under the organization's belt?
T1 already got to crush some keys, and did you see Vega's face?
He had the little smirk.
A little smirk, and he had a microscope on that hydraulic press.
Dude was lasered in. There's a defense here. So, yep, Zera on the Sim, no surprise. Tree on the Cassidy, and you called it right. Orisa for Infected. T1 are probably going to do the same thing, or close to. Could have Vigilante on the BAP.
Yeah, the Kiri versus BAP, that was going to be the different flavors here with a lot of speed and aggression that comes out of the Kiri, but the poke and needing to take advantage of the longer lanes. Not as long as Circuit, but Vigilante, the windows and how he places those. Zone off Team Liquid. They have to be ready to disengage. First Widow shot, just looking for a pick, gets nothing. Proud back to his signature Freya.
Yeah, there you go, Freya versus the Cassidy. Especially on this map where you are guaranteed high ground as the defenders, the Freya can be a little tough to play. Although saying that, because of how the roofs are kind of sloped, the Freya can get some pesky angles. Looks like they're going to try and force right, but against this kind of comp with the Orisas, it's kind of a nightmare. You just end up walking into a wall of spam. You have to out-rotate them, so getting them to run it. Yeah, okay, so instantly, there's no even fight on the stairs there, as Proud gets a nice bird's eye view. So Zera actually ends up going down first. Just all the spam. It was a small teleport that did create a little bit of a gap, but yeah, Tree's just going to get run over as well. Yeah, this is disaster for Team Liquid on this high ground.
A lot of damage coming out of Proud. Yeah, like, he got insane picks. I mean, look at just the ult charge based compared to Tree. Liquid were more based on kind of macro rotating away and trying to prevent the progress, which seemed a little too free from T1. They were just kind of teasing when the Symmetra teleport was going to come out. Zera was more based on trying to escape and get the defense stable and far away from T1.
Yeah, it felt like Zera used the teleport a little bit too early. And now they flip the map. It's a perfect spot for T1 to be in. The payload being on this corner is just so nice. Use the window, force people away. Infected tries to run through it, but look at the damage he's taken. A nice little teleport onto the high ground, though, does deal with Vigilante. But the problem is, you still have to kill the players on the payload. And there's no TP, there's no tank. There is nothing Team Liquid can do to save them there. Nice headshot from RuPaul will kill Proud. Tree gets away for now, but that is a heck of a time bank for T1.
It looked like Infected ended, but he had all the cooldowns. Javelin spin gold. There's so much tankiness from Orisa, but there was just a slight delay to the Kitsune rush. RuPaul maybe a desync on whether they wanted to do the barrier first or Kitsune rush first, and that desync costed them.
Infected just jumped out window, ran towards the front line. I mean, he's got control of the payload right now, but once again, Team Liquid have almost flipped the map. I mean, Proud and Donghag are on the high ground right now. Wall ends up getting deployed there. Zera desperately needs his. Soundbar is going to keep them in for the fight for now, so maybe Zera can build up towards this, but they're taking so much damage. A beautiful Terror Surge grabs people from around the corner, kills Zera, no wall, although saying that, they end up at least trading for Zest for the low health members of Team Liquid. Oh man, it is just falling apart. T1 just have the macro game on point.
The issue with Team Liquid all stacking together is when RuPaul has to TP away from getting pushed, he's not going to end up too far away from where the danger is. So RuPaul falling, Sims traded, no healing for Liquid. They'll have, of course, a recontest before point B, but if they don't stop this out of T1, this time bank is going to get insane very fast.
Over the roof goes Proud, and on a delicious off angle here. Kitsune rush, and a disengage instantly. Look at that. T1 saving their amp, saving everything, and Infected is in again. Vigilante booped in. Oh, that was beautiful stuff from Vega. All right, that's the aggression. They are C9ing though. They are C9ing still. All good. Okay, the Sim's back. There's a lot of speed. There's a lot of movement with the teleporters. So yeah, I'm sure no one in the audience had a heart attack.
Me slightly. But I'm glad that Team Liquid kept pushing because you want to at least get something out of those kills. Every second counts as T1 already teleporting, trying to get around, maybe flip the map, but Team Liquid are getting ahead. They're backing away and maybe just wanting to play a more defensive fight here off the sim barrier so that Tree can get off a safe Deadeye.
Swing with the window or TP top right and then move around potentially for T1. Looks like they're going to suffice to just swing with the window.
Oh.
And everybody has disappeared. Look at that. Teleporter over to the left-hand side, perfectly placed, but Zera's already down, unfortunately. And then Proud's got this bowler shot, sends it directly towards Infected. No more gold for the Orisa either. Sitting duck, or should I say horse. And that is the cap. T1, 3.5 minutes as Liquid there. Fortunately, lose Zera so early. They also burn the wall.
Yeah, Team Liquid were almost too patient because they saw the T1 disengage and they wanted to make sure T1 were fully committed. But then Zero dies when he had wall up. The barrier from Vega barely saves himself and they couldn't turn around to 4v5. Liquid just lost so much wind in their sails. And you got the Orisa shield perk. You don't see that every day. You're trying to keep some of the space. That shield explodes.
Yeah, still a little bit weak, not compared to like a Ryan shield, for example, but that's Sound Barrier. Oh, Tree. I bet he's quivering in his boots now. Yeah, has to TP away, TP back. Oh, and the spear cancels it. He does end up getting away, but not for much longer, I don't think. These orbs of destruction just getting thrown towards the back line. Oh man, Team Liquid, they've got a rush potentially here out of the spawn, but their hopes are slowly dwindling, Lemon.
Proud has been insane in these fights, by the way, guaranteeing at least 1 or 2 picks. I would say diffing Tree, but Team Liquid are always on the back foot, and this time good bank wall. Is really good.
Insane wall from T1 as well. The entirety of Liquid have to walk past this to be a factor in this fight. Take to the skies, did a Tree, but couldn't quite find anything, and oh man, Liquid. It's leaking out of the sink, it's leaking out of the bathtub, it's leaking out of the shower. Climate needs to be checked as they just get run over here. 2-minute time bank as well for T1.
This Liquid never initiated a fight on their terms. Like kind of being overly patient. They had the Kitsune Russian 1 fight. They had to chase T1 almost all the way to their spawn room doors. Still got the kills, but then a late barrier that never came out from Zera. The barrier from Vega, that didn't really swing the fight. It was really tough. And then Liquid are deathballing, so RuPaul can't easily escape when he's feeling the pressure. So Liquid may just have to be a bit more aggressive, a bit more proactive with these fights. And even if you use ults and T1 disengage, chase it down or just buy time.
We've already had one Korean giant fall in Crazy Raccoon. We'll see if Team Liquid, T1, sorry, can carry that banner forward. Just get the Aramco side swap. Same comp here for T1. No real changes. And I like the fact that you brought up Proud there. Yeah, he's getting a lot of early damage, early picks. You get hit by a right click from Zest as well. Straight take aim shot. You're dead. There's not really much else you can do. Maybe Tree has roll, little damage reduction kind of thing. But yeah, it's tough. T1 are just pushing Team Liquid to their very limit. Let's see as the doors unlock. Infected on the Ram, though, at least to start.
Trying to bulldoze their way probably through the left lane and avoid some of this. Oh,
the Tree's dead. Okay. I mean, what? Yeah, okay. Shout out Proud there and Zest too. Everybody just spamming that corner. You know someone's going to peek out with a Widow, right? So it happens all the time.
All right. I was going to say, they'll never expect second Widow, but yeah, Tree swaps back, and
sure.
That was late to the party. He's going to need some help from RuPaul.
Tree's 1 HP. Okay, they're going to TP, try and flip the map, but they know it's a 4v5 right now. As it's going to take Proud a little bit of time. Infected, kills Vigilante. Yeah, body blocking in the front line. Okay, here we go, Infected. Maybe shifting the sands here, so we do see Donghak fall over to this Ram. All right, Team Liquid.
Good and equal progress. But without the BAB, how are they going to have a good zoning tool? I like how Vigilante is the one who earned basically point A when Infected ran headfirst into that, and RuPaul's still 40 away from the first ultimate for Team Liquid. Could just be about the poke war, but you got to be wary of Proud on these off angles. Look how he has 50% more ult charge than Tree. Of course, different heroes, but important to note just how impactful Proud has been.
He's going to throw it in almost instantly here as soon as people trying to make a move. Teleport behind Vigilante, pops down the lamp, but look at the boop and the backup again from the Donghak. Just runs into them, hits, fortify, hits, spear spin, and then Proud's on the flank. Tree, though, quickly deals with the DPS. And then playing around that shield perfectly there for Infected. He may have fallen, but he stood up to the fight and the test of mental there against Donghak as Team Liquid going to push this payload. They got 4 players on it as well. They've got Rush, they've got Sound Barrier, and T1. They don't have a hope there, or even touching.
Yeah, Vega was in position for a boop, and you're able to conserve all these ults if you're Team Liquid. That's huge, because you need everything you can get. This is such a tight lane. And to try and outrace T1, that's going to be the big thing. Team Liquid really need to improve their macro. At least that was the defense that fell, and he gave up a big time bank as a result. But Team Liquid, they got to unleash.
Oh, wow. Infected got pushed into that kill. Ravenous Vortex doesn't end up killing Proud. The Sound Barrier for Team Liquid just to guarantee the fight. This window haphazardly placed there by Vigilante. He was trying to help the front line, but all right, Team Liquid. Shades of Twisted Minds there, it felt like, with how aggressive that rotation was.
The Tree is spacing out a lot more, just so he has more time to steady his aim, and that extra second to land the second headshot for those picks. Tree is ramping up. Need that level of scale for Team Liquid to bring this card home to point B. And you have the Kitsune Rush. You made that last fight pretty cheap. The Annihilation too. This is gonna hurt. T1, they're gonna protect themselves with the barrier.
Oh, you have to solve some sort of puzzle now to figure out what side of the wall you're on. Zera charging up on that wall, saying that. Donghak going extremely low in the front line, but that Sound Barrier will heal him all the way up. That overhealth quickly disappearing though, but that Terror Surge is going to hurt. Tree holding steady with that High Noon, deals with the aggressive tank. But now Team Liquid, again, they're kind of split, but Infected is holding down this front line with the Annihilation and pushing the payload. Although fairly low, can still stay alive, but all the heals from RuPaul don't come in quick enough. This is, I mean, the reinforcements from T1 are arriving. Doomfist for Donghak as well. And that heal, those healing offered from RuPaul did not reach Infected in time to keep him alive.
It was so close if they would have kept Infected up. I like the disengage so you don't get staggered, you don't sacrifice too much time. And T1 having the respawn advantage, they get there in time to deny the cap, but all the ults are out from Team Liquid, and you gotta stop Proud.
Well, Proud is right now got a decent angle on the back line, through a bolus from long range like he was a Widow. I love Donghak on this Doomfist, definitely one of the better ones in the region.
Think about how much of a menace he was on New Junk City. This is a great place to play the Doomfist. You punch directly in. As soon as they come through the choke, you're going to get the stun, but Infected on the signature Hammond is going to pile drive and force the cooldowns.
Little slam though, but Suzu instantly. Look at that. Who's in the backline? It's Tree. They're going to just push forward with the Sound Barrier now. Donghak has got the Meteor Strike, and he's found 2 players all alone. I mean, good luck dealing with the Doomfist now. Infected doesn't end up killing Zestens, used also 4s as Donghak just struggling to kill Tree. It's taking him a long time to do so. He's going to punch, gets onto the point, but he's got the block for not much longer. A power-up punch sends 2 people careening towards the wall, but no stun was found. Zest and Skewed end up teleporting back onto the point. Those turrets doing their work, though, as Vega gets microwaved by them. Vigilante also with the quick TP. They got to deal with this Wrecking Ball, but it's all chill. I mean, T1 again clutch out on second.
There's no way Donghak saved that by himself. 0.3 meters, recontest, respawns come in, 3 are alive, T1 stole that. That should have been a Team Liquid fight. That is insane. But you got mines coming up for Infected. Surely this is the fight for them.
Peak Sparkle, perhaps? Look, T1, they've got this wall, they've got a Sound Barrier too. Team Liquid gonna have a tough job in this fight. Beat in, Zera dead, punch to the wall, Donghak. My goodness, this is a tough place for Team Liquid to be in. They've got 1 minute to go, and their forces are waning.
This Doomfist has proven to be such an issue for Liquid. They have the right rotations with the Hammond, but when are these mines going to come out from Infected? He hasn't found the right opportunity. He wants to sync up with his team.
This fight is the fight they need to win, but they have to deal with this wall first. Tree already backing all the way up. It's a tough fight. Infected is in, of course, and has deployed the mines, giving T1 a lot of space and breathing room, in all honesty. Yeah, they have to full reset, so those mines got absolutely nothing. Oh, they managed to find Proud, though, sneaking around on the flank.
This is it, and this is the pick. You gotta go in if you're Liquid. Kitsune rush, but wait, Donghak's on the flank. The supports are in trouble. Rubal's gonna pull the trigger.
They won't end up giving him punch, though. They have to touch the point. Donghak does end up going in and close to this Meteor Strike, so he can stall out for a little bit longer. 1.4 meters to go. The Meteor Strike is caged, but no, they don't. They don't get back to the point. Donghak was mid-air in ult, and the rest of T1 couldn't push themselves forward. A small slip up there by T1. Donghak does end up going down, but still, time is of the essence for Team Liquid. With a minute to go, Infected makes a swap over to the Ram.
And just the amount of time you took away if you're T1, you're still very happy with this. Liquid are guaranteed to have less of a time bank, even if they cap, and this is a big if. Zera, the barrier, won't be challenged from Zest, so they gotta have a protective zone to try to separate Donghak from his supports.
I mean, they're just not giving him punch at all, and you shouldn't really. Sound barrier available from Vega. You got to be careful with this Doomfist, though. They can Ajax so easily. Nice win there for T1. Tree, honestly, at this point, looking like an endangered species the amount of times he's being hunted by Donghak.
The Zera Symmetra just has been a non-factor. Like, even when you separated Donghak with the barrier, he got so much help. Vigilante teleports in. T1 have stalled the momentum. Less than 30 seconds. It's all up to Vega, but double CC from Donghak.
They're in the spawn right now. A sound barrier to push them forward. A nice little punch there. I think that was Suzu'd, so didn't end up connecting. But still, Tree is just getting bullied by Donghak. An unbelievable ult in the front line from Proud. Just grabs 3 people together, and Donghak is still killing. He's got the Meteor Strike, squishes Tree into DNA on the pavement as T1 are going to hold. Team Liquid now need to be perfect in this series. The STC overtime is here, but does anybody have the gumption to touch? No, they don't. T1, match point.
T1 are flawless. This Doomfist is immortal. What a swap and what a recontest, even at point B, to take several crucial seconds and minutes away from Liquid. Every time they tried to pop the barrier for Team Liquid to have a safe base to operate from, it was either mirrored with a counter barrier from T1 or Donghak just did not care. Liquid had map choices, but no answer to T1.
They got an unkillable Demon King on the T1 organization. That's an unkillable Doom King in Donghak. T1 now up 2 maps. An undefeated streak continues. A slight look of dejection on Infected's face there. Kasaurus needs to come up with the goods now as they decide where they go next. An impressive feat, taking Crazy Raccoons 2-5. Can they do the same here? Can they live up to the expectations of this team in this tournament? Team Liquid, their final lifeline now. They choose where we go. Don't go anywhere. We're jumping to a quick break while the coaches decide where we go.
Sometimes unrest leads me to forget. Tell me everything that goes on through your mind. Tell me everything that goes on through your mind. Tell me everything that goes on through your mind. Tell me everything that goes on through your mind.
T1 continue their undefeated streak, a 2-0 lead in the series. We're going to Colosseo as we see T1 ban Ramatra and then Team Liquid banning Symmetra.
Yeah, this was a very strong showing out of Team Liquid when they went up against Crazy Raccoon on this very map. 122 meters to 79, so pushing the very best to the edge. So I like this map choice, but things are getting scary. No one's been able to crack the plot armor. And main character energy of T1 not dropping a single map thus far. And Team Liquid have lost in the Orisa mirror, lost in the Hammond mirror. So hopefully they just can beat them in the plan diff, I guess.
Well, it's going to be one of those two in just a moment. Amazing fan cards there as well. Rocking the T1 boys. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a Orisa or a Wrecking Ball type deal here on Colosseo. No Symmetra means tracers abound as well. Let's load on in. This is Team Liquid's last chance. They've done well in lots of other games here at EWC, but this might be the final hurrah here on Colosseo. Team Liquid, their opponents after this as well in the semifinals will be either Falcons or GK.
Yeah. Last time we saw T1 even on this map was quite a while ago when it was against Onsite Gaming. They ran kind of a weird Junker Queen Genji situation there. So ignoring that, T1 can't ban the Venture again. So that would be the ultimate counter from Team Liquid if they're expecting any kind of Symmetra, which the Symmetra teams love doing it here. They love running Symmetra wherever, but it is going to be the Tracer mirror, Zest versus Zera, which went the way of T1 back on Busan.
Let's go, gates open, Donghak on the ball. Okay, hard dive here from T1. A take aim shot on the back line and then a slam into the front line, and that's one dead squishy. Speaking of which, ooh, Trick now getting instantly healed there by RuPaul. Vega's gonna have his work cut out for him. Vigilante takes down Zera to start though. this kind of comp from Team Liquid wants to be able to stick together. Ideally, you do play an off angle or a slight one from RuPaul and Zera, but with how explosive Team 1's comp is, it's going to be a more of a 5-man wrecking crew than anything else.
And you already saw how this demonstrated on Busan. The timing of the dives from T1 to attack from multiple angles. Your communication structure has to be tight, and so far it's worked out for T1. It's only 1 kill, but it's initial progress. Infected, very tanky on their Rissa, has more staying power. He can hold the space longer than a Hammond can, but he is suffering quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, Infected's going through it right now in the front line. He's kind of looking one way, getting shot from the next, has to burn spear spin, has to burn gold. Like, everything has been used here to try and keep himself alive, and yet T1, they're carving him up like a Christmas turkey right now. This is not pretty.
Oh, and Zez keeps Zera in check and waves him goodbye. And if Proud is left to his own devices, he's gonna wreak havoc too. So Zera has such an important job of trying to challenge Zez, kill him, go after Proud, and Tree at a distance has to dodge Donghack's dives while also dealing with Proud. Tree's gonna go now to the Cassidy to deter that Hammond.
Donghack Perma staying on the high ground there. Nice Suzu from RuPaul, anticipating that slam coming in. Oh, Infected, he's got to run, uses that overrun, but no, Zest hot on his heels. This is looking dire right now. There's a checkpoint in the sights for T1 as well. Oh, and the stick from Zera too. I mean, Zest even onto Zera. Disgusting stuff. I mean, what are Team Liquid doing now? What is the game plan here? They've got 2 support ultimates coming up, but no grasp of the game.
Yeah, this is gonna be tough. Liquid have to stop the hemorrhage here, but Zest is Tracer dipping. How about the Kitsune rush?
Yeah, Tree had to get Suzu there, but the harassment here coming from Donghack continues. An emergency sound barrier from Vega, but they're looking for targets to actually shoot at, and everybody's scattered already. A capture points already secured, a late sound barrier and Tree dealt with. The sands of time right now for Team Liquid are slipping through their fingers as the lead from T1 continues.
Just shades of Twisted Minds trying to maybe beat their cap score. They have not lost a fight. T1 have not lost a map. This is scary. You're trading ults and T1 are still coming out on top. Zero would have to have a pulse bomb of a lifetime and try to match the performance that Zest is putting out.
Tonga goes for a quick slam. Quick retreat to the Mega Health Pack. Finally now, Team Liquid on the point, or at least for a brief moment. Zest once again diffing Zera in that Tracer 1v1, but Tree at least gets them on the board. Donghack pretty low, but could go for another pile drive slam with the mines. I'm not sure they're even expecting him to have another ult. Now Zera is in a little bit of a sticky situation, but the Brigitte from Vega is going to help him escape and live to tell the tale.
The T1 just have to play their lives right now. Vigilante is still trying to TP forward, so this would be the time for Liquid to chase kills, and it's T1 kind of falling back.
There we go, okay, Proud down, and now the push can maybe commence from T1, Team Liquid. They're gonna reset in the mid. They've got ult, but now actually getting back from 100 meter. I mean, the Avril theorem has been proven wrong at least once in this tournament, but oh, it feels like it's gonna come true here.
Yeah, it's an uphill battle, but Liquid, they have the resilience, and they'll have fans there too. RuPaul, Kitsune rush, they gotta ride this momentum, but as soon as they get out into open ground, that's where Donghack's Hammond's gonna be even stronger.
Nice cage, really nice cage onto Donghack. Perfect for shutting down the Wrecking Ball, not enough damage to actually break it, and there it is. Okay, Zera gets a double, and Team Liquid pushing through the choke, finally got the payload going in a cheap fight, only a single ult.
Just trying to stack and maybe play below the bridge, so if Donghack slams down, there's going to be some cover from Team Liquid. They're going to be ready to retaliate with the Kitsune rush or even a rally as Donghack shows face, and Zest will be looking for a good pulse yet again.
Double rush, high noon for Tree to try and scatter T1, and scatter them he did. Infected though, a little bit scared, trying to move up now, joining the rest of his team to benefit from this rally. Tree is on a nice off angle, and in fact they're going to try and make a meal of this one too. They're going to try and push up, a nice little boop there, but a sound barrier, and here comes the damage. Tree trying to escape, the bolts are just flying through him. He looked like a pin cushion by the end of that. as Proud takes down the Cassidy. Dodging in amongst the trees is Infected. Try as he must to kill Proud. Unsuccessfully so as the bot is reset.
Proud is insane. He's beating Zera, he's beating Tree, and if Tree does not win that hit scan battle, it is over for Team Liquid at EWC. And that was such an important fight for Team Liquid to win. There's time, but to bring the card all the way back to that point is now going to take multiple fights. Donghack will be above with mines, and at this point, it's going to be so hard for Liquid to fight through that.
I was going to say he can kind of stall on the roof there if he really wanted to. He's got another pile driver as the mines are deployed on that high ground, forcing TL onto low. Tree just gets dealt with by Zest. Just wrung him out like a flannel. And now with T1's approach around this corner again, they're going to secure the forward spawns and potentially make the final push into Team Liquid's base.
Team Liquid, they have to put a stop to this or this will be a full cap for T1. And what a way to kick him in the dirt.
He is getting away with murder right now. Someone needs to deal with Donghack.
Infected will just put damage into everybody else because Donghack is way too elusive for them, and Proud gets all the space and the time in the world to put shots into Tree, who's out in the open, as Tree's just trying to follow behind Infected, but they're so vulnerable.
Oh, Proud has got the perfect eye view of the fight, and then Tree is just isolated. He's super low. Luckily though, as they're receiving a pack, as Proud now tries to retreat. Tree shuts him down as T1 lose control of the bot, but all they need to do, their game plan should just be stall us for as long as possible. 3 minutes and 119 meters in the bank.
At least Infected on his Malga is adding some of the range damage, so all Tree has to do is hit that one shot here, but Team Liquid needs several fights in a row to try and match this basically 120 meters out of T1, and you're starting to run out of time. As soon as you leave this open area, go into this open area, Donghack is going to be all over you.
That's an early rally. You're looking at a disengage here from T1, I'd imagine. No, they're actually going to be in. Cage comes in. Uh-oh, not where the Lucio wants to be, but I don't think Vega wants to be there either. Oh, but Tree, what? Tree out of nowhere. Deadeye through the cage, picks up a triple. And they're going to feel that tomorrow and the next day at T1. A push onto the checkpoint now as Proud gets staggered.
Cage and a Tree, he digs his roots in, and Team Liquid still have a chance at life to swing for the fences and go for the comeback, but it has to be flawless from here on out.
Just beautiful. Actually booped in by Donghack there. There's 2 minutes to go now as they approach this checkpoint. Tree's gonna get slammed again. Takes a small duck there to try and avoid some of that damage. Donghack pretty low, has to back off, although he's been pretty unkillable right now. He's actually going to try and steal the bot.
Yeah, Team Liquid though.
What a weird fight, what a weird fight, Zest! Everybody was just so split. Zest connects the pulse onto Tree, he takes a little tumble backwards, kills RuPaul. Donghack's still alive, by the way. He's chilling. He's actually just going to go hunting for Zera right now. It's like Donghack's playing with all the survivability perks in Stadium or something. The guy has just not died. Team Liquid now have to try and reset the ball back to mid, but they got 1 minute and 20. Their hopes and dreams and their key is on the line.
It just took a miracle for Tree to even help win that fight with the 3K. They needed to keep momentum on the bridge phase, but trying to escape from the Hammond. This is a must-win for Liquid. T1 could snuff the life out of them. As Donghack already slams in, gets Tree uncomfortable. Sarah has to find a health pack. He's up to full. He'll
nice
search
boot.
for a pulse bomb.
Insane boot there by Vega. Stopping the momentum of Donghack as he was trying to roll through the rest of Team Liquid. Zera forced a recall, has got the Lucio for backup. They're going to push forward now.
All right, Zera keeps the Tracer in check. Tree's gonna go hunt him down. This could be how you stagger out T1. Liquid have also built up towards a Kitsune rush. They gotta be aggressive, and all of the focus has gone into Donghack. He's starting to look vulnerable, and Liquid want to take advantage.
Nice touch there, just off the checkpoint, but it comes through anyway. A rush being sent out by RuPaul, a little pulse bomb there onto the wall. Vega dodges, fancy footwork on the Lucio as this checkpoint will end up completing for Team Liquid. They get the bot moving once again, but this is the OT fight approaching.
There are the mines just to secure the card for Donghack, but wait, the High Noon.
Yeah, but Tree is High Noonie, but Proud just jiggles the corner, jiggle peeking Tree. 3 seconds to go, Infected's on the point, but the mines are just too much. As T1 just eviscerate Team Liquid. A 3-0 and the win streak will continue for the squad. T1 make it to semi-finals. Haven't lost a single map yet. Team Liquid's key is crushed at the hands of T1, and only one more hope here for North America in GK. This Team Liquid, it's just like another day in the office. It didn't feel close. A valiant attempt by TL, but Team T1 right now can stand head and shoulders above the rest. A terrifying team, and potentially as well a finalist.
Korean teams look terrifying. To not drop a map, this would be a legendary run out of T1, with the potential to face Korean Brethrens of Falcons or GK, North America's last hope. It's going to be a journey of a lifetime for T1, but they've proven they could beat you in the mirror, the dive, the brawl, whatever it takes. Proud, easily my MVP, as he brings pride to Korea and to T1, to everyone watching, the fans in place as well. They look locked in and ready for the next match for tomorrow.
And when do they face their first challenge? Is it going to be that semi-finals? They're playing a little bit of sim, but not perma playing like most European teams right now. Team Falcons might be their biggest test, but we've seen some crazy upsets. Of course, TM taking down Crazy Raccoon. Can GK upset Falcons? Will T1 be crowned that winner at the very end? This semi-finals, they're gonna be close. But T1 can just relax. Might not even need to watch the VOD back, just with how clean Donghack's Wrecking Ball has been. Is there going to be a counter to that? I'm not sure, but we'll find out eventually. We're going to jump down to the stage with Zoe for an interview.
Thank you so much, Lemon and Jack. I am now joined by Proud and Maddox for a quick chat. First of all, congratulations. You are officially locked in for the semifinals. And so far, quite frankly, your team hasn't broken a sweat. No team was able to push it. Do you feel like there is any team left in the tournament which can actually push you to the limit?
일단 프라우드 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 첫 번째 질문으로는 지금까지 무패로서 정말 적들을 다 부수고 오셨는데 T1을 그나마 좀 상대할 만한, 좀 견제할 만한 좀 팀이 있다고 생각하시는지 궁금합니다.
아마도 저는 팔콘이라고 생각을 하고요. 팔콘 말고는 다 쉽게 이길 것 같습니다.
I think the only team we can have maybe a sweat will be Falcons. I think everyone else, I think we can easily win.
All right, all right. I mean, you came second in your region, and Crazy Raccoons are out now as well. Do you expect to see Falcons, or do you think they might suffer a similar fate when they go up against GK? Do you think this is going to be the semi-final pairing for you?
일단 그래도 4강 상대로 아직까지는 결정이 되지 않았잖아요. 그래서 팔콘 대 GK에서 혹시나 이번에 CR이 떨어졌듯이 팔콘이 떨어질 가능성도 좀 있다고 생각하시는지 궁금합니다.
대회는 저는 아직 모르는 거라 생각하기 때문에 그날 컨디션에 따라 정해지는 것 같아요. 아마 떨어질 확률도 있지 않을까 싶어요.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible because you don't know what's going to happen in this match. So that being said, there's going to be possibility that Falcon's not going to fall through.
That's right. Well, we'll find out very soon. The last match is about to happen. So one last question for you, because I know this is your first OWCS LAN event. Did you have any nerves coming into this one? Did your veteran teammates help you get through those nerves? What do you feel right now, and what did you feel when you took to that stage for the first time?
이번에 또 첫 국제전이시기 때문에 좀 떨리셨을 수도 있을 텐데 어떻게 좀 경험 있는 팀원들이 좀 많이 도와주셨는지 좀 어떤 그 극복 과정이 있었는지 좀 궁금합니다.
사실 딱히 처음부터 긴장되진 않았고 뭔가 집처럼 편한 것 같아요. 긴장은 한 적 없고 팀원들이 딱히 긴장한 걸 본 적이 없어서 조언도 없었던 것 같습니다.
Well, I was never even nervous. I think it felt like home. So my teammates didn't say anything to me because they kind of feel like home as well, and they felt like I didn't get nervous. So yeah, didn't say anything.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't look nervous. The team has been flawless up until this point of the tournament. So let's see if you can continue in that fashion. Brad, thank you so much. And once again, of course, congratulations. Maddox, thank you so much for translating. Now, that was our Amazon winners interview. It is time to hear what Team Liquid has to say as they're standing by with Fancy. Oh, actually, you know what? I'm getting ahead of myself. I almost took away the most important part of this winners interview, the key crush. The key crush. Let's do it. Let's get those shards going. And as he's getting instructed on how the key will be crushed, we're just going to take a step back and enjoy the moment. This is the first time I actually see him being a little nervous. And now, this time, we are heading over to Fancy for real, who's standing by with Team Liquid for our exit interview.
Thank you so much, Zoe. I am here with Tree for our exit interview. After a great performance in the group stage, they made it to the playoffs, but then their journey ended right here. You have the fans cheering for you. I first want to commend you for the amazing performance that you've had throughout the group stage. You guys were able to push the best team in the world, Crazy Raccoon, to the limit in the group stage, and that mainly is credited to you. So what do you take from this experience for EWC?
I mean, this was our first LAN together as Liquid. Obviously, we didn't make Guangzhou, so I think there's really a lot that we learned from this, and it was our first international stage, and I think there are a lot of big moments from us that show we can take it to the top teams, but there's just a few more things, and I think credit to T1 as well. They had a really good game plan for us, but I think really it shows that when we're playing at our best, like, we can compete with anyone individually. We're really fucking good.
Absolutely. I mean, you guys are the rising stars for NA right now, and your roster is stacked with new talent and veterans as well. But you're heading into stage 3 for OWCS right now. What do you think you guys are going to do then?
See how the meta pans out for us. I think this meta in particular has like really changed things up. It's almost like an entirely new game with the amount of like sim that's being played, and Lucio's so strong. But I think our team, our strength is we're so flexible, we can play anything. So I think no matter what, we'll be good.
Absolutely. Well, you guys contributed to Team Liquid at the EWC by getting them 200 points at the club championship. And right now, Team Liquid is at the top of the leaderboard. Is there anything that you want to say to your org or to your fans?
I mean, I love Team Liquid. I love all our fans. Thank you guys for supporting us so much. I wish we could have gone farther, but I'm glad to have played our part and for EWC.
All right. Thank you so much, Tree. We'll let you go now and back to the studio with Bucket.
Unfortunately, this comes to an end for Team Liquid in Overwatch 2, but they won chess, they won MLBV, and getting to the top 8, that's another 200 points, 2,200, the most we've ever seen from a single club in a week, Jake.
Yeah, I mean, this is a massive performance, and while Liquid does fall for now, I think the club overall is going to be very happy with the status of the club championship. Now, I fear that'll be a bit cold comfort to the Liquid boys, but Tree said it really well. This is a very young team, a team that's building for the future, that is looking ahead to bigger and better things, and you know, there's some things to build on from this tournament.
Johnny, with all the nice things said about Liquid, let's keep it a buck. This was a 3-0. Tree, after hitting a dab last night, he looked cursed. He was getting rolled over every opportunity. There was a Hammond in his face. What did you see from T1 that led to a dominant 3-0 finish?
Well, I think it's compositionally a really difficult matchup for Team Liquid, because essentially what we saw, that is T1 playing their comfort game. They would love to play a lot of Wrecking Ball compositions like these. Donghak was a Wrecking Ball specialist when he started his Overwatch career, of course. And so when they're playing these compositions, they're feeling real good about themselves. And Team Liquid, they didn't really have a response. Again, we talked about it going into the pregame. They don't really have this symmetric composition they can bring out. They don't have a look that they will be able to rely on when it comes to as a win condition. And so T1, they dominated when it comes to versatility, and also they dominated when it came to their signature composition, which is this Doomfist, or Wrecking Ball rather, we've seen a lot of.
I saw the Dong Fist as well.
Yeah, it came out
a little bit about that, Jake, because you and I wrote in together this morning. You said, Puckett, you won't believe this. We haven't seen Doomfist at all, but I think we're going to see more of him today.
you know, I think it comes out here and there, and it just speaks to Donghak's incredible versatility. Yes, he's an absolute beast on the wrecking ball, and that's going to be most likely defining for him in most of these games. But when he comes back fast, I mean, think about some of the really clutch moments on a map like Shambali Monastery are coming out of Donghak, winning fights that he just has no right to because he's so strong coming out on a pick that, you know, even if we don't see it much, he's got the experience to pilot it well. I'd say he's the best Doomfist in the tournament.
Johnny, I love talking about Donghak and the tank, but let's focus on the DPS because Zest took over on the Tracer. I was so impressed by Proud on Freya. And you have Coach Fleta, who used to set the meta for the Seoul Dynasty as your coach. You got to think he is going to let those two get even better throughout their career.
Yeah, I mean, Fleta, he was the 2020 Overwatch League MVP. He was that good in his playing career. And Fleta's the assistant coach. They also have Rush as their head coach. So that's a really super stacked head coaching staff. But yes, you mentioned the damage players, and that has propelled the T1 into the semifinals here as we take a look at the bracket. This is an amazing duo of damage players. So I'm looking forward to see more of Proud, but also the belief in Zest, I just want to mention as well. Soul Infernal, you know, in the Overwatch League, they believed in him. They continue to play with him because it's the same parent organizations actually now with T1. So they've been cooking with sets for a long time here, and now they're finally reaping their rewards.
Team Liquid is done here in Overwatch. T1 stays alive. They move into your top 4, and they continue scoring in the club championship. Jake, I want to get a final answer here, though. T1, they looked head and shoulders above North America's second best team. Is Korea still that far ahead of North America's best team?
I think so. I think this proves it. Unfortunately, as much as I'd love to you know, sing the praise of the NA squads, I think at this tournament, it's clear that T1, I mean, Falcons and GK is going to be up next, so there's still that last hope for North America, but man, Falcons also look fearsome right now, so it is a rough time. Even with CR going down, I think we're probably going to see 2 Korean teams in the top 4.
I was going to say, you're not on my desk. We're letting you go home after this. So make it 4 for 4 and correct predictions. Who wins this next game? How many games?
Look, I got to give it to Falcons, and honestly, I'm going to say 3-0. I think Falcons is monstrous right now, and I wish it were closer. Wow. I want to believe in GK, but I think Falcons is that terrifying hydra of a team where they can bring it on the dive, but they could be just as potent bringing out the Symmetra. I think they're probably the only Korean team that's really going to leverage the Symmetra heavily, and I think they can actually be amazing at it. You know, whether they'll be able to take on the likes of Alcatia or Twisted Minds remains to be seen, but you know, that's going to be an exciting match, and I think maybe a tough one for GK with how flexible Falcons is.
We got to take a quick break. When we come back, GK, can they go to a Game 5 and take another Korean team the distance? North America sure hopes so. We'll find out as they take on Falcons after this.
It's level 1. I got locked in. Oh my god, there's 3 now. Oh my god, the trick is. Did I try too hard? You're not. Oh, whoa, why did you not run? Oh, slow down. No, I'm actually hit. Yeah, hit me. Yeah, I think you hit like right here. Congratulations. 92. hello. Wow, you're too slow. It's actually so fast. Done. Attacker's advantage? No, it's attacker's disadvantage, actually. We're not in light work, but I can't lie. I'm getting nervous. I'm not, bro. I'm just taking my time. Because I know I'm going to win. Bro, see? Not even close, fam. So you just keep going? Just keep going? I'll do only 5. After 5, I'll just quit. Oh, you missed it. Oh, I actually did. Okay, it does end. Okay, yeah. You have to actually lock in. 326, right? So yeah? I'm not saying nothing. Just try to get 100, bro. Damn. Don't go too fast. Oh, I got a care actually. Lock in, bro. Lock in.
Congratulations!
Alright, lock in, bro. Yeah, that flick was crazy. The tracking is unmatched, actually. Oh, you're flicky. What's your sense? 803. 803 in real life? Yeah, nervous. For sure it's easier watching them playing. Oh, is it? Yeah, I think so.
Congratulations!
169? I had 180. Oh. Yeah, through for you, so you can take the center. Okay. Yo, what? No way. Is it 250? That's so hard. 250? You're him, man. Oh my god, I'm like 100 over you. Oh, it was what, 326? I think I hit one wrong earlier, like in like level 1, so like no way, bro. I tracked it. Wow. You're him. Well, I'm him with you. You know who's got better aim, no?
One of the most feared names in Overwatch. A team with trophies, titles, and international respect. Almost didn't make it to Riyadh.
Your current world champions, though not without a rocky start, will advance in his upper bracket.
After months of dominant play and relentless back and forth with Crazy Raccoon, Team Falcons soared into the OWCS 2025 Champions Clash as the team to beat. But when it mattered most, they fell back to earth.
He's traded out. Proper is brought back down to earth. Gravity fights, folks. It hits hard. It's Crazy Raccoon now behind this defensive structure. Will take the glory.
라쿤이 그래도 올라올 거라고 예상은 어느 정도 했는데 뭔가 첫 세트는 뭔가 잘 가져갔던 것 같은데 그 이후로 뭔가 잘 안 됐던 것 같아요.
But the story wasn't over. Falcons had one more shot. OWCS Korea Stage 2. A top 5 finish in the regular season kept hope alive, but fate had other plans. With Crazy Raccoon faltering in the playoff seeding rounds, the bracket lined up one final collision, Falcons versus Raccoon. Only one could move forward. And once again, it was Crazy Raccoon who stood tall.
이 싸움이 크레이지 라쿤의 승리로 마무리됩니다.
준비는 되게 잘했다고 생각했는데 CR이 좀 잘했던 것도 있고.
No more second chances. No more safety nets. Just one path left. The last chance qualifier. And Falcons took that path like a storm, blazing through the bracket, dropping just a single map, making it very clear they weren't done.
역시 마찬가지로 밑에서부터 올라가는 게 확실히 마음이 편하다는 거는 느꼈고 그래가지고 더더욱 약간 이번에 우승을 할 수 있을 것 같은 기분이 드네요.
왜 사람들이 저를 보고 세트딜을 하는지를 다시 한번 보여드리겠습니다.
They tried to knock Falcons out, but all they did was make them hungrier. Hungrier for redemption, for Riyadh, and for revenge.
자, 여러분 감사합니다. 화이팅하세요. 화이팅하세요. 팔고 화이팅. All right, guys, you guys just saw I got to talk to Team Falcons coming into the arena right now. I mean, they were actually very surprised that Crazy Raccoons also lost to Twisted Mind as well. They were surprised because according to Proper, he said that he thought that it was going to be Team Crazy Raccoons, where he thought that Crazy Raccoons were going to lose, not to Twisted Minds, but to Alcatia. According to the players right now, Alcatia in the Scrim are very, very scary opponents. As for their next opponent for Team Falcons, they said that they're a team that doesn't like to play conventionally. So it really depends on how the opponents are playing. So the Team Falcons are looking out for their opponents and how they carry out the game, and they're going to react to that. All right, that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Danny. That man has been on camera for 36 hours over the last 3 days, killing it as always. And these gentlemen are always locked in, looking to put in 40 hours every 2 days into Overwatch, it feels like, Johnny. The Falcons, they've been watching gameplay because they haven't had to play recently. What have we seen from them so far this weekend at EWC Day 1?
Well, it's been versatility. That's been the name of the game, I feel like, for a lot of these teams winning, and Falcons is another one. They've unlocked this Symmetra composition that they have is up their sleeve. They can also play like the Tracer compositions. They have a fantastic hitscan player in Merit who, when he's playing his A game, he's one of the best hitscan players in the world. So you have that dynamic duo being able to play a lot of different comps. Someone joined this team, replacing Hanbin, of course, and he brings the energy. You can see motivating the crowd, but he also brings communication, leadership, and that's what he's known for. He won the Overwatch League Championship with Florida Mayhem, much because of that. And so this is a team that is bringing a lot of energy from the last chance qualifiers, and now actually remain as one of the favorites in the tournament.
You know, I have a personal request. We know Ronaldo comes out to EWC. Can we get a suit with someone and Ronaldo before this season ends and the Falcons reign as champions once again? We'll find out if they can keep it rolling, because so far they have been juggernauts in their matchups. They haven't truly been tested. Is this the test they've been waiting for?
I mean, this is an interesting one. GK are probably going to struggle in this matchup. I think GK have been tested more than most teams so far. Falcons, they got tested a little bit. They went to 5 maps against Waybo. Waybo are always this sort of kind of cursed team for Falcons. They have so much history together where they always constantly go to 5 maps. From here on out, I think Falcons might find the gameplay to be a little bit easier, particularly in this game, because I think GK have just struggled a lot more than Falcons so far this tournament. I also said to you at the start of this tournament, Puckett, we got 2 types of teams here, Symmetra teams and anti-Symmetra teams, and based on what Twisted Minds did to Crazy Raccoon, the Symmetra teams are currently winning, and Proper and the rest of Falcons, they're a Symmetra team.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at what the Falcons have accomplished with this very talented roster on the season. They had to go through an LCQ after a lot of success earlier in the year. But what does that mean for them here? They are available for the Jafonso Award. Going from an LCQ to an EWC trophy will earn them an extra 50 grand on top of all their prize money.
Yeah, I know, and Falcons, they're getting so close towards it as well. And this is a sort of team that can genuinely win the entire thing. I think every single tournament, you probably have someone that is capable of maybe winning a Jafonso Award. They came to the LCQ, but really the LCQ teams, you're not thinking much about them. Falcons come through the LCQ, it's a genuine contender. They only went to the LCQ because their stage performance on the stage was not particularly good domestically in Korea. But I also mentioned this earlier as well. It's about how good you are now, not how good you were a month ago.
Crazy Raccoon out of the tournament. T1 just showed us how strong Korea's second best team is, and now we'll see how strong the Falcons are, going up against North America's top squad in GK. Now, Johnny, GK, we have Ultraviolet doing all kinds of interviews. Everyone's bringing them onto the podcast before this tournament. What were the expectations for North American fans?
I honestly thought we had high expectations for GK because they come in as the #1 seed from North America, and I've been talking about how smart of a team this is. Really, they bring really good compositions, they have great communication and team play, and you combine that with someone like Lethal, who, you know, we looked at Chronic yesterday, popped off on the broadcast. I think Lethal is another one of those players who can really surprise, and you see the Sojourn right here hitting insane railgun shots, and that is going to contribute a lot. Ultraviolet, of course, very experienced on the flex support. But I'm really looking out for Kaffa and Maimon in this matchup. I think that this is going to be a difficult tank matchup for Kaffa because he's playing against one of the more versatile and dive-oriented tank players we have. So I think Kaffa will have to stick to Ramatra and Hazard, which is an unusual win condition. And Maimon, yes, you're good on the Tracer, but can you match Proper? That's a lot to ask for. And so I think we'll see Maimon actually stick on the Venture and the Mei instead. That's how they took Alcatia to 5 maps. And I actually think that is the win condition that GK has.
The other thing here, though, is unlike Crazy Raccoon, you don't have the ball in cover. In the past, he played a lot of ball, but currently, it's not really in his wheelhouse. You mentioned it, Ramatra, Winston, also on the Hazard. Those are going to be his go-tos. Okay. Maimon's going to have to play some Venture as well.
Venture could be a hero to look out for. Liquid could have used a Venture, it looked like, in that last one. If there's a Wrecking Ball taking over the game, though, Johnny, how do we stop it?
If there's a Wrecking Ball taking over the game, I mean, you need a lot of team play to take over it. The thing is, I actually think you could throw out something like an Orisa. You hit those javelins, you make things difficult. Traditionally, it'd be a Doomfist, but again, Doomfist, not the best hero right now. I don't think we'll see any Wrecking Ball this game specifically. And I also think that, I mean, you saw Donghack dominate last game against Liquid. I don't think Donghack would have pulled that out against a team like Falcons. So we'll have to see what the tank heroes are. I would actually expect more Brawl heroes here, Avril.
I actually think Donghack will play it against Falcons.
Hold that thought. We're going to hear from Kuffa himself.
What's up, everybody? I'm here joined by Kuffa. You have a big match coming up, Kuffa. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good, you know. I think, you know, it's their game to lose right now.
Ooh.
They got a lot of pressure to win this game. They're like the Korean super team. They got all the fans here, so I mean, we'll just rock up and play our game, you know.
You don't feel like you guys have any pressure?
I don't think so.
No, you don't think so? Right, I mean, talking about Team Falcons, they are your opponents, and I actually did get to talk to them before doing this interview, and they said something interesting. They said that you know, that you guys, GK, are you guys like to play very unconventionally, have a very unconventional playstyle. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I'd agree. I think we play some compositions that are pretty different, you know, like the Life Weaver. We play a lot of Hazard.
Nice.
Teams don't really play that. So, yeah, I think we definitely have a different playstyle to a lot of teams.
Okay, interesting. I mean, then let's look on the flip side. How about you guys? How do you guys view Team Falcons?
I mean, I'd be lying if I didn't say they're not like a bunch of superstars in Korea. So, I mean, they're a really good team. I respect their players a lot, but, you know, they got to win. It's their game to lose, so we'll see.
We'll have to see about that. All right, Kuffa, that's it for the interview. Thank you so much. Best of luck, man.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kuffa and Danny. And I got to ask you, Avril, we're down to the last minute meeting predictions, but I don't only just want to know who wins this. Will we see Life Weaver on more than one map?
I don't know about more than one map, but look for the Circle Route, look for the Gibraltar. It's Life Weaver and BAP together. That's the key combo, potentially with the Hazard. I think this is going to be a 3-1 Falcons, and the reason why is Falcons do tend to drop maps, but they look like the best team in the tournament right now, next to Twisted Minds. Proper is probably MVP next to Quartz.
Don't need a clean 3-0 to get the W.
Yeah, I'll give them a map too. Jake's over here predicting 3-0s. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and give them a map here, actually, Pocket. I actually do think that when they pull out the My Mode Place to Venture, I think that's enough for them to actually be able to grab one of these maps. It's going to be a tough test, Pocket, but North America's #1 seed. They'll let them have it.
Falcons right now are 500 points behind Liquid. I think their Overwatch team helps them get to the point they want to be. I got the Falcons taking this one in 3. Are we right? Are we wrong? Let us know in the chat as we send it down to the STC Arena.
T1 shoots down in A's Rising Stars in a statement performance. And now we're down to our last quarterfinal match of the day. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, today has been so quick. But I guess if you're having as much fun as we do here on this very stage, time does fly, doesn't it? History has already been made and more to come.
Absolutely. And now we're about to call out the first team on stage. We have a team that couldn't find their identity here in Riyadh and didn't play with the confidence that we got to see from them in OWCS Stage 2. It's do or die for them now. Please welcome GK Esports.
for them as they are going up against a team which is considered the favorite to win it all. Let's hear it for the 2024 EWC champions, Team Falcons!
The last spot in the semifinals hangs in the balance. It's time to lock in our final four.
Uber and Mr. X here once again joining you on this fine, balmy evening in Saudi Arabia. And Team Falcons emerged to the stage, realizing that their greatest foes no longer stand amongst the rest of the competition. So they have to set their sights on a new quarry, and that is GK Esports. 5 different nations represented: Estonia, Wales, the United States, Australia and Turkey. 5 players, ragtag bunch brought together, leading the charge in North America, coming out as their top seed now, facing the final boss.
Yeah, but sometimes if you're in the position that Falcons is in, right, you're a heavy favorite, you come into this game, right, Crazy Raccoon is already out, you're like, we're gonna cruise through the rest of this, right? And then all of a sudden, you find yourselves in a really tough game against a team like GK Esports, who is fantastic. They are not gonna go down without a fight.
And Kaffa said it best. There's something to be said for being an underdog. No one likes that more than an Aussie, by the way. They know that for Falcons, the pressure is going to be on their opponents. Not only because, again, the guys that sort of pit them at the post in Hangzhou have already fallen to greater competition, but because they've still got a couple of games they need to get through before they can stand and hoist that trophy for the second year running.
And although we're not going to get like that Falcons Crazy Raccoon match that it feels like we always get, Team 1 is no walk in the park for Falcons if they are to get by GK. So a much tougher road than I think some people would have expected here from Falcons as they try and make their run from the LCQ all the way to the championship.
Last year, that EWC win was kind of the crowning achievement. Outside of that, of course, they went over and took it all in Stockholm, which was an incredible showing, and they start this year in a slump. They make all these additions, right? They already have an incredible roster of players, and they just add some more in. Someone joins up, Merit does as well, and there's so many questions about what 5 players is this team going to settle on? What is the look supposed to be for Team Falcons? And it has taken them this long to refine that embarrassment of riches of superstars into this compact, tight-knit unit.
It is a bit risky, right? Bringing in like new players when you already have an extremely talented roster. You're like, how can you possibly upgrade from what you have? And you get Merit and someone who come into this roster, and it was not an easy transition to bring them in. It was quite difficult, but I think they saw the payout at the the light at the end of the tunnel, so to speak. That if we can make this work, we're going to hit another level that I think a lot of people didn't even think was possible.
And this is the most successful Overwatch team of 2024, by far.
Yeah.
Team Falcons walk out with basically all the accolades. GK, of course, they were under that sort of nightmare banner, right? Zera departs, heads for greener pastures, or so you'd think, over to Liquid. And again, this team is put in a position where, well, we weren't partnered, then we lost, our star player. Now we've got to figure it out yet again, and they've stepped up. One player for me that's really stepped up, Matt, is Lethal. This guy... has come alive. I mean, he was the jokester. He was sat on the bench. He'd sleep in at 2 p.m. He was there for the vibes. He was there as a veteran player to sort of lead the way. And then this year, they turned around and said, we need more from you. We need you to get in here and be a superstar yourself. He said, okay,
all right,
I'm ready.
Yeah. So we'll take a look here. It'll be Falcons. It'll be Li Zhang Tower, the Baptiste gun, and Tracer. So Proper, we've seen him play a decent amount of the Venture, right? Maybe that's something we see him pull out with the Tracer gun. And then UV over on the GK side, a very good Baptiste.
With Baptiste banned, though, less of it, maybe a burning need for that Venture. I think it presents like a more, attractive prospect over the Tracer when you've got to fight through that immortality field. Given the Venture, they have so many ways of clearing or knocking people out of its radius, so may not see that come up here either. Merit and Proper, between the two of them, Lethal and Mimone have their work absolutely cut out for them. And Mimone was someone who sort of, stand to the side a little bit and allow Zera to play in the past for this team now. Also, another player who's been asked to step up, step in and show out in games like this. And they've done a bang-up job getting this far, but boy howdy did they have to work to get out of their group. And that 5-map series against Team CC was a little concerning for me. Yeah. A team that basically got beat up on by a lot of other rosters. That was a little closer than I think GK fans would have liked to have seen, at least in order to give you a real sense of confidence about how they might perform against the top seed from Group A.
But I think like after their performance in Hangzhou, a lot of these players, I don't think they're worried with the crowd and kind of the whole atmosphere of it. You see Kappa. Kappa seems like he's stalling fixing his headset so he can see how
trying to rise him up,
how much heat he can acquire on himself.
I don't think there are very few Australian pros that have experienced the hometown vibe. The only time was that World Cup stop in 2018, and since then they've always been in potentially hostile territory, right? Everyone loves an Aussie, but not when they're on the enemy team, so to speak. So he's going to soak it up. He's going to make the most of it. We've seen a lot of players really soak up the energy in the arena, even if the cheers aren't for them.
Yeah, I think we saw a Vegas Falcons jersey. They were here for CDL not too long ago. Clayster coaching that squad. So just Falcons. I mean, but look, when you look at the overall team standings, right? They have to win a game. This is like a really good opportunity for them to do so, right?
Yeah, I mean, Team Falcons as an all boast some incredible rosters across a lot of different titles. I think you should also look towards the Counter-Strike competition in EWC. That comes a little bit later down the track, but
you'd like to get it out of the way now, though. I think Counter-Strike might be like the last week. So
yeah, and you've got to watch out for teams like Vitality there as well.
Yeah.
And already recently hoisted their fair share of silverware. And with Liquid out of the running here in our Midseason Championship, the way is clear for you to surge ahead. And GK really, in that respect and many others, are just here to play spoiler. The pressure's off. This is the quality team, and it's the best that North America's been able to put forward. Unfortunately, the asterisk is North America are one of the weakest regions at this tournament.
Ooh. Yeah, I mean, look, we've obviously seen North America come up with some surprises at times in the past. This event, it feels like the story is like the better performance from EMEA, right? I think we were pretty harsh on EMEA after stage one. Even teams that aren't here from EMEA made a lot of changes, made some progress towards making a deep push here. We're gonna have one of those EMEA teams though in our finals.
The Saquon Barkley jersey in the crowd just really does it for me. My God.
That person hates me.
That's it, yeah, no, not a fan of you, that is for sure. Many fandoms coming together under one roof here in the STC Esports Arena, but right now, Overwatch is where it's at, and we have a mid-season championship to decide. One more spot remains in tomorrow's play in the semi-finals, and there's the potential for an all-EMEA clash in our first game and an all-South Korea clash in the second. Really, those two regions cemented themselves as the dominant forces in global Overwatch. Were that to be the case?
And I think, regardless of who comes out of that Alcatia TM match, is gonna give whoever wins from this side of the bracket. He did blow the Falcon up.
That's crazy.
I love how we're showing the fans the replay. Like, hey, in case you guys missed it.
I mean, it's a spectacle. There really is a festival vibe out here in Riyadh. You see it out on the boulevard, you see it here in the venue. There's something about seeing flags waving, seeing the ultras refusing to sit down. It's a level of fandom that we rarely get to taste.
That player lounge, though? That player lounge is pretty legit.
I mean, the players are very well taken care of out here in Riyadh. You'll hear that from all of them. Again, allowing them to focus on what really matters.
I was watching a Apply stream yesterday, and Lyra was talking about how nice it was last year. I was like, man, you missed out this year. I was like, player lounge, like double the size. It's like, there's no way. Like, no, there is a way.
They knocked the wall out, and they extended
it. It looks awesome, though.
We got tight focus here, of course. This is towards your back line. Fielder, legend of the game, Overwatch League champion. That win, of course, under the Dallas Fuel was a bit of a legendary moment in itself.
I feel like we have to start the game. Like, the players have run through every gamer hero pose they could possibly do it.
Out of ideas. Like, how else do I rile the crowd up here? Like,
they've run out of...
At this point, man, you've got no other option but just to flip them off. I mean, you've gone through every other way of doing it.
Though, it wasn't bad enough to the point where any of the players thought about dabbing like trees.
No. But look, if we do get the Aussie salute from Kuffer, I'll take the heat for you, bro. I'll tell him that I suggested it. Don't worry about it. Coach Sparkle there, of course, with his fair share of titles in hand, again under the Dallas Fuel banner. He found victory alongside a number of the players that are in the Falcons server right now. Guy's a bit of a wizard.
The little GK sign there. All right, so a little bit since we went over it, but it'll be Lee Zhang Tower to kick things off. GK gets rid of Tracer, and Falcons gets rid of Baptiste here early on.
Yeah. Keep an eye to see how that sort of manifests. You mentioned obviously with that Tracer being absent, definitely opens up for Venture, but you can just play Sim Soj here. We know that Falcons are a Sojourn team. Maimone already hovering the Venture. GK Esports know it's going to be an uphill battle, but they're the kind of team that love the adversity. They love to be an underdog. And now, folks, let's get rowdy. Team Falcons and GK Esports throw down in our final quarterfinal.
Yeah, it'll be Venture on both sides. So I thought potentially this is where you could end up with these teams proper. Obviously can play Sim, but it looks so explosive, this team, with the Venture look. So we'll see if they're able to make it work here against the Venture look.
And Merit's like broadly aware of where Lethal is, out towards the middle of the map.
Low.
Yeah, much of that Sojourn damage was committed into the Ramatra. Lethal realizes now Merit has a good sightline on him, so he's going to reposition, but everyone just got funneled into the choke where Proper was able to pop up from under them and tear them to shreds.
The damage that Merit is putting down from that off angle is crazy. I mean, Kuppa's basically like dead, half HP, put some shots into Lethal, UV as well. And when GK tries to run away, I mean, they're just met with someone and Proper standing right there. So Lethal going to ditch the Cassidy here, a little bit more burst potential with the Soldiers.
He doesn't want to be forced to fall back like he just did there into the rest. Like, he needs to play a bit more loose from them. Grouping up against a really good Venture is like a pretty inadvisable concept. CGK hoping the Falcons do the same thing, but Merit's always going to be an off angle. You can see him here just wrapping around that right-hand side. Builder playing a little bit solo right now, but of course can swift step back to the action where he's needed. And Proper sees an opportunity to go after Admiral here, but might have missed his window. Now sees UV low, he's handled for him, and Proper, well, he was a passenger princess in that fight.
I think, though, if they don't play a little bit closer with Kuppa, this is going to be a quick one, because Kuppa stays up and he pushes up to the point. He actually does a really nice job of like rotating to the opposite side of his shield, give himself a little bit more protection, but just too long for the healing to come on through. UV almost dies here going through the choke.
Here comes the rush. Are GK going to be ready for this is the question. Kuppa knocked back briefly. Proper is in the middle of it, and he gets topped up nicely. That healing throughput increase because a Kitsune rush means that it's fairly straightforward for Fielder. Give everybody a little bit of the juice.
GK, I mean, you're like, all right, we might have an advantage in terms of sound barrier. You're worried about even getting it, though, right? 80% here.
I mean, Falcons are going so fast through this round, they're going to break the sound barrier themselves, man. There's just not been much game here from GK whatsoever.
This is rough, too. This is going to be a really crazy fight here over by the stairs.
Pops up in between Kuffer and the rest of his backline. Tectonic Shock is popping. Proper wants to get to a safer location to maybe wait out some of this sound barrier. Admiral clapped. On one side it was a tech shock, the other was an overclock, and Merit just plugs one straight between his eyes. Lethal's going to struggle here. Proper with a drill rush finds the damage. It's just too easy. Someone's looking healthy here, even though he's in a 1 versus 3. Eventually he has to fall. Merit's going to come back in off that off-angle assignment, and here's Proper appearing with a flourish. Cops a left hook from Kuffer, though, and is taken out of the fight early. Merit, though, has other plans. He's going to work his way through Admiral, and Kuffer now is out at sea without a paddle screaming Wilson, but nobody's there to hear him. It's 100-0 in our first round.
Come on.
Well, Matt, you ready for a short day, buddy?
I mean, Chio there on one side, putting some damage down, and Merit on the other. Those are fights you are not supposed to win if you are really anybody but Team Falcons. I mean, they just are able to pull these things out in unbelievable fashion. I mean,
the sheer fact that I think someone is in a 1 versus 3 solo annihilating has to buy a little bit of time.
Yeah.
But, you know, Proper and Merit are still alive. They're just playing their own fights. You see a lot of this skirmishing from Proper, the kind of player that can really be a loose end. We're gonna have a sim here. It's not committed to, of course, so likely a switch back in the venture direction for Falcons.
Yeah, it'll be a little bit of an adjustment here for DK, right? It'll be Lethal starting the round off, playing the Sojourn, as opposed to the last round playing some Cassidy, where you know, you need to see him come alive, pick up these railgun shots. That's one he would love to have back. Had an off angle, a clear shot on Method. Merit just missed.
Yeah, a small thing, honestly. Falcons TP out of spawn and are able to get into the middle of the map a little bit earlier. Right? They have priority, we'll call it. DK have to try to find a way in off that bridge. Starts poorly and it ends in much the same fashion.
They barely get over the bridge. At that point, everybody is split there, so DK, how do you attack this, right? You don't have that like Sim mobility, right? Sim can close the gap, make it a little bit difficult to track down. With these two comps, you're gonna exactly know where these fights are going to kick off. And obviously you don't want to make it any easier for a team like Falcons to get reads.
Yeah, it's pretty face up. And that's exactly what Falcons want. Something that's a little predictable. Something that they can at least understand the parameters of. Kaffa's getting pounded here. Someone, though, taking his fair share of damage as well, as we see a regroup behind the shield for GK. Proper wants to work the flanks here, but doesn't want to overcommit quite yet. Chio's been picked up, though. Limon looks like he just took matters into his own hands. But Chio being the first casualty, the rest of Falcons will topple.
And that's huge. I mean, if Limon's able to get some of these kills, just kind of getting into that backline, that is massive.
It's the first GK cap of the map.
Yeah. No sound barrier for Chio. So, see, though, they're going to be able to match like Kitsune Rush. It's a little bit of an advantage here for DK in terms of beat, though.
Troublesome Vortex thrown in the midst of Falcons here. They've got to handle that first. Lethal, oh my goodness! Merit stands still a little too long, perhaps, and Lethal's not the kind of player that's going to miss a golden opportunity like that. Build with a self-Susu, but hits a kunai onto Lethal, who's going to back away and quickly be topped up by UV. Prop's going to sort of take a beat here now with the Kitsune Rush in play. Someone doesn't want to get over-aggressive into the tectonic shock, and it cuts through. Even with someone standing in the way, Mimone gets around him.
Well, it's a Kitsune Rush from UV, and we talk about sometimes, well, like inside of the rush, maybe you use the Annihilation, right? Put ticking damage down, and everybody wants to play inside of it. Tectonic Shock, another good ultimate to just kind of spam inside as players are trying to move through that Kitsune Rush. You see how low someone got as he moved up, and now GK takes the lead.
Yeah, it's a sound barrier here for Admiral, Matt, that I'm looking at. It's pretty important when these Annihilations come clashing together. Someone's going to step up here and again look to take that position. Mimone will be looking for flanking opportunities again here. You've got to be aware of that if you're Falcons. Keep your backsides safe. Someone sees Kaffa try and blow past him, but Kaffa doesn't really have the health to get away with this. This could be ugly. Tech shot for Proper. Sound barrier is belated, and Lethal is not able to be protected from this push. Now Proper can really pick his poison. Looking to maybe move away from Kaffa as someone's happy to tie the Ramatra up and hold on to his own Annihilation. That is a tough fight for GK. Proper, of course, can extricate himself from the grasp of the holographic fishies and stay on solid ground.
And I get why Kaffa ends up using the Annihilation, trying to get it to 99. Now you just need one fight for victory here. You probably got 2, maybe 3 attempts at it. The bad part is Falcons are going to have their Annihilation, their Kitsune Rush to play behind here. And you see Proper.
Oh, he's so far forward.
But he's going to get a burrow. He's going to put some decent damage down here. He's going to back up here and get right behind that Ramatra shield.
And that splash damage, though, that Proper's able to get on the Venture is pretty terrifying in these kind of close quarters. Mimone ducks back, he's low. Drill rushes back towards the rest of his team, but Kaffa's also struggling. Ultraviolet tried to hit the panic button with the Kitsune Rush that came out, but Merit has the perfect off angle for him. And Kaffa doesn't last much longer, folks. Merit is stacking up the frags.
Yeah,
DK now are in trouble.
And you lose Mimone here at the end. Kaffa's going to go over to Hazard. Will be Lethal using the overclock from spawn. Seeing if he can pick up anybody here. And I don't know who's going to be able to get a touch. It might have to be Lethal. He's going to get through the window with some help of Admiral.
Now, of all people he's called on, and he even gets Chio on his way in, but it's really just a desperate grasp, a reach here for the point with the tectonic shot. Finds himself 3 off the Richter scale. It's the Welshman. And that has given GK away back into the round. Falcons, in fact, don't have the time to really contest this adequately. Ultraviolet handles someone. Gio tried to touch, but I don't think it's to be.
Nice move.
An even map we have.
One, it's incredible that Admiral and Lethal made it to the point. Lethal is able to get the slide right through the window with the help of Admiral and get a pick during it. Falls right after, but that allows Mimo to come back, use a tectonic shock. 3 that last fight with the tectonic shock is that gives GK an opportunity, Mitch, to kind of steal this map number 1. It looked like it was all Falcons. So that's a massive clutch at the end from GK.
Merit here with a fantastic moment, but I really feel like the Venture players find this
wild,
map.
Yeah.
I mean, again, you are able to get to the point quickly with that high mobility. Already.
Hey, that's how you know they're having fun with it, right? They know, look, Falcons is a home team. We expect it. Let's lean into it a little bit. Let's have some fun.
Kaffa hits him with the universal symbol for I need the Heimlich stat. All right, we're going to keep going here. Over to Night Market now as GK find an unlikely round win there. Moon really stepping up, stepping forth, but Kaffa is already hammered.
And so much pressure on him. I just don't know how they're able to keep him upright.
Well, with the Lucio Kiri setup, it is quite challenging.
Yeah.
Sojourn's damage is pretty out of this world. Oh my little 1-2 punch. Yeah, my Moon, nothing he can do about that one.
And you notice even when Proper goes in deep, there's always like the Ramatra shield in position where he can like drill rush directly behind it. And you don't exactly just kind of want to run into someone, potentially with Nemesis form. They play this comp so well around those two.
Yeah, and you don't have to be fully committal as Venture. You stay burrowed, you realize you can't go in, you just turn yourself back around. Try again later. Get around the map pretty easily with that drill rush like we saw. Kaffa wants a fight here, looking behind his opposite number, and someone sees Merit in a bit of an odd position, but he gets a Suzu, and honestly, he's really hard to catch in that position.
And that Suzu may have actually kept Merit alive. He's quite low, and you could see it from a little bit when we were on with Kaffa. Admiral is up there on the high ground trying to chase on the Lucio. The Suzu comes in, and then Merit lands a railgun shot right into the Lucio of GK. Stops him in his tracks from hunting him down, so he'll be above 60% and counting now on the point here for Falcons. And Merit, I mean, he's just asleep as Mimo takes him out.
Yeah, heads up from Mimo, and he's able to wrap around Merit, maybe thinking because he had Chio close by, he'd be safe there. Not the case, not whatsoever. Mimo here, looking to get out of the vortex. Kitsune Rush is going to be committed to this fight by Falcons, which is an odd decision considering how short-handed they were. And that one kind of goes straight down to Gurgler.
And it's a huge one for GK, right? Where you were in terms of percentage for Falcons, that goes their way. You're looking at like a last-ditch scenario here for GK, right? Sound barrier, you have that to match. You're going to have your Annihilation. Lethal comes alive on the Sojourn. You're in a spot where you can run this percentage up pretty quick.
Proper's hunting.
A huge early pick. That's a sound barrier, so you're not going to be able to use it.
And that's not ideal for Falcons. I mean, they'd be advised to hold on to everything right now. They get a sound barrier out of GK, which they've got to feel is at least a bit of consolation. Can the Falcons do more here? Someone's waiting for that mega health pack respawn, but in fact, this is a sound barrier that's committed because Falcons have all their players back now. They're going to go for this. And
nice vortex, though.
Yeah, they use that beat to get pretty close, though, and they're picked off by Moan. Dangerous times here for Lethal, and he knows it. He's able to handle himself quite well. His Proper was trying to take him out of the fight. Falcons now getting a little bit shaky. Now starting to lose their grip on this map.
So we saw it for like a brief second there, right? Sound barrier comes down from Falcons. PK, they completely disengage, and Kaffa has that Ravenous Vortex kind of spinning in the choke, and it slows them down and allows PK to keep backing up to the point by time they get into the point, a decent amount of that sound barrier overhealth is waned off, and then Kaffa's got the Annihilation to just tick them down.
That shock really defined that last round on Garden. Will it be the same here as Mimone is getting close to his next one? Kaffa here should be able to walk away from this pretty easily. Just slowing someone down, forcing him to try and wade through molasses. Maimone back to the point, doesn't want to get caught out in an extended flank fight against Proper, but he's popped up behind them. Maimone with the tech shot down is going to let it go in just a second. Over onto the point as Kitsune rushed in play though. UV's low, got to be careful, but Proper's turned tail. He's trying to get out of there, and it's a full-scale rout for Falcons. They're in trouble. Sound barrier now committed by GK, and they know victory's within their grasp. Onto the point they push it. Chio is felled, and how about them apples, folks? Unreal stuff from GK Esports. Falcons in drips and drabs may have underestimated their opponents, and it's come back to bite them in our first map.
I don't know if they turned the crowd noise down for us or what, but it sounds a little quieter in there after that first map. Is Guppa letting them know that GK is not going to be a walkover. I thought, we talk a lot about Venture and how good they can be in terms of like getting in the back lines. And we rarely, when we talk about Venture as a hero, like, the ultimate is good, but it's never really kind of the key thing we talk about. The tectonic shots from Maimone were actually really sick and effective during that game, right? There was that one moment he came with like 3 in a row there towards the end into the rush. I mean, sick stuff from him.
You can't body block it. When you're playing Ramatra into these setups and you're moving up a choke or like across a bridge, as we saw quite often on Garden, you can't protect your team from the damage that sort of cascades through you. You're trying to stand in front, you're trying to block that, but it's not an ability that cares about line of sight in the same way as some others. So really nice work here from Lethal quite a few times. Proper's pulling up on his front doorstep with a bag of effluent, hoping to drop it, light it on fire and walk away, and he's ready just to slap him back, hitting some really nice railgun headshots. Oh man. The villains, self-dubbed GK Esports, and they have turned up here to the STC Esports Arena to spoil some days, man. That's a good start for them. After that first round, I uttered it. We thought Falcons would have had this one in the bag. That's some resilience from our NA squad.
When you are in this type of situation for GK, I mean, if you have the right team around and the right personalities, I mean, this is an ideal scenario, right? I mean, you're loose, you're playing with some house money. All the pressure's on Falcons, right? The club championship, this event, you're looking at the team, Crazy Raccoon, they're already out. You're like, oh, this should be just a walk in the park. They're the home team. It is a lot of pressure on Falcons here in GK. I mean, you steal that map number 1, even more pressure now on Falcons.
Of course, standing behind that GK lineup is Coach Gultek, who alongside Wheats has been able to really whip this team into shape. He had a stint on the Toronto Defiant roster as an assistant coach, and before that, Runaway and O2 Blast. Absolutely a strong resume to get to the helm of this NA team. Sparkly looking a little bit pensive after the way that first map went for Falcons. And remember, they target the Baptiste here. Look to make it harder for Ultraviolet to have as great a level of impact. And we mentioned, Cuff is getting blown up. He's taking a lot of damage early. It's really hard to keep him in the fight. But man, like for me, it's the way Maimone took over that Garden round was really nice to watch. Lethal looking solid. Didn't have to be server admin on this particular map though. Just really solid fundamentals out of GK.
Where will Falcons take us? A rare Falcons map pick. GK, they end up using the Tracer Band in map number 1. You can see why. Maybe throws off Team Falcons just a little bit. If you know Maimone wants to play Venture, maybe you don't exactly want to play the Sim without the BAP, right? So makes it a little bit odd. It looks like we know the bands at this point. So Falcons, they will get rid of Venture, which is quite interesting because Proper is also extremely good on Venture, but
I think they want to play Sim here.
Sim, or you get a Tracer head-to-head, right? You feel good about either of those. Interesting enough, though, GK gets rid of the Ramatra, so Ramatra's a hero that everybody loves combining with the Sim, so especially on New Junk City, a rush-style map, this one's going to produce a little bit of a different result in terms of comps.
And the Ramatra's like a Kuffer signature hero as well. He really loves to play that, but he found much of his success on the Hazard. I think that was like a pick in NA that he was really able to make his own, while a number of teams were later in adopting that. Guys looking really good. I mean, guys come a long way since that sort of World Cup a couple of years ago, where very green Team Australia was sort of pedaled out there and expected to give their all. Guy has really come of age here, of course, and now is in the captain's chair on this GK team.
And it feels like for GK, you had to have an idea that maybe they would target Venture, right? Especially if you win a map utilizing the hero. That you had to have some type of counter, right? If they're going to get rid of Venture and they're going to go either Tracer or Sim, what's your go-to option? You talk about Hazard. Is there a world in which Maga kind of returns to some fanfare here, right? With no Ramatra, let's say they play Sim, what are you going to play with it? Maybe like it's the Orisa, something along those lines. You could play, I guess, Hazard with it as well. So potentially an opportunity for some different tanks to sneak on through.
And I think that as strong as GK were out in that North American region, I think if you're Falcons, you consider a loss in this series to be unthinkable. It's unthinkable. I think after that first map now, realizing they've absolutely got to double down here. And I know they offer all due respect over towards this team, but they've got to have felt like not having to go up against an EMEA or another South Korean roster was favorable for them. Yeah. I feel like the wind's at their back a little bit. Now, though, they're going to have to work their way uphill. Down a map in this series, they choose to take us to New Junk City with Venture and Ramatra unavailable for selection.
Well, it looks like for GK, this is a comp. Maybe it is May that they go with in combo with that Hazard. You have the BAP still in the mix here, right? That is an ultraviolet special. For Falcons, could be the Orisa. I know with the Ramatra gun, we've seen Falcons play a ton of Ramatra so far this event, where the Orisa can be pretty good at like dislodging the Hazard, right? The spear spin, the interrupts, right? It could be very difficult to play into.
Not always easy though, as Orisa, if the gameplay leaves you behind to command that attention. Passive just goes over your head. I mean, we saw what Quartz was able to do on this map with the Cassidy Lethal, also a dab hand at the 6-shooter. Tracer and a Soj for Falcons.
Well, if you can get a...
It's so interesting. Okay! All right, out of nowhere, Lethal's able to pick proper off. Not a good start here for Falcons. The Turk issues a stern challenge right off the bat.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get a May wall, right? Separate with it like the Orisa or something along those lines. You get Kuffa right in position on the Hazard. It'll take one player out. Massive advantage. And look, Proper's tremendous on Tracer. If Lethal can just keep him from dominating the game, right? You're in a good spot.
Yeah, contain him, I think, would be the goal. If you can outplay him, just dominate him, that's a different story. All right, Mimonia on the May. Tough job, and we rarely see this pick on this map, honestly. Merit's able to punish at that medium range now as Ultraviolet's defensive architecture starting to be chewed through. That flashbang did not hit as Merit slid past, and Lethal is downed easily.
But UV uses the Ant Matrix up on the high ground. It'll actually keep Kuffa alive for just a bit longer. So you're going to get up to like about 80, 85% here. You have some other players funneling on in. And then will it end up flipping? But yeah, pretty good start. They switched off of the May. We'll see if they go back to it. Look like Maymo was maybe going back to spawn. No, going on the long flank now. But like you mentioned, the May is a little bit odd, right? If you don't play up on that high ground and play like near the chokes, where they were playing at such a distance, you're not going to get much value out of it. So May as well match the Tracer.
I think like when we get to stages like Refinery or even Junkyard, like it looks pretty decent, right? To cut off those avenues of approach. Deadeye is up here for Lethal. Downpour for Kuffa, but a lot of scary ultimates on the Falcon side of things. So first, Lethal tries to make some space. Let Kuffa at least get onto the point and start this cap. That's given them some time, and now Falcons have to contest, leaving Lethal in a pretty good position to play from. He's got to respect, though, what Merit can do now with an overclock in play. Ultraviolet trying to dodge and dive away, but will be brought down by Proper on this Tracer. Sound barrier committed by GK anyway, but it's a very unconvincing showing for them. This will let Falcons potentially take this flashpoint away.
Yeah, maybe they thought that sound barrier was going to come down in time to save UV, but it does not, so it kind of goes for waste there. Potentially it's also, it's final fight on that point. It's Falcons kicking things off here on New Junk City with a point win.
So GK could start with their first fight. They stall out for an extended period of time. They use an Ant Matrix to that effect. They hope that maybe they can 100-0 it. It doesn't work out, and then their plan B just isn't compelling enough.
And now we're getting Sim. So we're getting Sim from Geek. So it'll be the Sim with a BAP in the mix. And you're also going to have Hazard. So a little bit of a different look with Ramatra out.
Cover here can mantle. And again, you'll notice he's mostly ignoring someone. It's just not the kind of matchup he wants to opt into at all.
That's the immortality field right away.
Yeah, burned very early, Matt, before the rubber really hits the road in this fight. That key cooldown is, what? Oh man, that is nasty stuff. Proper caught out in the open, and Lethal goes to work on Merit. GK don't even get punished for using that immortality field early. That is just straight up winning in a neutral fight.
And I was about to say, I don't really love, Lethal on the Cassie at the moment, because you see how good the Sojourn is at just burning the armor of the Hazard, like Kappa getting extremely low. Although the immortality field has to come out really early to save him, it's still good enough to do so. And then being able to work onto the point proper, I think, was just kind of working over towards that mini, and as he kind of went across, maybe needed a step before another blink was active and just got picked off.
I really feel like Cassidy here at the Midseason Championship, Matt, has looked better than ever, especially in his ability to control those flankers. All right, well, Fortify ×2 as we see someone dive into the midst. Sucks them all in. And G-Falcons really able to dispatch those hindered GK players. Gaffer heads for the hills.
Everybody loves watching Kuffa jump off the side as a nice spear from someone onto Lethal. And then after that, the Terror Surge, and Lethal's actually able to roll out of it. He tries to get a hinder up on Chio above him. Not able to hit it, and then Falcons comes up with the rest of the picks as... See, Maimon has ult here. You're going to use it to split the point.
Okay. High ground not being contested, though. GKF had to give that up in order to play the point, which is dangerous here, especially when Merit has his pick of the litter in terms of targets, and there's Ultraviolet trying to cross, and even with a symbol in play, he gets brought down. That's the whole reason for you to deploy that ultimate in this fight. It's well and truly expired now, as has the life force of GK. They've lost the vim and vigor they displayed in the first map and on the first flashpoint. Now they're going to get staggered out. Excruciatingly lethal. Will have to exit the old-fashioned way.
It's brutal. I mean, I think you're going to have to give up this point here if you're Geek. No way you're going to do it without your star hit scan, as Lethal just gets staggered for what feels like forever. And Falcons on the verge of a really fast flashpoint here. You'll have a beat mirror here. Advantage with UV with this Amp Matrix, but you can also just dodge a lot of this if you're Falcons.
You can LOS it for the duration. Bomb flats, of course, our next flashpoint location.
Or you can use your beat, just push straight past it if it's the first thing out.
It's gonna be GK start with priority. Someone stepping up now. Sound barrier going to be thrown in by Chio, but Maimon got picked off. So very good start here for Falcons. Lost fielder here. Lethal looking dangerous. Force an early recall. Oh, proper no. Okay. Able to blink. Stay back on the map here. Gets rid of the immortality field and then comes back for Lethal. Good recovery there from the young gun. The Merit realizes there's no more fight to be had here.
All right. So GK, that is quite massive, Mitch, right? They use that sound barrier a little bit early. The Amp Matrix comes down. They lose Maimon first, right? He falls on the sim, and that's a lot of their ramp damage, but Lethal comes up with some huge picks. Kappa able to cycle through those cooldowns, now matching the Orisa. And GK, although they're down 2 flashpoints, they've been in a decent amount of these.
Looking much better now. Bit of an ultimate trough, though, for them, so these first picks become that much more important when your enemy has a larger arsenal to bring to bear. GK try and go after a target caught out on the side. It's actually Merit gets hit with a flashbang. Someone with a Terror Surge committed. Kuffa wants to try and back around and notices that Fielder can swift step away. And in the meantime, classic misdirection. Proper's able to get into the back line while GK are distracted chasing after a Kiriko.
It feels like GK gets off to a good start, and then once Falcons gets it and starts rolling, it is all Team Falcons. As you lose Kappa here towards the end. Looks like the rest of GK gonna work their way back to the spawn. So for Falcons, right, if they want to take an early fight, they don't really have anything to work with outside of this rush. I expect you to see like a Terror Surge, potentially even Lethal with the Deadeye while while they have that Kitsune rush rolling. So see if Falcons decide to take this fight early.
Imon's up on the left side here as GK look to try and work around the outside of the point to begin with. Okay. Ultraviolet trying to fight proper there around that amplification matrix. Immortality field still in hand for Ultraviolet though, as Kuffer realizes that into the Katrina Rush is not where he wants to be diving. Backs up for a moment, but this is time for Falcons to get closer to a map win. Lethal knocked out of the Deadeye, and I don't think Proper cared at all about the flashbang when he had the sound barrier protecting him. Amaral beats down only for 2 players though, and that is just not going to be enough. He tries to skitter away and gets past that disruptor shot, hiding in the corner now, spotted out by Merida. Proper comes to call, and when he knocks at your door, you best be opening it up. Team Falcons now have been able to bring GK down to earth after an unlikely first map win, evening up the series.
And GK had an opportunity there, Mitch, in that final fight. Just a little bit too slow to act. Shio with a sound barrier, then they push on through, they get that first pick. I think the scariest part for GK though is like, and you know, look, you have Lethal playing a lot of Cassidy. Merit is just going off on the Sojourn. I mean, putting down so much damage, specifically on Akuffa. I think Lethal doing a good job of like preventing Proper from just running through the back line, but it just gives them a big disadvantage though in terms of tank damage.
And this is what happens though when the Tracer ban isn't in effect. GK have to match Proper. Mimone takes up the Tracer duties. But time and time again, we've noticed GK chasing after an individual target. Everyone sees a Kiriko with cooldowns up. They want to go after them, and Proper gets in there and just starts tearing them to shreds. Tough pill to swallow here for GK, but it's still a tied-up series. We're in map selection for map 3, so we're going to head to a break, but don't go anywhere. This series has surely got legs.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
What's up, everybody? Danny Lim here. It's Team Falcons versus GK, and we got a packed house. Look at all these fans for Team Falcons. Let's go, Falcons! Overtime!
Let's go, Falcons! Let's go, Falcons! Let's go, Falcons!
I mean, as I can see, I mean, the energy is crazy. Falcons, you have to win this now. You have to win. Let's go, Falcons!
Let's go, Falcons! Let's go, Falcons!
Well, it looks like GK come back down to earth, but without crushing that defeat on New Junk City was, it looked like it was more like Saturn's gravity. They got smushed by Team Falcons, who came out with a vengeance in that map. And Proper was back on the Tracer, and he made sure we all knew it.
Yeah, it'll be a GK map pick, so they will take us to Circuit. They'll ban Lucio. They clearly want to run like a double flex backline, something we've seen from them in the past. Falcons, they get rid of the hazard. I wouldn't really kind of pin Circuit as like a hazard map, right? But you know, maybe they're worried about potentially something like that coming out here and want to force more of like a Ramatra or a Risa game.
Yeah, I think they probably just don't want any unexpected surprises coming into a map like this. They know if GK have picked Circuit, and a number of teams have done this after losing a map in their series, they have something a little bit gimmicky to bring in. As that is said, though, probably expect to see like Ramatra. I like the May look here. I mean, we've seen that from GK. I mean, they were playing on New Junk City. They really like to put Maimone in the May position. And a preference maybe to not lean too heavily on the Tracer play, this North American squad.
And we'll see Merit potentially, yeah, he's going to pick up the Cassidy, so.
This is the Lifeweaver map, by the way, for GK.
This is a map that we could get the Chris Puckett Lifeweaver, like he was hyping up there, potentially on the desk. But we'll have to probably wait though. I mean, I guess you could run on offense, but we see it more on defense, using that pedal to give a little bit of a high ground.
Here we go now, GK on the attack side. This is only fair that Falcons would choose defense, knowing they're going into a map like this. Cassidy for Merit, something to keep tabs on, as it was Lethal already trying to insist on Cassidy on that previous map. And
all right, so we're going to see the Weaver here on offense. So typically this is something you see on defense, where teams will like run this, you know, get a little bit more high ground. Lifeweaver, just the issue with Lifeweaver isn't really just like the raw healing numbers. It's just like the lack of utility as compared to something like a Kiri.
Yeah, I mean, his throughput is very good. He does a lot of healing. He has okay lateral mobility, but is definitely very diveable. However, that's not something Falcons are really set up to do with this composition. This is Circuit Royal. So we go more towards those poke styles. And Life Grip, to get Kuffer out of trouble, or anybody that's, you know, suffers scrutiny or gets low, can be really clutch in a pinch. So you've got to be wary of it. It's definitely a hero that has his niches. In the back line there, Proper got a little bit low from some incidental poke damage coming his way, and Kuffer is starting to bully the right side of the map. Merit outranged by Lethal on the hit scan roll, suffers at the hands of the Soj.
Yeah, and I'm happy to see Lethal on the Sojourn. We talked a little bit about it towards the end of New Junk City. Someone does take out Maimone, so you do end up losing at this May wall here that potentially could split someone off, and you've already used your Amp Matrix, so you might have to actually back out of this if you are GK. Is Merit now, he's going to ditch Cassidy. Feels like he needs to match the firepower of the Soldier, and I completely agree.
Tree of Life available for Admiral. Not only does it block that line of sight, but the pulsing heal is pretty important for the long fight sustain. Something that Ramatra very much is happy to have on his side as Kuffer starts to build towards that annihilation. There's the Tree of Life, starting to block the way a little bit. Lethal has to work around the edges of it. Very healthy GK right now. A lot of healing for them, whereas Fielder has to fight tooth and nail to keep his team standing. He himself takes a railgun from long range and has to duck out of LOS. But he's kept Falcon standing. Now for the annihilation, the next challenge is something Merit can't stand up to. Orbit Array comes in from Chio, and Falcons know they've got to make use of this. A good disengage though from GK. Can't save Ultraviolet from Proper's questing ice spikes. Fielder finds yet another Suzu opportunity, but Proper could not get out of the blizzard from Maimone, setting up a kill on the enemy May, and Lethal settled in on this flanking high ground. Nice shot on the Fielder.
Yeah, they just had that one Suzu that used it onto someone, obviously, to get him out of the blizzard. Not able to help Proper, but this is not over to GK just yet.
The Juno heals, man.
Yes, someone just playing in the corner. The Juno Kiri heals are still extremely good. It's going to need a big amount of burst damage like that from Lethal to finish him off. Took a little bit to materialize, but that's the first point for GK.
We saw Annihilation's traded. Kuffer gets an elimination with that instantly. If it's not for Proper finding a kill, it would have been ugly, I think, for Falcons. He himself gets caught out in the blizzard, right? Without Lucio on this map, you don't have the speed to get out of those May ults. You've got to find another way to do it. And when May Wall can trap you inside of it, those blizzards are almost always devastating.
And you think that's another reason for the life grip, right? No, you can even pedal up, grip people, over the other side of the walls as well if somebody gets caught. Oh, nice play here. Ultraviolet jumps up from the low ground here with the Exo boots and drops the Amp Matrix, and they were caught off guard.
The Maywall buys a couple of seconds for Falcons to get back, but it's not enough time as Kuffer just barges straight through. Big, bad, and he means business now. He throws a vortex in the direction of the rest of Falcons, but the fight is long since already won.
I mean, this is great for GK. I mean, you might get this second checkpoint out of this with a tremendous amount of time saved, considering it took them a while on their point A. Someone pushes up. It's a Maywall here that comes in for Mimo, and that's going to secure the second checkpoint. Zach, GK looking pretty good here on offense.
Very good time here for GK after a slower start. They've got to be happy with how that second phase went for them now.
Goodbye.
That annihilation was very short-lived, and now is a thing of the past. Merritt pops Kuffer as he tries to go super aggro on that high ground. And where was the rest of his team supposed to be?
Maybe he thought he was getting life gripped out. The life grip actually comes for UV, and Kuffer there up on the high ground needs to start throwing some fists with his annihilation. And I mean, Merritt just deletes him there with the overclock.
Admiral ducks back here a moment. Tree of Life now deployed. Kuffer gets the healing that he needs. Look at Fielder on that high ground. Off angle gets the Kitsune rush, but someone is frozen solid. Blizzard, a problem now. Proper's going to try and deploy his, but someone and Chio are already out of the picture. It was all Merritt could do to find the May with that disruptor shot. But in general, Falcons are struggling in this matchup of compositions.
Yeah, dude, and that Tree of Life takes up a lot of space, right? It allows them to kind of like split off some of that choke and move on in behind it, and they're never able, because like you can burst it down, like the Tree has the HP bar. You probably need something like the overclock though, right? And you don't have it at that time, so the Tree goes for a really long pulse.
My Mode has that Blizzard ready. The exact thing that could answer someone if he tries to go aggressive with this annihilation. He knows he kind of has to play around it. But someone also has to try and get himself forward, not give too much more free card progress. Maimone's looking for the Blizzard. It's going to be hard to deny him here. The body block is good and someone is frozen stiff. He knows there's no need to go for the annihilation. There's no good reason for it. But Maimone has to ice block. Here's the orbital race. Someone might be able to go aggressive now. And look who's caught on the wrong side of the wall. Ultraviolet loses that immortality field, committed to keep them standing. And Maimone's able to freeze someone without the Blizzard. Those perks coming in awfully handy. Someone looking for a target, any target. Somebody give me something to shoot at. And instead, he is their subject of scrutiny. And he knows he's done, cooked on the outside of the map, whereas Kuffer now's in the midst of things with the annihilation ticking. Another Nemesis form taken up to force the ice blocker proper, and he has to desperately go for the Blizzard, but he has no block of his own. It doesn't matter, the Suzu's going to keep him alive for the time being. Heads up there from Fielder, wall to try and block GK off. But this isn't convincing enough from Falcons. They need a full fight win.
Yeah, and you have another Tree of Life here for Admiral as you get close to the choke. I really love the way you use the life grip there to help Kuffer, and then before to keep Maimone alive. It's Kuffer quite low, gonna have to use that life grip on him, use the healing to keep the May up.
This is fine for GK though. They've got a pretty decent standing here with over a minute left in the round. Fielder's taking a bit of damage already. Here comes that Tree of Life. Now it's all about keeping Merritt standing, and he pays it back in full. Ultraviolet falls, and that is a tough shot to hit with your opponent up on the high ground. Kuffer's going to back away. Lethal's in a great spot, though. Nicely done to follow up on that disruptor shot. The Tree of Life dissipates, and it's done its job by Mode committing a Blizzard, but there isn't enough follower damage here to try and find that kill on someone until Lethal gets involved. And now he's in the mix, throws himself into the eye of the storm. Disruptor shot thrown down, forces Fielder off to the side, and Chio has to duck and dodge behind that pillar, back away and try and build that orbital ray, because it's getting tough for Falcons. They're losing their grip on this defense. Merritt tries to get back here on the Venture, which we rarely see from him. Will it be enough?
We'll see if he actually stays on it. It looks like for now, he is. And, he just gets picked by UV.
Orbital ray's deployed.
Orbital ray, you're going to have to back up here for your Kuffer. You're going to have the annihilation.
Guys, it's getting tough though. Kuffer goes pretty low. Someone's going to pop his annihilation as well. Kuffer knows he has the healing. It's coming at him from that high ground there. The Life Weaver is still in play, and an Amp Matrix from Ultraviolet means that he can keep his tank standing. There's a shot from Maimone. The Endothermic Blaster deals with Fielder, and look how far up Lethal has pushed. He knows just how close GK are to finishing the map. Blizzard here on the Kuffa. Nobody there to bring him down after the fact that when someone's getting straight up bullied. Suzu there to shrug off the slow, but everybody surrounds the Ramatra, and Merit would be the last player standing. Another tree of life amid the verdant fields. GK dance around the maypole here at the end of the map. Should be a couple moments in overtime is where they're looking to try and get it home. Fielder steps up. Suzu's himself proper now under extreme scrutiny, trying to dodge and dock away. And it's not going to do it. Chiyo fades on in there one after another. Falcons hoping to find a way to get a foothold on this defense, but that's a cheeky pedal that sends him skyward. Merit should be the last line of defense here. Recalls out, tries to keep it going, but it's all for naught. Falcons have to concede that final checkpoint.
Man, a Lifeweaver definitely kind of came into play there a few times. Coming up clutch. It's a support. I would say this is the only map we've seen teams play it. Really, since Lifeweaver's entered the game, to be quite honest, like he hasn't really seen a lot of play at the pro level. It's really just been here on circuit by teams and niche strategies. But that they made great use of the Lifeweaver there.
Yeah, it certainly requires a very specific set of conditions to succeed. But when there's no dive component to these compositions where both teams are really playing that poke style around rush tanks, you can find success with it, and it's still very valid on the defense side, as we're about to see.
Well, I think you would make the argument it's better on the defensive side than like offense, right? Like we've seen teams played on this map on defense and then not on the offensive side. That's why, at least for me, I was like, oh, you know what? We obviously haven't cast that much NA and didn't get to see GK here at this event. Things have changed between now and the last OWCS games. It feels like a month or so ago. But to play it on the offensive side and defense here, a lot of trust in Admiral to pilot the hero, and honestly, he looked awesome.
And honestly, we know a lot of teams come into this map, or when they pick this map, there's a specific strategy, a small gimmick that they want to work around. It's anything but cheesy here for GK. They got to be happy with the map completion. Falcons are likely to hit them hard and fast, though. This Orisa composition. Merit has been playing mystery heroes a little bit here, Matt, trying to find a comfortable fit. It's going to be the Freya option this time.
I would also say it's pretty fair to say that Shio's best hero is Lucio by far, right? So taking that away from him, obviously can handle Juno, but you really think of Lucio when you think of Shio.
A war of attrition. The Falcons are just far more confident in here in these front lines. For all Admiral's healing output, he's not able to keep them standing.
And maybe the Freya here gives them a better option, right? Because you're putting down some damage at range, right? A little bit more of a long-range threat to the Lifeweaver. Lifeweaver could be pretty squishy. You also have a change here where they're going to bring in the Orisa, right? So not going to have that Ram head-to-head.
Yeah, Lethal aware that in his absence, Falcons likely would have taken up that flanking stairs position. Proper needs to be dug out of there. If they could find a way to pressure Proper low and get an early ice block out of the May, they could then go aggressively in that direction, but the healing's been a little bit too robust from Falcons. Now, though, they're going to try and take this head on Proper. That's the ice block drawn out. Kuffa no throws a vortex behind. He doesn't want to let this make it out for free. Suzu though on Proper. Kuffa with a big health pull. Knows he can hang around, but that ice wall makes it impossible for him to pursue, and now he's going to try and contest the card. Kuffa now needs to put himself where the objective is and can't afford to go after Proper, so he's probably uncontested there. Nicely done by Ultraviolet. Finally, someone is brought to heal.
And they use a Kitsune rush there for Falcons. And I think they believe that they can actually get the kill on a Kuffa, because Kuffa's in a very on spot like you were talking about. But when they round the corner after the rush, it's UV standing there with the Ant Matrix, and someone just barrels his head right into it.
Back to the
like board. If you're GK, push up, right? There's no shield to protect these players coming around the corner until that perk is available for someone. I think try and pressure them out.
It's just so hard to kill the Ramatra now with the Lifeweaver in play. The life grip comes down. GK took this space for free.
Well, that was the Blizzard, and then a nice pedal to lift them up.
Yeah, beautifully done. That is denied, and now there's going to be a Tree of Life in play. This is getting a little bit scary for someone who's now going to commit his own ultimate. Pulsar torpedoes are going to have to be enough to keep him standing, and someone was able to get Maimone there, but has to give up his life, and that's not a trade you can afford to take if you're Team Falcons. Kuffa knows his advantage in this fight. Will push up and control this corner, force Falcons to wait for their tank to return, and we're under the 90-second mark for Falcons.
as Maimon looks like he's going to be coming back on Venture here. As Fielder and Proper up to the side, you're going to lose both. I mean, that is horrific there for Falcons. I mean, now you're going to be like, what, 45 seconds or, even maybe less when the next fight kicks off around that payload. And UV is going to have that Amp Matrix yet again. A little bit of a blunder there. So they're going to go Team Falcons. So Proper is going to go Venture. And they're going to play Zarya. So Zarya we see a little bit on this map as well. The bubble's going to be so good for the Venture.
But it does always feel like a little bit of desperation. Yes, there's a lot of charge to be found off of a Venture that gets a bubble. But it takes a bit to get all these moving parts working, and Proper is very, very deep. It's Merido with the bowler shot from long range, catches that Ultraviolet, deals with an Immortality Field and the Baptiste all in one fell swoop. And finally, Falcons find the Brawl formula to get them this first checkpoint.
It's not the end of the world, though, for GK. If you're GK, you need to just kind of get composed.
Oh my.
Recenter at the moment. They're going to try and attack this, though, yet again. Lethal jumps on, get us into OT, and Kuppa's going to come down on the Doom. Not going to make much out of this, though. UB decides to end up using the Amp Matrix here, too.
Switch to Doomfist, likely just to bleed a little bit of extra clock. Falcons knew they'd have to commit in order to get that checkpoint.
And if you're GK, you know, right? You bled so much clock. The discussion right now is like, if they win one fight here, they are in a fantastic spot, right? Win one fight, push the payload back. That uphill, you probably get 2 more fights after that one. And then they're in OT. I mean, they're going to be in OT for a lot of that. So really, you're just focused on this first fight of your GK.
Tree of Life is absolutely going to be a key player in this next fight. GK set the line of scrimmage pretty far forward here. Drill rush back by Proper, doesn't want to be too close to the fists of Ramatra in Nemesis form. Lethal now stuck with the bolt, but he's going to be ready now to go with an overclock. It's an orbital ray in play. Merit's looking pretty succulent up there, but Proper only has eyes for the Sojourn. GK already full-scale retreat for them now. They don't want to commit any more to this fight. They still hold on to the Lifeweaver ultimate as well.
You might be able to get back out and challenge this here behind this tree. But that's your overclock there. You're not able to keep Lethal up.
Tree of Life.
Oh, and they catch out Proper. That's huge.
He went in with a Zarya bubble, but perhaps was just overconfident. It didn't last long. Didn't keep him protected.
I think he went in, and then the tree came down, and everybody else was like, we have to back up. We're not fighting it. And you just give him up. So at that point, right, you're just giving up that fight of your Falcons. But Falcons, they're up against the clock here.
There's a Graviton Surge now for someone. I feel like I've maybe never even uttered those collection of words, I'll be honest. Been a long time, if that. Up the stairs we go, good charge on someone as well. Wants to try and surge ahead. Suzu expended, also a bubble thrown out. Someone still has one for himself here, should he require it. With the Amp Matrix, it has to be respected. So GK using each and every one of these ultimates to levy attacks on Falcons, force them to take their time, to step back, and now they've got to go. They know they have to try and take the objective here. Someone steps up, looking for the backline. GK very wary of this Graviton Surge, and they split. Kuffa off to the left. In the back corner, you can see Lethal there, and there's a Grav thrown in. It's 3. Pedal, though, might have saved him. Bowler shot comes in, but GK able to withstand that old combo and stay allowed to fight. What an Immortality Field there from Ultraviolet, and now they're fighting fit. Field has been taken down, and Maimone's in no hurry to move out into the open. It's Kuffa to try and hold this space, but he's low. It doesn't matter. He's bought enough time for Lethal to get rid of someone, and the life grip comes in on Kuffa, keeps him standing in. Now the Annihilation will pick onto his foes. Orbital Ray completely eclipsed here by the radius of GK as the Tree of Life keeps him sheltered. Healing still comes through, and Merit's trying to pilot this off angle, but Proper's going low and deep. Fielder went through the Suzu, and he found 1 kill, and that's not enough. What are we witnessing here? They can't even believe it themselves.
They look at Admiral, and they're all just like, you are so good. Dude, the Lifeweaver play from Admiral was insane there on that map. A little bit of a pocket pick there for GK. What unbelievable support play. I mean, the life grip there towards the end, like you mentioned, the tree. Sick play from GK Esports.
And conversely, this Juno Kiriko composition from Falcons left a little bit to be desired. Kuffa looked confident in that Ramatra matchup. Lethal was hitting his shots when he had to. The blizzards that came in from both sides, but Maimone's especially making it hard for someone to play that brand of up-tempo Overwatch. He needs to assert himself in this game.
When was the last time? I mean, we are one game away from not having Falcons and Crazy Raccoon on Sunday. That is a wild world if that most certainly happens. Let's go to Puckett to hear him and the boys' thoughts.
And Johnny, and now you can hear me in the arena. How's everybody doing? Good games? I think they're liking it so far. The Falcons unfortunately fell in that last one, to the joy of the folks over here cheering for GK. Did you think we'd see GK fans all the way out in Riyadh?
I'm quite honestly surprised. I mean, the fans showing it up for GK on the other side of the arena right here, and they are amped up. You can see the energy on the players as well from the get-go. Players like Kuffa, very emotional back in Champions Clash when they did upsets with Nightmare. Now here for GK as well. He knows how to inspire his teammates, and it's making a difference.
Avril, I gotta ask you about the Life Weaver, right? It's a meme in most cases whenever I see it thrown in. These guys made it work. How's that happen?
Everyone thinks it's mean, but this is the one team in the world that I can see actually play the Life Weaver. Remember, the BAP is important as well. More important than that, they had a Lucio ban here. What does a Lucio ban do? It protects both of those heroes in the support line. It denies the high-speed gameplay that you want to see out of Falcons. Typically, when you look at North America, Team Liquid has faced up against GK a number of times. They played into the Life Weaver BAP a number of times. You might see someone like Tree play towards Hanzo. Great hero for a player named Tree, by the way. That's some Team Liquid have kind of dealt with this composition in the past, but right now I don't think Falcons are prepared to play against the Weaver. Someone go Zarya, I'm just not sure that's the right hero at all.
Johnny, I'm looking at the plays from game number 1, and I was up in the play round with the Gatos Guapos, the handsome cats. They were saying, hey, let's just call the shuttle until this happened. GK takes the second round, they take the third round in the first game, they cancel the shuttle, and they tell me to lock in. How far can this series go?
I actually think GK are in a really good position right now to close out this series because they won that control map with the Tracer ban, which crucially meant that they get losers pick in at least 2 following maps. And they are on a bit of a time limit here. There are a lot of maps in the pool that favor Falcons. But if GK can get the right picks, they're in a really good position. The way they closed out that Circuit Real with the Life Weaver and Baptiste, that was another fantastic performance by GK.
I just heard someone yell, get exposed, Falcon. Should we expose Avril as we show the true height? Come on up, Johnny, to the same step. All right, now that we're all on the same playing field, Avril, what should we expect? How do Falcons even this out at 2-2?
I mean, Life Weaver ban is still available to come on through, so that's always going to be something. Hybrid is still available in the map pool as well, so you may have to start considering that one. But at the moment, you have to consider that Tracer is going to be available. One of the bans that actually did come through early on was the Tracer ban against Proper on map 1. You saw GK win that map as well. So a lot of the very impactful bans might be gone now against the side of Falcons. One thing they haven't done a lot of is Falcons haven't played too much Symmetry yet. We know they can do that. We know that's one of their specialties. They're still hiding it, and might be time to bring it out.
We got 2 minutes left here before the players retake the stage. The fans are on their feet. It has been a blast here in the arena, and for good reason. So many highlights. If you could pick one of the 4 DPS, though, who is your front runner for MVP, Avril?
I mean, of the entire tournament, it's got to be Proper and maybe a course on the other side. But this particular game right now, my moan, particularly on that first map, the Venture came up through really well. Yeah, I mean, he clutched an entire fight off a Tectonic Shock alone.
All right, so Johnny, if a Venture comes out, do you think Merritt can handle it?
I think it's really difficult for Falcons. Again, I talked about it pre-game. My moan on the May and the Venture are going to be the difference makers. And you can see that GK, they're forcing these maps where Venture really excels, right? Circuit Royale, that was a perfect map because you don't need, Tracer is not going to be played here. And so that forces GK into their comfort. Now, as we look ahead here, Pocket, I actually do think that Falcons, they would be very wise here to pick Blizzard World or something like that. Because Push, which is another mode that could come up if we're going to map 5, that is very much going to favor Falcons in this one. So there's no need to pick this one for map 4. They're actually going to go to Colossia though, which is a really interesting choice because if we go to map 5, GK would get their choice.
GK would get to choose between Blizzard World, Eichenwald, and Midtown. Play the Prophet. I'm gonna go ahead and say we're going to a game 5. What do you expect that 5th and final map to be if Falcons can get us there?
Well, GK have the choice. They want to go to somewhere probably with more dive. Blizzard World makes a lot of sense here. One of the reasons why Falcons might want to go to Colossia is Esperanza has that dive capability. You remove that from GK, so Colossia might not be a bad choice, actually.
I got to get the vibe here from the fans out in Riyadh. Are you guys enjoying the show? Who thinks Falcons can take us to a game 5?
Who thinks GK is moving into the quarters?
That's a lot of boos, Puckett.
One team left to move into our final four. This match will decide it. Map point, match point for GK. Falcons still in it though, Avril.
Yep, I think this is go to 5.
It's been a blast. We're done here on this stage. Let's send it back to the casters.
Thank you very much, Chris, Puckett. Nice to see you guys out there in the arena soaking up the vibes. Someone else has been doing that. It's this guy here. The Thunder from Down Under. Cuffer has been loving it out there. The adversity only seems to spur this team forward. And not only do we love a good Overwatch player, we love a showman. These guys are poised to play ultimate spoiler here. Not only dominating a Saudi team in front of a Saudi crowd, but doing it to last year's defending champion, Matt. That would be quite something.
It can be fun being the villain. And I tell you what, look, as a former Call of Duty coach, somebody who's a professional trash talker.
You were a villain, I think.
Yeah. And the thing is, it's like, you have to keep, like, the fans have to keep going for Falcons, even when it looks like it's gonna go sideways a little bit. Because the players on GK, look, they can't exactly hear what the crowd is saying, but they can
sentiment is felt.
They can tell the noise level, right? So they can tell, hey, if the crowd is nervous, the players on the other side of the stage are feeling it as well.
In fairness, I don't really think, coming into today, that North America was in the conversation here at the Midseason Championship. So much of the focus...
When was the last time, this is probably never happened, we had an international event where we only had one team from Korea in the Final Four?
I mean, never in the Overwatch League. Let's start there. That didn't happen. Since then, I mean, well, look, with Falcons and Crazy Raccoon always being in the final, right? I don't think that would have been possible.
Like, you would get to the Final Four here, GK is able to pull it out with 2 EMEA, 1 NA, and 1...
That's ridiculous. I'm sorry. That is just ridiculous.
Avril's going to call up Sean Miller, and he's going to lobby. He's like, more NA teams.
Yeah.
Bring them all out.
My goodness. This GK team, and there's such an international squad as well. Right? One North American player, an Estonian, an Aussie, a Turkish player, a Welshman.
And this team had a great performance back at Champions Clash, right? You know, under the Nightmare banner.
Yes.
And
the best team at that event from NA.
Right. But you look at that and it's like, all right, what did they learn from that experience, right? And obviously in Hangzhou, there's a tremendous crowd there. That's
crazy.
That's wild. Hey, the sound, Vertus fan is like, hey, bro, the signs have gone hard here. But you look and, like, what did this team learn from Champions Clash? And it's like playing in front of those, like, hostile environments, those big crowds, right? Getting used to that feeling on stage. It's not a foreign feeling for these players anymore. Like, this is something they are now comfortable with, not scared of going up against some of these top teams in the world, because they feel like they truly belong.
You know, I uttered the words in the first map, a bit of a curse. I said, looks like we're in for a short day, Matt. That was very early called after the first round. I mean, it might be short, but I didn't really expect it to be going in this direction. And Johnny sort of talking about how he felt that Falcons would be better off leaving that push map towards map 5. This opens up, you know, GK to pick a battlefield that suits them a little bit more, but I don't know if I see any glaring disadvantage for Falcons over what remains in the map pool.
Well, you do that because, I mean, just looking at it, right, like you have Coliseo and Esperanza. You have 3 maps to be able to pick from in the other one, right? A little bit more optionality. So if you let's say take a hybrid map, if you're Falcons, right, on the opposing side, then they only have 1 or 2 to pick from, as you see a lot of the players from GK not on stage, so that's what we're waiting for here. With Esperanza, though, not being the selection and it being Coliseo, curious what we see. So we have the bands in here. A rare Life Weaver band that's not a troll. They're like, we want no business in that yet again. We want to be out of the Life Weaver business if you're Falcons.
Pretty decent on Coliseo too. That pedal gives you some pretty interesting ways to access high ground, and just the fact that we saw it used to dodge a Graviton surge.
Yes, that was
blizzards. That was
they thought they were going to win that fight. Someone uses the grab, and they always win a fight with the grab.
And threw a bowler shot in.
Yeah, and they just got lifted right out of it.
In any other world, that is an instant fight win.
Yeah, and now you have the Orisa ban here for GK, so puts things in more of like a Ramatra, maybe Hazard, an option here. So, I mean, just wild. I mean, if I would have told you this morning, like, hey, we're going to get that final game, and Falcons is going to be so worried after Admiral dominates Circle Royale and Life.
I would tell her to shut up and drink your coffee.
Yeah, no, that is something I would probably throw out there, and you would. That's actually probably exactly how the interaction would go. Yeah.
I would not have you uttering such blasphemy, and yet here we are. It's been a wild night. Twists and turns have abounded. Just waiting here, of course, to get the last GK player into the lobby. I'd call them out, but I'd never do that to Lethal.
Lifeweaver meta incoming. I mean,
so
I think we're a bit away from that.
I had a chance to shoot some social content with the teams earlier, and my question was, one of them was, are you a Lifeweaver believer? So I polled all the teams on whether they thought Lifeweaver was good.
How many were Lifeweaver?
Surprisingly, most of them.
Really?
Surprisingly, most of them were like,
well, like the right. You were trolling though.
No, well, okay. You never know with South Korean players. They like to have a bit of fun with you at your own expense. You can't always tell.
Yeah.
But many of them said, in the right contexts and in the right composition, this hero is low-key busted. Low-key busted. Because again, Lifeweaver also has a perk that increases his sort of healing capacity. So like obviously you hold down mouse 1, you charge it up. You can get some pretty, again, you can burst heal for like 100 every time. That is quite significant. And the rate that he can deploy that heal is really, really good. There's
the grip's got a little cleanse on it, right?
Right, which matters a lot. I think it matters. It matters conditionally, right? Just because quite often if you're life gripping someone, you can usually keep them alive. But in a world with biotic grenade is a problem, and even life gripping someone doesn't necessarily protect them. It's quite powerful. But you can cleanse other effects like the slows that you sort of get hit with, which can be annoying in some of those May compositions. Cleanse Pulse Bomb. Pulse Bomb can be cleansed off of that.
The issue with Lifeweaver is he's very diveable, right? Like if he had a little bit more survivability, I mean, he has it with like the little bit of like the dash.
Right.
But
also, Lifeweaver is very tall. Extremely tall, so his hitbox is quite high.
Yeah.
So somewhat easy to hit, and also the flower behind him used to make him a massive target. And even though they've reduced the hitbox size of that flower, he still is like a larger target as far as the non.
Just another benefit of being short.
Yes, absolutely.
If Lifeweaver was a short king, I mean, he'd be dominating. He was the size of Torb. If you put Lifeweaver in a Torb-sized package.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be a bit of a flavor fail. I just don't know if it really works with him. But
it wouldn't go with the
I would say there aren't too many Overwatch heroes that wouldn't benefit from being shorter.
Yeah,
that's
true.
That's Darwin's Law definitely doesn't apply in this game.
No, definitely not. It's, looks like still getting GK ready on stage. It looked like it may have been Lethal here on the end. He's seeing how long he can hold that water in his mouth. It looked like about 20, 25 seconds there. Probably a ways off from the world record, but looks like we're able to get into game here, though. Falcons tournament lives on the line.
Yeah.
I mean, insane to think about in this scenario.
So to put this in context, they're close to the front of the pack in the club championship.
Yes.
They have been the most dominant team of 2024. They've had their struggles this year, but they have really invested in basically just getting a pool of like 10 of the very best players in the world, and they've cut them even down to 5. A loss in this game and an early exit from the Midseason Championship would be unacceptable, unthinkable.
I mean, they don't even want to. I mean, you'd have to. You'd be rethinking a lot of things. You'd be wondering. You'd be. I mean, it's a brutal.
How are you supposed to improve on this team?
Scenario.
How are you? What do you change? What do you add to make this a better team? Put a Lifeweaver player in.
So you become the Crazy Falcons, and you just merge into some, like 30-person roster.
Sure. I mean, talk about like the embodiment of this town ain't big enough for the two of us.
But I mean, look. Obviously, there's still a lot of series to play. They could dominate these next 2 maps, and this is a pointless conversation, but
we need to have it anyway.
They struggled, like they added these players, they struggled a little bit, right? They end up having to fight through the LCQ. And then like early on here, it seemed like everything had kind of, all right, we figured it out, we're all good. And now you find yourself here in the single limb against GK. Lives on the line here. No sim for Falcons. So they're going to play Freya in Sojourn. We saw them do this the other day when we casted them on, it was Circuit, and it looked pretty poor.
It was a bit of, they were often fighting in some more claustrophobic scenarios. Here, far more of those straightaways on Colosseo to try and exploit.
But the sim can close this gap.
That's right, and that's exactly what GK are going to look to try and do. Kappa pops up in their midst briefly, ducks back, he realizes the outside of this concourse is a little dangerous to poke out from. So it's all about getting Lethal set up to frankly win 1v2 against these long-range heroes. That's a lot to ask. But if the guy just taps into the console briefly, types the right things, becomes server admin like we've seen from him in the past, it's all on the table for GK.
And you also can't really play Venture on this map, right? It's a very long straightaway, not one that would excel for that hero's kit, as that's a TP up to the high ground here, getting Kappa in a position to try and push Proper back.
Yeah, so the question is, like, what is achieved in a Kappa's absence while he's trying to push up on Proper's position? He is away from the rest of his team, and it kind of opens things up for Merit, who finds his way towards Ultraviolet. It's a backline down already for GK. Not the start they were looking for it, and don't get me wrong, they were proactive, GK, looking for ways in. But it's really hard to get at this Merit and Proper DPS line in general.
Yeah, absolutely. As now the hit scans here at Falcons rise to the high ground, trying to deny some of this space from GK. They're going to put some sim turrets up here by the supports. As they're going to send Kappa down to the objective, try and contest.
Someone took a big hit there from a charged railgun. Kappa knows that behind someone there are some lower held targets as well, but right now he's trying to...
Really early beat, fast beat there from Chio.
And they've got a good disengage. Proper finds himself a little bit of a risky spot there. And he knows discretion is the better part of valor once that sound barrier expires. And now GK have a chance to come forward. Kitsune Rush going to be applied. Maimon a little bit low off to the side. Bowler shot used here to try and keep GK away. Falcons have been able to repel them for now and keep themselves in the aggressor's seat.
Yeah, but it's going to be both support ults gone here for Falcons. DK is going to be able to use this sim wall here, potentially sound barrier if needed.
Okay, Merit's gotten up behind him. I don't think someone's going to be able to get out alive. So GK have been able to leverage the sound barrier to get rid of the enemy tank. The rest of the Falcons, they repositioned away, but they were in no spot to help someone at all.
Looks like Fielder here going to wait, get a TP back to Proper as the bot now in GK control. Going to push it into Falcons territory. It'll be an overclock here from Lethal. They send him up to the high ground there with that TP, a little bit of a threat. Now putting shots into someone.
That overclock expires. Here's that annihilation from someone. He uses it defensively, and it doesn't work out. Admiral gets close enough to boop him on away, and that's the elimination on the centerpiece of the Falcons. What is going on? Falcons crumbling before our very eyes. It's so early in the map too.
I mean, I don't know what someone expected there. He's just standing in the corner, and maybe he's expecting Fielder and Chio to be able to help him from the opposite side, but the teleporter goes up. Those players are getting just pushed back by the annihilation of Kappa, and someone just kind of standing there blocking in the corner. I mean, nobody able to kind of get to him to keep him up. Proper now ditching the Freya, going to go over to try and trusted Tracer. Really one of the first times in the series we've seen him pilot it.
Falcons looking a little bit uncomfortable. We'll need to find a way to stabilize. They've given up the lead to GK, but the bot still remains very much within neutral territory. You'll note at the top of your screen there, Proper is on the flank now, switching off the Freya. Trying to threaten this backline, but against Lucio Kiriko, it's not always a simple task. And it's really a battle of both of these Ramachas trying to get past each other, get around each other. And Proper loses the fight against the backline. Admiral and Ultraviolet not only stave him off, they batter him.
And look, these fights, that choke, are great for GK. You just contest there, you start to build up towards support ultimates, you burn clock. You don't have a massive lead, right? But with the way they've been playing, they've been able to rattle off fights consistently here against Falcons in this series. So just getting the bot back into Falcons territory, and let's do that song and dance here in the middle of the map again.
Yeah, Falcons though, I don't know if the game plan can simply extend to wait until Proper finds an opening, because he needs help, he can't do it on his own. Sound barrier, that's a decent way to bolster the forces of Falcons, and they're able to run over GK.
They use both support ults on top of each other, so Kitsune Rush there from UV, and then it's Sound Barrier plus Rush for Falcons. The bot will continue to move here for Team Falcons. I don't know, we'll see if it's enough to be able to take the lead, as it looks like it's Maimon in there, gonna TP everybody in.
Ball thrown up, the pulse bomb was too close to Maimon, and he couldn't move away. Time to listen to GK. What's going on in the comms as we hit a fever pitch in this series?
right now.
Don't die. They're gonna push.
Yeah, I'm back.
Oh, they're gonna push. Don't soil. You can lead. Okay.
Yeah, that's okay.
I'm gonna proceed to fight.
Yeah,
Can we walk left? Can we walk left?
Yeah.
Can we walk left? Walk left. Walk
Yeah, you
left.
can. Dennis has right.
I'm going for left.
I have
left.
Dennis too. I have
Can't pulse left. Can't pulse left.
Dennis, I'm here. Dennis, you're supposed.
Okay.
You can take
I'm walking point now. I'm on point. Carry on though. Soy bottom right.
Yeah,
Soy.
Time drop.
Soy one.
I'm volley.
No. Watch your arm. Ram point. I'm left.
I'm on point.
Ram's out. I wanna. Okay.
Let's soil them. I'll be soiled. Ska vi take crowd maybe on soil?
Yeah. Try top.
Solo. Can we TP bend? Can we TP bend?
Yeah, bit push.
TP bend. 3, 2, 1.
Soy one.
Soil.
Nice.
Ram.
Arm.
Come in. Go on.
I saw Ram.
I'm on.
Turn point.
Move point. Okay.
Coming.
Get one. You carry me. Hello. TP one?
Yeah. TP one.
Matt, decent timing for that Katsuna sound barrier combo to come back online for Team Falcons. GK do give up the lead there in the prior fight. And in trying to take it back, have now given up that checkpoint well and truly to Falcons.
Yeah, they try and use that sound barrier to push on in with that Sim TP. Falcons, they end up losing merit, but they do a nice job keeping everybody else alive. The annihilation from someone ticks players down, and then a double support ult. No way EK can bounce back from that.
79 plays 51 now as Proper finally starts to get a bit of traction in this game. Slower start for him as these forays into the backline often proved unfruitful. But he gets rid of Lethal, a key part of the firepower core of GK. Makes it difficult for GK to defend this spot adequately. Now we'll see everybody drop down. Falcons happy to let the fight simmer a little bit here. That's a stick. Twice in quick succession. Proper's able to down Lethal, and now he's looking for his next target. Kaffa's very, very low, and in their own territory, GK are being strung out, hung, drawn, and quartered. Maimone trying to get towards the bot, and again, it starts to shuffle away from GK. Here's a sound barrier. They've got to make good use of this one now as quickly they're able to overcome Falcons. They overwhelm them instantly. Someone, interestingly, opts to commit his annihilation to this fight. It falls flat.
Yeah, and you have a Kitsune rush here for Falcons, so it'll be GK getting control of this bot yet again. Proper just trying to prevent it from happening instantly, and he'll head back the other way as Lethal is tired of Proper just hunting him down on the Soj. We'll go to Cassidy here, so see if he can kind of close this distance, right? You're going to lose that long-range battle to Merit in a big way now.
Quite the deficit to make up for GK. Not only a checkpoint, but over 30 meters is the lead the Falcons have now as we head under 1:40 in the game. Ultraviolet under pressure has to Suzu himself there. Merit playing from the fringes. It's a Kitsune rush coming down from GK, and they've got that annihilation in reserve. They don't want to spend too heavy in the middle of the map, but they might not have any choice now with their sound barrier out of Chio. Merit on an off angle. Can't see the wood for the trees apparently as Chio is down by the annihilation, with the rest of Falcons able to snap back into the fight. And Merit will return with a wide field of options. Maimone TP's out, and before he does, caught inside that vortex. Here come Falcons, not content to let this one slip through their fingers.
The Proper Tracer just causing havoc for GK. That's Lethal. It's like, how are they gonna stop this? It's like, hey, that's one way. Lethal flies around the corner. Headshots on the fielder and Merit, pushing Falcons all the way back. So what are you looking for here? Maybe like a cheeky TP with the Deadeye here? Type of action for Lethal and Co. is don't really have much else to work with.
But he's very mindful of Proper at the moment. Proper who's now returned to the rest of Falcons for the time being.
There's the TP.
Okay, and with the Deadeye. There's no targets though to find here. Lethal still trying to roll the dice. Nothing to see though. So Deadeye will expire. Lethal might look for a solo flank here. Chio, Fielder now both aware of it. That was a very early Suzu out there from Fielder, but it's worked out. It keeps them standing, and someone's going to slurp them down in the midst of the maelstrom. Falcons with a 5v3 scenario. See Kaffa just trying to gum up the works here, but it's nothing but desperation for GK, and they're out of options. Team Falcons, not to be outdone, will drag them kicking and screaming into a final map. One way or another, the Apex Predators will force you to make them bend.
no other way. Going to a Game 5 between Falcons and GK. That'll be GK's choice. We will be going to hybrid. So I don't think, I mean, all the heroes you can think of you'd want to see out and target it, right? We've seen the Tracer go. We've seen other, Lifeweaver go there. We'll see, what will happen and go to this ban process after the map selection.
This map felt like a return to fundamentals for Team Falcons. They do start with that Sojourn Freya look, right? Really trying to be oppressive at long range, but eventually Proper realizes that he needs to go back to what kind of made him famous in the first place. Get into that back line, put that pressure down, and at first it really didn't work out. Ultraviolet and Admiral are tough to drag down, especially if you are 1v2 as the Tracer, but eventually that war of attrition is won out by Falcons. They start to get out in front. Merritt might be the only player on this map credited with a 3K from a single railgun. He steps up here and tries to roll back the years. Some big pulses from Proper. On back-to-back fights, he's able to take Lethal down. That was about sort of 6 minutes into the game. That really takes the wind out of GK's sails.
Yeah, and you knew Falcons was not going to go easy. I mean, the pulse bombs from Proper, just unreal. And then even with some moments where GK had an advantage in terms of the ults, did not matter. Falcons able to kite and fight through.
And this is the point in a series like this, the most important one of these GK players' careers. Was where you find out what's at the bottom of the tank. Is it quality or is it dregs? The grit and determination that it takes to get through a series like this has already been showcased by all of these Falcons players multiple times over. It's that experience in these tight situations that counts for so much more in decider maps like this one. Like you mentioned, it's GK's map pick. And hybrid, Johnny alluded to it, Matt. Blizzard World would be a good option for them if they want to try and play that more high mobility, up-tempo dive style.
Is that what they want to play, though? Now you're thinking about GK, right? Playing Blizzard World. Don't have the bans in front of us. What would be like, you can't get rid of Tracer, right? Are you trying to look at Soj or maybe force Merritt onto like the Freya or the Cassidy for an extended period of time? You might remember off the top of your head, has GK banned, could GK ban Kiri?
Potentially.
Right? Take it out of fielders' hands, make their backline a little wonky, and you could play BAP, with like Alari if you are GK. You could play other, kind of Baptiste-based support lines.
I think they've really only targeted the Lucio over the course of the series.
Yeah, so potentially an option. I think we saw a Baptiste ban. I believe that was Falcons, though. So you can even, if you get rid of the Kiri, you can somehow try and fit in Lifeweaver if you want, right? So curious what GK decides to do. Or maybe there's a thing where they have to protect the tank pool, right? Maybe they think that, Hazard's already been targeted, right? So
can't ban that.
Yeah, so they can't ban that. So there's no really reason to protect the tank. So curious where GK is settled here.
This is the kind of decision you don't want to make lightly. Blizzard World is picked. Well, heading in there momentarily. See if these bans are in fact the case. We've already had a Lifeweaver ban, so I think that's actually a Cassidy ban instead.
Yeah, those are old bans. No, so those are the old bans. So for GK, those headsets must not be great on stage because they're listening to me.
I'm sure. You're their one-stop shop for coaching advice, Matt.
They got rid of the Kiri, and then Falcons actually decides to get rid of the Cassidy. So on the other end of the spectrum, right now, forcing Lethal onto the Sojourn. I like the Kiri ban. I think it's really interesting here. Falcons, you want to play that Kiri, right, with the different compositions they want to play with, right? Fielder's so devastating on the flanks with Proper. I think it's a really good call.
I just don't think GK are going to be bothered playing any kind of backline arrangement. I do wonder about the Cassidy ban. I think that's something that we saw Quartz use to great effect on this very map.
Yeah.
Forces him maybe into something a little less familiar, perhaps. Lethal's been the kind of play that's gone over to Ashe in some scenarios over in NA, excuse me.
So I mean, what you're looking at, you have potential of BAP with you could play like Lightweaver, right? You could play BAP Lucio. You could play the Baptiste with the Alari on defense. It looks like Falcons, they'll play BAP Lucio. Nothing too surprising here with what they got cooking.
Filda no stranger to the Baptiste, although definitely in this era on Team Falcons, very much the Kiriko player. So knocked off of that preferred pick, as was the plan for GK. And like we mentioned, Hazard couldn't be targeted anymore. Baptiste had already been banned prior. Lifeweaver had already drawn a ban. In fact, GK have been drawing a lot of support bans out of Falcons. Sign of Kiriko will be taken away. Lethal off the rip on the Widow here. Maybe looking to ask an early question of Falcons. Have a peek around, see what there is to scrounge up. That was the wrong target to grip backwards. Sabral trolling. Here's the Soj.
Yup. And it'll be BAP Lucio here for GK. I think you can't play the Weaver here because you need the speed to get through the choke. I mean, it would be pretty rough. And you see it is...
What?
Oh, it is Kuppa wanting to play the Hazard. Gets around the corner. They get rid of Chio.
Basically the perfect pick. Getting rid of the Lucio here is massive now. There's no way for Falcons to control this high ground. GK basically get that for free once Proper's going to be cleared out. And so they begin this cap. What an opening. You just cannot count on that kind of stuff from your hit scan. And Lethal seems to be delivering it with uncanny frequency. Proper though,
and they don't step up onto the point, so that's going to be point.
Just take it out from under them. Some mistakes starting to creep in now. A long series and the fatigue turning up on the side of Falcons. And a black mark on the balance sheet for this Korean team as they give that one up all too easily.
And it looks like Kuppa wants to try and take advantage, right? Because a few players from Falcons were still here, so he wants to try and rotate fast, try and get high ground. It looks like Merit has already met him there as they do not want to give up this positioning, does Falcons.
To win the series, Maimone's got to find success in a Tracer mirror against Proper of all people. And Kuppa, you see, as the Hazard is ignoring someone, is ignoring the frontline fight, looking to dive solo in some instances. Someone was already able to find a key pick. GK, like, this is a tightrope you have to walk.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I think Maimone's going to have to step up in a big way on the Tracer, right? We know what Proper can do. Lethal open things up with an early pickoff. If they can start with getting some high-level Tracer play, which we know Maimone can do, maybe on the flanks, right? Putting some more pressure on the fielder and Chio, things could open up here for GK.
All right, up on the siege tank. Not sure if this is the plan for Ultraviolet, but impromptu plans sometimes work out just right. Once again, though, Kuppa is very
so
detached
deep
from GK.
I mean, there's no possibility of even like a drone coming in from that range. So Kuppa does want to play aggressive, does want to dive, just needs to be a little more cautious there of his positioning to play around the rest of the squad.
And ideally needs Maimone to link up with him there, but, Proper's playing coverage, just trying to make sure Maimone can't slip through these flank angles for free.
Pulse bomb there from Maimone gets nothing, trying to get it on the flank.
Can he just count on another random pick coming out of Lethal? There's the downpour. Not followed up upon. It's another ultimate that basically is thrown out the window.
They've gotten a decent amount of cart progress though, right? The cart making its way, even without a fight win, right? Making its way pretty far.
But GK are having trouble asserting themselves on this high ground.
They are not getting the high ground. They're not even close to it at this point. I mean, just kind of a battle of attrition on the low ground, just bullying the payload through.
Chio just opted to match sound barriers there as he saw it come out from GK, and even with that extra durability, Kuppa's not able to do too much on that high ground at all. Falcons starting to really tighten the thumb screws here on GK. We have no choice but to capitulate in another pretty unconvincing engagement.
I mean, without the first pick from Lethal and opening up that first checkpoint, I mean, they have done nothing. It's incredible they've gotten the payload thus far. Falcons giving up a decent amount of space, so Kuppa going to go over and play the Ram, so we're going to get a mirror matchup. I think this is a better decision. He was trying to push the issue a little bit, maybe too much on the Hazard.
Look at how we can command that space a little bit better. Eventually, though, he has to give up the high ground, and none of his DPS have been able to make severe inroads alongside him. Recalls there on the point. Proper went for a pulse bomb, but caught out Ultraviolet, and he had to use that immortality field to stay alive, and Kuppa again loses out in the front line. Lethal knows at some point he's got to make a play, but there's a lot of risk involved in that. He finds the one pick, but it's not enough.
And they amp Matrix there too.
Surely it doesn't end like this, man. GK comes so far, so close to getting into these semi-finals, but here, they look like they've fallen into a stupor.
You lose Maimon here towards the end. Well, I mean, it's been a few fights in a row. You just consistently lose Kappa really early. You have to be able to try and keep him alive with any means possible. Whether that means he needs to take it a little step slower, right? A little beat slower, or maybe everybody else, they need to kind of get on the same page, play with him. You need to keep this tank upright.
It is that extensive experience rearing its head for Team Falcons. How many times have they been at Map 5s on stages in front of rowdy crowds? More than almost any other player, any other team. It's the kind of fires they've been forged in long ago. There's GK are the upstarts, the interlopers, the plucky challengers. Verdice sees the immortality field and cares not for an Admiral, just blown up. He and Proper converge, and X marks the spot. Ultraviolet drops, and that's a backline absent now. As GK had hoped to advance the car a little bit further, but now without any healing to speak of, they're cooked.
I mean, this has been a 3-minute plus bloodbath here on our second checkpoint. GK with maybe an opportunity here. So you're going to be able to maybe build up towards that amp matrix and beat up on the high ground. You're going to have annihilation. Potentially, you're also going to have your overclock here. So
that is a lot of qualifiers, and a lot of maybes.
And the payload is not far away from completing a cap.
We spotlighted Maimon on the Tracer, matching up against one of the most storied Overwatch players of all time. He's got to give us something special here. It's going to take some magic from GK. And this one is anything but. Once again, they are turned into paste.
Yes, everybody's just trying to fall maybe here as soon as possible. You don't even get to use some of these ultimates on the high ground. It'll be on Maimon to touch here. 10 seconds on the clock.
They're going to try and touch Admiral! Captain of the SS Ajax goes down with the ship. And Team Falcons are more than happy to capitalize. Oh, GK. They surprised us, delighted us, but now their backs are against the wall, Matt. That is an anemic attack push in our decider map of this last quarterfinal.
Not ideal for GK. So what I will say is if they can put together a decent point A defense and control high ground, they did get like a decent amount, like the cart's not stopped underneath the first bridge, or like it is pretty close to that second checkpoint. Like you'll have a chance for people to flood out of spawn. I mean, you'll have an opportunity on defense here. You gotta win some early fights though.
Competitive Overwatch has really taken a turn these last couple of years. We talked about gaps closing for like 7 or 8 years, about as long as we've been doing this. And it was always kind of wishful thinking, honestly, as our South Korean teams sandbag come into tournaments saying they respected their opponents, maybe even feared them sometimes, and then just clean their clocks over and over again. This year, though, something has changed. In this era of OWCS, finally, NA, MEA have stepped up.
What do you think of the hazard to start on D here for GK?
I mean, you got to try and challenge that high ground. You've got some speed. I think it makes sense. GK can give up some of those perches and retake them later on. They've got good mobility. Again, Team Falcons know exactly where their bread is buttered, and it never falls butter side down. That's the kind of team we're talking about.
I just think you're putting Kuffa in a really tough spot. That is Immortality Field already, and goodbye there as a lot of damage down onto the players on Falcons as they decide to move through the choke and an early first pick.
I think that's going to be a part of the formula here for GK, right? Drop down early and often. Start these fights, try and catch Falcons when maybe they're strung out a little bit as they try and make it through the choke. This defensive dive style, we've seen Winston on this map in the past, and even like Hollywood, for example. You've got to take the initiative as the defenders.
If you're GK, just get this below a minute here on point A, right? Get it below a minute. You can play then at the choke, right? You can play high ground. Yeah, 2-3 fights. Still winnable here for GK.
Expensive for Falcons to get up through this choke. Someone is caught midway through, out of no man's land, and is forced to throw up the guard. Not a good sign. He's going to have to double back. Got himself a health pack. Now he'll step forward again. This is good. GK gets some damage, put some pressure down, fall back to a safer spot. Rinse and repeat. Fielder being challenged there. Can't actually safely assume the higher ground because Lethal will have a line of sight on him. Constant pressure on this backline. Fielder has to immortality field himself. That's a good result. Nemo is dealt with. Geo now under pressure. Lethal only now realizing the problems. Pulled up in his front porch and Merit from the off angle. There's too many variables for Lethal to try and control, and Falcons eventually break through. It's a small trickle that turns into a flood, and now they wash over the defenders for this first checkpoint.
Yeah, the drone just a little bit too late to save Lethal. He actually slides back across after some damage from Proper, and Merit just picks him up. So an opportunity here. I think if GK wants to hold on defense, I think you got to play aggressive. You got to play like at this choke. You see Kuppa walking up towards it. I don't think you can give up too much court progress here early on.
Kuppa has to be careful though. If he plays too heavily into the choke, it forces Ultraviolet to expose himself in order to heal him. Puts him perched up in that siege tank, which is dangerous against a player like Merit. So they opt actually just to play the corner game here. Kuppa tries to get himself a brief 1 versus 1. Slide back down, it's going to be an Ant Matrix in play. Oh, scary stuff! The downpour caught on the fielder. Oh, he wasn't safe behind a wall. He doesn't care about line of sight like that. That's a great pick. That is going to slow. Oh, buddy!
This is what you want to do. You want to get another, minute, 2 minutes off the clock here, right? You get another fight at like the first bridge, get control of high ground, and then if that all fails, then you get probably one junk one out the spawn. I love this decision to go fast if you're Kuppa.
I love this game plan. Again, it's the same. Be proactive, fall back when it gets risky. There's an annihilation from someone. He's trying to ignore Kuppa and go forward, but there's a sound barrier in play here for GK. Lethal with the high ground. Someone looking a little bit low. He's in trouble. Maimone's able to pull him down, and our eyes are on Chio. Lethal slides away. Proper is able to chase him down. No, and Falcons using the aggression of GK against them. And Kuppa cannot contest in this state. He'll have to succumb.
I mean, look, they get rid of someone. The issue is there is nobody to get rid of Proper and Merit. So even though they get the sound barrier out first from Falcons, GK holds on to theirs. They get a later one. The DPS duo of Proper and Merit showing their potential.
And that rope is getting shorter and shorter for GK. The buffer all but expired. They've done their best to slow Team's Falcons down, but now they get a taste for blood, this Korean squad. And they know exactly how to land this plane. Card inches forward a little bit further. It's an overclock here for Merit. Kuppa responds instantly, though Merit's getting topped up, and Kuppa takes too much damage. He's got to fall away. Maimone contesting the card to try and make sure no one sneaks it through, and Merit is playing conservatively, safely in fact. But there's the Ant Matrix, and immediately Kuppa ceases to exist. Maimone's at least able to extract his pound of flesh. A trade comes out, but Admiral is the next to fall. And the Apex Predators keep their sights squarely on the summit. Downing GK in a knockdown, drag-out, 5-map affair. Pushed to their limits, but that's where this team thrives. They've made our Midseason Championship Semifinals.
Few game buys here for Falcons in Riyadh, but they survive yet again. This one against GK, a bit of a surprise, and it goes all the way down to the wire. GK, they probably feel like they let that one slip a little bit, that one could have been their chance to make a deep run in an international event. But Falcons is not done here at the Esports World Cup just yet.
GK struck early.
Here we go.
Quick one for us. Someone ever the showman. GK struck hard early. Definitely had Falcons off balance. But a team of this caliber doesn't stay reeling for very long. Bit by bit, map by map, they drag the game back under their control and execute their prime directive. Win at all costs.
And I really think the second half of the series, as we got a little bit later into it, Proper playing the Tracer, never going to be a bad sight. There are moments where he just gets on that hero, and the other team, they have no real options, right? Just so good on that hero, difficult to stop.
Falcons have made it through a brutal gauntlet and there's more to play for, but for now they can rest. We're going to head down to the stage, hear from Zoe with Proper.
Thank you, Matt and Mitch. Please welcome to the stage Proper from Team Falcons, who just locked their semi-finals spot. Let's talk about how you got it done. This was not a clean affair, mind you. There were a lot of moments where GK had the lead and they made you bleed, they made you sweat. What made it so close? Is it because they play unconventional comms? Did you just not have them on the radar? What's going on?
일단 프로포서 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 첫 번째 질문으로는 이렇게 GK가 굉장히 또 몰아붙이면서 3대2라는 또 치열한 승부를 펼치면서 가까스로 승리를 하셨어요. 그래서 이렇게까지 GK가 팔콘스를 몰아붙일 거라고 생각을 하셨는지, 그리고 만약에 GK가 그랬다면 또 어떤 점에서 좀 팔콘스에게 좀 어려움을 선사했는지 궁금합니다. 혹시나 뭐 되게 비메타적인 픽들을 좀 선보여서 그게 좀 대응이 좀 어려웠는지 그런 것들이 좀 굉장히 궁금하네요.
일단은 GK전을 되게 솔직히 이렇게 힘들게 할 줄 몰랐는데 생각보다 저희 팀의 어떻게 보면 제 장점을 좀 대처를 준비를 잘 해왔던 것 같아가지고 좀 힘들긴 했는데 네, 오늘 이렇게 힘들었던 거는 그냥 저희가 못해가지고 이렇게 힘들었던 것 같아요.
Yeah, I didn't expect to be this tough, honestly. But that being said, I think they have prepared a lot against me, and we made a lot of mistakes in that program in the process. So I think that kind of a combined results, I guess.
Right on. I mean, getting to this event itself, like you had to fight your way through the LCKU qualifiers, and then at the beginning it also just started to look like, okay, no, but that's just a blip in the armor. They're back to final form. Do you feel like it's just not the best suited meta for you and the team, or is it really just little mistakes?
이제 LCK를 통해서 또 이렇게 좀 힘들게 되게 올라오신 만큼 좀 여러 가지로 좀 어려움이 많으셨잖아요. 그래서 이게 좀 메타상에 좀 어려움이 있었다든지 아니면은 그냥 좀 과정에서 좀 뭔가 좀 계속 어려움이 좀 발생해서 그랬다는지 좀 그런 것도 좀 궁금하네요.
질문이
그 올라오는 과정에서 좀 메타나 이런 것들에 좀 적응이 어려우셨는지.
일단은 메타적으로는 저희 팀이 LCK 때부터 좀 파악을 잘했던 것 같아가지고 메타 파악은 저희 팀이 제일 잘한 것 같고, 네, 오늘 좀 힘들었던 부분들을 다시 보완해가면서 내일 경기 준비 잘해야 될 것 같아요.
Yeah, obviously, in the meta picks, I think we kind of prepared well, but I think overall we made a lot of mistakes in the process. So what we'll try to do is actually fix those mistakes and try to be stronger.
Right on. Well, short turnaround. Tomorrow you're in the semifinal against T1. That is a familiar foe, a team you've played throughout the regular season. How do you rank their performance? How do you think you will stack up against them?
이제 또 많이 만났던 상대인 T1을 상대로 또 이제 준결승전을 치르실 텐데 많이 만나봤던 만큼 그래도 상대법은 잘 아실 것 같아요. 그래서 좀 어떤 부분을 좀 보완을 해서 들어오실지 궁금합니다.
일단 오늘 저희가 했던 실수들을 보완하고, 개인적으로 T1이랑 할 때 이제 제가 전에 대회에서 못 뛰어가지고 그때 이제 제스트 씨가 트레이서 폼이 막 제일 좋다 이렇게 말을 했는데 내일 한번 저랑 해보죠.
Well, yeah, we'll obviously fix our mistake. But that being said, when we faced T1 last time, I wasn't there. But everybody says Zest is the best tracer. But let's see who's the best tracer.
Oh, nice. I like it. The rivalry, the drama and the storylines on a plate for us. Thank you so much, Proper. And there's only one thing left to do, and that is a key crush. So let's get to it. Let's crush the key of GK. They came far, but unfortunately couldn't close it out. It was a close series, but this is the moment for Team Falcons. Congratulations to Team Falcons. We're going to see them again tomorrow. But now we have one thing left to do after this Amazon winners interview. We're going to head on over to Fancy with the exit interview where Kofa is standing by with you.
Thank you so much, Zoe. We are on stage still with Kofa for the exit interview. After a stellar performance, they were able to push one of the best teams in the world up to their limit to Game 5. So Kofa, I do want to ask you, you were enjoying this match. You were having a lot of fun. What do you take from this experience?
I mean, I think we had that game really. Like, I think that game's on me. That fucking Blizzard World was just disgusting. That's something I'm gonna, look back on a million times. I'm sorry to my team for letting us down, but fuck, those guys, I don't know. They're like a super team. I think we did good to go that far. But we're this close, so that's gonna haunt me. But I'm proud of everyone. So our coaches, our team, GK, fuck, like everything.
I mean, absolutely. You guys still have Stage 3 for OWCS. You still have the World Finals. You still got so much to look forward to. So what do you guys learn from this experience, specifically this final match?
I think it's just like another land in the belts, learning experience. I think our team is still insane. I think we have the chance to win the whole tournament. I think if we had that, that would have just been the stepping stone to keep going further. Stockholm, we won it. I mean, we worked so fucking hard for it. I think our team is insane. I love the guys. We just try and win next time, I guess.
Absolutely. Well, there's a lot of fans that came all the way just to cheer for you guys. Is there anything you want to say to them?
Thank you, everyone. GK, shout out my teammates, everyone. I don't really know what to say.
Well, one more time for Kofa and GK Esports. Thank you so much, and let's go back to Paquet for the studio.
Shout out to the Aussie Tech for making EWC history. 4 bombs dropped in one interview. But as we take a look at this Game 5, Johnny, you said they dropped the ball coming in. You did not like the Blizzard World pick, and then we just saw the result. Proper picking them apart on the Tracer.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is Falcons surviving by their skin of their teeth, but I think the story of the game is really GK kind of dropping the ball here. Now, I want to contextualize this, of course.
Yes.
They are some of the best players in the entire world. I'm just a washed old analyst, their coach, Goldtech as well, just a mastermind, and this team keeps, surpassing expectations over and over again. But I think that the story of this series was Proper's Tracer, going into this series, was the MVP of the tournament.
Okay.
Proper has been absolutely insane on the Tracer, and I wanted to dodge those maps. Going to Blizzard World and enabling Falcons to play the composition they did, Pocket, I think you could make a case that all 5 members of Falcons were on their best hero. That is a big uphill task if you are GK to overcome such a team like Falcons. So I would have liked to see them go towards something like a Midtown. They've had success there before with Maimon playing the Mei. I think that was the story of the game. They obviously disagreed. They have their reasons, maybe at scrim result, something like that. But again, you saw on Kofa in that interview, he was kicking himself, and this is something they'll regret.
Uber and X were calling out that this composition is going to put so much pressure on Kofa. He was not set up for success, and he's taking it out on himself. But you got to give some credit to the Falcons here, right? This is the squad that we expected to come out with the W at the start of the day, Avril.
Yeah, I think the way this series went really does come back to the Tracer again. I know we hype up the Tracer on Proper a lot, but I'm going to change my mind on something. Earlier I said that this Falcon squad might be a Symmetry team. I'm going to change my mind. They're a Tracer team. They're not going to play the Symmetry anymore because that's probably going to be a losing situation for them. Watch how well they win when Proper is on Tracer. Look at where this team actually lost. Circuit Royale, what did Proper play? May. What did Proper play on map 1? Venture. Because why? Tracer banned. So you look at these maps that they lose, the 2 maps they lose are the 2 maps that Proper doesn't get to play Tracer. The 3 maps they win are the maps that Proper gets to play Tracer. When he's on Tracer, he's dominating. I know Kuffel was quite hard on himself here, but really it's the entire team on GK just crumbling under the pressure of how good these players on the side of Falcons are. So it's just a tough one to deal with.
Shout out to Coach Sparkle. I saw that man in a full-on sprint trying to get back from the bathroom to the stage. He let his whole team go ahead and then, of course, cheered them on to the W. Johnny, Falcons, though, are just getting started, and they have T1 in their sights now as we move into the Final Four. What are our expectations as we are heading into Championship Sunday for Overwatch 2?
Well, going into today, we said that Falcons were one of the favorites, and I still think they are one of the favorites. GK was a perfect opponent to really upset Falcons here because they threw these curveballs. The Lifeweaver and the Batiste, the Venture, the Mei, and Falcons had to adapt accordingly, right? Now, going up against T1, we might even see some more of these mirror compositions. The Korean teams historically, they love to mirror each other, playing the Tracer, playing the hit scan, Wrecking Ball, stuff like this. We're not going to see Falcons play the Wrecking Ball, but what I'm saying is, I think a team like this was something that could throw Falcons off. T1, I think it's going to be a pretty straight up, honest matchup.
We started with 16 teams, Avril. Now we are down to the final 4 as 4 more dreams and keys were crushed in front of the fans.
Yeah, all of North America gone. I had high hopes for Team Liquid in particular, but also GK, a bit of a rough run coming in. A lot of 5 mappers. I mean, Falcons also had a lot of 5 mappers. Honestly, GK, they had the lead at 1.2-1, just couldn't close it out. VP are gone. Crazy Raccoon, what an incredible upset. Twisted Minds going in. And if you look at the semifinals pocket, this is what we've got to look forward to. EMEA versus EMEA, Korea versus Korea.
Wow.
No China, no North America. Guaranteed third place and first place match for the grand finals. EMEA versus Korea.
The big shocker on the day, though, is Twisted Minds, after playing late last night, in fact, it was this morning, come back 10 hours later and get another W in front of the fans, taking out the returning champions, but they weren't the only ones celebrating victory.
Yeah, I mean, this has been an amazing story for both the Saudi teams here, Twisted Minds and Alcatia. Oh, Alcatia was one of our favorites going into the tournaments, but Twisted Minds, they positively surprised me. The hitscan players, Quartz and Labda, they've been amazing, and now finding themselves both in the semifinals, another matchup against each other. We talked about it in the interview before. They played each other 11 times already. Now, 12th time tomorrow on Championship Sunday, Puckett.
Someone may have had the best reaction to a key crush.
I love it.
Celebrating with the fans. They survived to a Championship Sunday where they are still in the running for the title of EWC 2025 champion. Avril, there's only one thing left to do on the night, and that, of course, is to highlight our MVP from day 3. Who earns your Bravia MVP?
It's got to be the big upset from Twisted Minds. Quartz on the Cassidy, on the Sojin, on the hit scan. This guy is undeniable, taking down the GOAT of Overwatch in Lip, who probably still is the best hit scan in the world. But right now, with Crazy Raccoon gone, we might have to move that title on. Maybe it's Quartz now. Maybe it's Quartz's turn to be the best in the world.
Absolutely. He deserves our Sony Bravia MVP. Quartz, I believe we ran it through to see if he was cheating. He only hit 96% of his shots, Johnny. There was some failure in there.
It's unbelievable because you'll swap the Quartz POV and they'll just be like headshot, headshot, headshot. And you're like, how does this happen? Similarly, there will be tracers blinking in front of him and he shoots them before I even see the tracer. Absolutely ridiculous stuff. And again, Quartz is a member, kind of an origin member for Saudi Esports. Because the first time we saw Saudi really being successful in Overwatch was when they won the 2023 Overwatch World Cup. And Quartz was a main reason why. He's been one of the best hitscan players for the past couple of years, and you've seen this has really grown the entire scene, the community. This has been a backbone of Saudi Esports, and now you have 2 teams in the semifinals.
If you enjoy the noise of a headshot, simply watch Quartz's screen and crank up the volume. It's all you hear. The man popping off on Cassidy, but it couldn't be done without his team, Twisted Minds, especially Yubi, setting up for success on that Symmetra, Avril.
I know, this is such a great team. I mean, they're the team that, in my mind, earlier on, especially last year, really came through big on the Symmetra when other teams weren't quite ready to play it yet. Alcatia are now a team that also plays Symmetra, but they're newer to the party. Twisted Minds, they're the OG Symmetra team in OWCS, so that Symmetra showdown tomorrow is going to be so damn good.
It's going to be a great day of Championship Sunday. Remember, we have now witnessed 15 matches on the main stage. We are down to the final 3. It's all kicking off tomorrow. And before you guys go, we want you all to enjoy one more time our Kadia top plays from Saturday. Here it is, and enjoy the rebroadcast.